Again? What do you think's wrong with it?
I don't know. I don't want to talk about it.
Oh, that's it? What's going on?
Just talk about a lot of problems this train.
Meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Hey, I'm Michael.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I have like the dog cart in the back. How long were you guys in the city for?
We
Like
got
the day.
there at like, I don't know, 1 o'clock.
drive.
Yeah. It's right there. This is part of the deal. You have
Thank
to
you.
borrow this too.
Come on. $50. Just because. Thanks.
How's it going? Do you want us to go get some dinner somewhere and bring it back?
You guys plan on getting some dinner? What are you thinking?
I don't know. I'm pretty hungry. I think there's stuff that they wanted to take us to tonight.
Yeah,
And we're going to have to do the podcast at some point.
Yeah. Can you bring some back for me?
Yeah.
Yeah, hell yeah.
What's going on with the drive?
I'm just trying to back some up. I think someone might have hacked my account and deleted a stream from this morning.
Really?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
So I'm just trying to make sure everything's okay.
What the fuck? How would someone hack? Huh. I'll ask you more later.
There was someone on the other day, or there wasn't someone on it, just Shelby sent me a screenshot that said Michael Gerry livestream timed out, nail me. Like I wasn't on the chat, so I thought that someone might be on. And then someone told me that someone deleted the stream from this morning when we were at the piano place. They're like, why'd you delete that stream? But I definitely didn't delete any stream.
It was a stream this morning?
Yeah.
I wonder why someone would do that.
Yeah, that's why I thought it, cause now believe me, I was very, very, very depressed to hear that. But it was not the robot part, which is super
That would
crucial.
be horrible.
I would probably cry. That's why I was so pissed.
On the train?
Yeah, I thought someone deleted the robot part.
Wow.
Which is like the best thing that's happened all year.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's going on?
Did you change all your info?
Yeah, I did.
How could someone have gotten onto your account?
I have no idea. Hacking is easy.
Can you change your security settings so it has to send you a text every time you log in?
It really does, but people can like mirror phone numbers and stuff. And it's way too easy to hack things.
Damn.
The only reason why like you would not get hacked is because people don't want to hack you. People want to hack you, it's like easy.
Did we see anyone this morning that would cause that?
No. I don't know what's going on, but
Okay, I'll go talk to Simon about
Alright.
food. What's going on with this? Just dead?
what?
This.
That's not working either. It's like it's the audio is not working. I don't know what's going on. And sometimes the server's audio isn't working, but now it's like the device's audio, so I don't know what's going on.
Huh. Damn. Alright, well, good luck.
Thanks.
Oh. I'm pretty sure through most applications you can find out the location of a login.
I just saw it and it didn't show anything.
Really?
Yeah, it only showed me the last one was here.
Okay. There is one more thing you can do actually.
What?
Do you know when you were on your computer today?
Yeah.
You can go to your log history on your computer and see if somebody hacked into your computer like from a Wi-Fi network. If your last login was here and that was the same time. You can see if somebody got on your computer or if somebody got on your YouTube.
Okay.
Would they have been able to get on my computer if it was like off here? Should that like closed?
Was it on and closed in sleep mode or was it off? I don't know that much about hacking, but I know you can check things.
Okay. We can look into that later.
Okay. Hey Mike, you want to eat food?
What?
You want to eat some food?
What?
We have food downstairs.
Oh.
I got you something. Cayenne kombucha. There's also 2 other flavors downstairs. You think you want this or?
Yeah, I'll take that.
We've got some sushi downstairs.
Okay.
The place had already closed when we called, and they made an exception. So I just got you. Well, honestly, I got us a spicy tuna roll, and then we went to the grocery store and got some dumplings and some rice from the place.
Sushi, chicken katsu.
Thank you.
Whoa, wait. There's a headset right there.
Oh, okay. Almost sat on the optics.
I'm not you, Ethan.
I need steam. I can't change steam. Oh shit. Oh shit. Yo, this guy's ruining
Okay,
my
can you
day.
send the casting request now?
I'm busy eating. Why don't you try to be more like Michael? Michael would cast it by himself.
We have a lot of money.
It'd be cool if that was true. Oh no. Oh my gosh, that's a large creature. Ethan, I'm making the dirty. Should I get speed? Spike, attack and break. Cilia, fast turns. Flagella, speed. What do you think? Ethan, tell me what decisions to make.
First 4.
Yeah.
What do you want? Attack, speed, agility?
The spike for attack and break, speed or turn speed, or sight. But I don't want this. I want the other ones first.
Are you still small?
Pretty small, yeah.
Speed is pretty helpful because then you can get away from predators.
Yeah, I'm getting caught quick. Cool, done. I'm gonna add an eye too. Stalk eye, beady eye, button eye.
Relatively. Oh, dude, I'm a generation of guitar. From playing fucking Pong and fucking Pac-Man.
What's the delay happening? Oh, it's casting.
77.
Do you want headphones, Ethan?
So this
Oh, yeah.
I grew up in.
You can grab some off the podcast stuff if you want.
I do, I support arcades. I'm an arcade guy.
Thanks.
Did you say Xenu? Who said Xenu? Tell me when to stop. My favorite question. Yeah, stupid. I'll never do it. Electrocute? Oh wow, we growing. We getting big out here. We getting swole down in this boy. Oh, don't speak. Jersey?
Oh my god, music Jersey!
Wait, that's the place where I live.
like a weird social game.
Yeah.
Chats with each other and plays poker. It's not even real though. Figure out money.
I wonder if he knows that.
Until like my credit cards charge like $4,950
Yeah.
to Facebook of all people.
That would be hilarious.
Were you there the other night when I said like I like buying? I love Oculus so much, but then when you get like the receipt, the email receipt, like your $9.99 payment to Facebook Inc. is not. There's like, fuck. Like literally anyone else will pay.
Chris? Cool.
This is Carlos, so he's at the little Robbie, which means he's not gonna be there, I'm sure. We're in Somerville. Told him to drop him off here.
Sounds bad.
Hey Michael,
Yeah.
do you know if a Royal Straight beats a flush? I think it does.
Yeah, Royal Straight beats everything. Except a straight flush. Or, well, no, a straight does not beat a flush, excuse me.
I think a Royal Straight does. I'll keep playing, but someone has a flush.
Yeah, I don't know, actually. I'm just
If I got a queen out of Royal Straight, would have been the first time in my life.
Could've been cool. I'm getting electrocuted, Ethan.
You're getting electrocuted? Don't attack that thing.
No, I'm gonna get that skill.
Oh, nice.
Screens while I'm looking at screens.
I need another screen.
Give me my iPad.
Yeah. I'm only 2 screens deep right now.
Someone get this man an iPad.
Dude, I see this all the time, actually. I see people doing this. Like, with their laptops and their phones, like, right inside it. It's fucking weird.
Which one of you guys got my dinner tonight?
What do you mean?
Like, who bought the food?
Oh, I thought you meant...
We had Ethan and I had a food adventure
Okay.
where we called a place that closed at 10 at 9:59, begging them to cook us something, basically. There's also
There's a diner that's not that far away that you can order, like, kind of whatever from.
hey, that's not what I was gonna say. There's also red bean ice cream in the freezer.
Oh, that's tight.
If he wants it. I got it. Don't you worry. No, absolutely not. No.
Just gonna stick it in your soap.
Oh, fuck,
it's gone.
Dude, no. I'll get it later. No, I gotta get it now. I'm gonna forget.
I was gonna say, I will get it later.
Yeah, you're gonna get it later. You're gonna sniff it out.
Why is that?
You have a good sense of smell.
Oh, yeah? My people are known for that.
Who?
Exactly.
Tip. Thank you.
Ooh, I got a little brain.
You must really like my audio-free live stream.
I'm on the path to Ascensions.
Oh, no audio?
No, I think that it's working now. I just...
Good, I almost said the N-word.
Ooh. Thanks for the dinner, Simon.
Holy crap.
Yeah, no problem.
Guys, check this out. Someone's gonna have a royal flush. All they need is a king. That's insane.
Boy, we walking over here. Fatella, Brontosaurus, Thundercats. I'm gonna have to go with Thundercats, I guess.
That's good. That's really good.
Thundercats?
I'm gonna make people pay to play.
This This is very strange. T-Car's home. I saw him. He said he's going back to Chicago tomorrow though. So.
You saw him though?
Yeah, he came to Jim around. Yeah, it'd be nice to hang out with
I
him.
saw him on Instagram taking pics with the family.
He laughs at my jokes a lot.
It's my favorite person. This was really weird to me once.
Oh, he's a strange dude, for sure. That might have been when he was eating a ton of LSD, so. Oh, that's not a joke. Oh, little baby Crobanos.
Found it, the longest cat. It's very cute. I'm gonna save that.
Should I be, Ethan, should I be friends, or should I eat them?
You should be friends with who?
The other people.
It depends on what you want later.
I don't know. I don't know what I wanted. You
So
tell me
the
what I
next
want.
stage is the civilization stage, and you
Okay, I
in
already
the top
saw it
meter
first.
up there, I think
Yeah.
there should be like a thing that leans either way that tells you whether you're going to be aggressive, or passive, or in the middle. And I always like to be in the middle because you can take people over and be friends with people, and it's easier to conquer. I think always.
Yeah, well, I actually have like some moral code, and like, so I'm not just gonna sit here in the middle like a coward. But that's cool that that's what you like to do.
What just happened? Did it unplug?
What? You can't see it anymore?
No, I meant did it.
Wizard sleeve? Are we all familiar with what that means?
No.
What is this guy talking about?
I just got a part in this game called a wizard sleeve, but that's like
No, I mean
not a
that
nice word for.
poker guys.
You said one of them's lagging out,
Did the
or what'd you just ask?
I said, what are they talking about?
Yeah.
This guy does like construction in Jersey actually.
It's 4 parts, and usually it's like an hour and a half to 2. Every episode.
So he does like he makes like houses, like big houses. He makes really cool shit. So he's talking about how he made like an arcade in there, in this guy's house.
It's unreal.
Oh wait, can you hear me, bro? Oh shit, the mic like never works in this game. That's insane.
You're like, I'm gonna make him pay for this. I got a good head.
Brenda?
Oh, like this? Now you can't hear me. I have a nice voice. I'll let you hear it. I'm just kidding.
That's so dang good. I didn't know there was a thing with it. You can mute on your
That's
wrist.
so
Like that.
sick.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
You like look at your wrist in the game
can
and
mute
stuff,
it?
the mute button is.
Oh, what?
No,
Freaking cool.
Mute it. Oh, where is it?
I muted it. What's up?
Alright, you should flex super hard like you have a really good hand.
Like I have what?
You should pretend you have a really good hand next turn.
One more time. I'm sorry.
You should pretend you have a really good hand next turn, like verbally, and make a big deal about it. See how it goes.
No, that's not a good idea in this lobby. If it were a bad lobby, I'd do that. But these people are actually chill.
I want to play some Beat Saber.
What am I supposed to
For you, this podcast at some point.
Yeah, we should do that before it gets too late.
I'm
We
down
can,
for that.
we can play Beat Saber all night long, but Brian does want to go to bed at some point.
For
I
sure.
do, yeah, I like doing
I
that.
will not be going to bed.
I need to, like, I've been feeling, I don't know, I need more sleep.
Are you doing your work tomorrow night?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to. What?
Open?
Yeah.
At the cafe?
Oh, I don't know. Is the cafe closed?
I don't know. It's probably the cafe closes like 6 o'clock tomorrow.
Yo, I would be so fucking happy.
Alright, I'm gonna play one more
Very
hand.
positive they do.
Dude, if I have time to go on a hike and
Because
then.
you know, my Christmas, whenever I worked Christmas Eve there, the shift was always like 2 hours longer because it went till like 5 or 6.
That would be fucking dope.
Yeah, like 90% sure. Unless they changed something this year, and I wasn't aware of it. I also haven't been there in 2 weeks, so it's hard to know what's going on there.
Yeah.
Yeah, go hard on that hand, Ethan. Pretend it's
I'll just
dope.
text.
Pretend it's crazy.
What do you mean?
Pretend that hand's sick. It's your last one.
Kyle, that's a person that I work with. Yeah, I'm just texting.
You have 2 aces?
No, the mic's on, Michael.
Oh. There's another ace in the middle. That's 3.
I really want someone to come over to ask questions. Like Chris or Emma or something who doesn't know this thing.
That for the last episode.
Dude, that hard.
that's
You
a
have a
good
ton of
idea.
aces. Shut.
No, thanks. Alright, that's it.
Yeah, Showtime. I'm going into work tomorrow.
Or are they good?
I'm pulling.
Or is he that shit hit?
That's awesome. Now tell him you lied and then leave. Tell him you had 2-3 offsuit.
Tell my mom's my sister.
Tell him, Ethan.
I have to go.
Oh no.
Alright. Brian, what's going on? Your score.
I just started. I'm not really sure what's going on much either, honestly. Ooh, look at that. I picked Thunder Thighs. I don't know what that means, but
How's your creature doing?
he's alright. He's making
Is
moves.
that evolution this time?
Yeah, Ethan,
Yeah,
you
I
been
was
following
doing
you?
a second ago, yeah.
My phone? No, it's upstairs. I can grab it.
Can one of you guys just check my stream real quick for me and see if it's working?
Did you know Michael went on mission trips and tried to tell people evolution wasn't real?
I didn't try. I did tell them.
Really?
Yeah, it's working.
No, I didn't say that. Okay, thanks.
Did that work?
Yeah, I convinced like 100 people.
What did I ask that one kid one time when I asked you, how do I say, like, good kick? Or I asked you something simple and you told me a Spanish phrase, then it was like, I like to microwave my tongue. Or something weird. Do you remember what the phrase was?
We only taught Ethan one Spanish phrase, and it was me gusta manzana.
Oh yeah, you said that today.
Yep. Whenever I say that, people are always impressed too. Like those people today, they're like, yeah!
Speaking our language.
Can you imagine if
Yeah,
someone's
I'll
like,
stop him. Who did pick you?
I like
it's crazy to me
apples.
that he was actually able to be like noticed in New York.
That takes a lot.
Yeah, you have to really be a crazy person for people to actually look at you. Like,
Did you see the way I walked all day?
yeah, but still, like, there's so many crazy. Like in New York, when you see crazy people, you just avoid eye contact at all costs. Like that's it. You just don't. There's no like.
I need you to know that I lived in New York for about 3 years and I've been there a bunch. I have never seen anything as cool as that fucking security guard, like, escorting us inside and getting us tickets. That shit was rad.
Another thing that I think really helped with people interacting with us is that I wasn't like asking them for stuff.
Yeah.
I was just having fun.
I gave you $1. It's so funny.
Okay, I'm gonna close.
If I ask people for like if I instead of being like, do you have any gears or bolts? If I was
Yeah.
like, will you support my performance? People would be like, oh, thank you, but I don't have any cash on me. They check all their pockets. They'd be like, oh, I just had $1 earlier. I did that to someone today.
What did
That's
that kid
hilarious.
at Belvedere Castle say to you? I missed that. He like said something, then he walked away and he like wouldn't engage with you after that.
We gave him a dime.
He gave you a dime,
Mhm.
and then what did you say after that?
Ethan started talking about how the human money is worthless and it doesn't make sense that we have currency.
Ethan, can you pass me those
And the
headphones?
kid was like, not having
Which
it.
ones?
Simon's. Yeah, the ones that are there.
The kid's like, I can't form thoughts past A and B.
Just
That's
take my
perfect
dime.
for talking to a robot.
Binary thoughts.
That is exactly what I'm saying.
Oh wait,
Hey.
no, you're in trinary. I forgot.
A,
1,
money.
2, 1, 2.
A, money
Wait, you know what
is
I mean,
not
like-
valuable. B, Trade is valuable.
What was that dude's name that we went, whose house we went to? What was the dude's name whose house we were at? Where we dropped you at? Shower?
Dom.
If you had fucking kept the robot up talking to Dom.
Oh god.
That would be so
Hello,
awesome.
I am Ethan.
That would be
And then,
cruel.
and then
You're
after
coming
Ethan
after
showers,
for
he
help,
asks
like-
him for money.
Will you support my performance?
No, or you get out of the shower and you're all clean. You're like, oh, dude, like, I was fucking terrible all day. And finally feeling like myself again.
But people didn't really give me that much money. Do you think you have like $1 to
Do you have
spare?
like $2 for the Subway?
I'm just trying to get a beer.
You do the robot thing, and then the second they're like, "Oh, that's so fun! Like, can we take a picture?" You're like, "Yeah, but can I get some money?" Like, you just immediately
imagining,
drop
and I
it.
didn't see the girlfriend obviously, but imagining the girlfriend just arms crossed in the corner, like Christmas sweater on,
gross.
just trying to watch Elf or something,
L.
No, it kind of worked out.
Fuck.
and she's
It
like,
kind of worked out a little
"What the fuck is
conveniently.
this?" What?
It worked out a little conveniently because
Michael
their
Gerry.
Wi-Fi was out, so they couldn't really do anything super
So
fun.
they had no entertainment, so it looked like some freak showed up at their door. That's great.
Do you guys have headphones?
Oh, yeah, look at
Or
mine.
did I like
Where's
I said,
the
I have
mics?
extra headphones. but-
I can remote in.
You want a pair? You
I
want a pair?
can remote in.
Is my parent?
All right, so Ethan's not participating. Ethan's not.
Those are
The-
mine, right?
Yeah.
This is all banking on everybody having seen that one bit from today. Like, I would like, on a more serious note, like, I would like the podcast to be
Am I plugged in
accessible for somebody. Yes. I'd like the podcast to be accessible for people that have never once seen the stream. To be able
Oh
to,
yeah, for sure. So I'll just I'll
Like
be
my friend James.
I can start by saying like, I am a robot, and then it all makes sense.
You cannot wash off my.
In December
Internal
2019,
hardware.
Ethan and Christian went to New York City and got spray painted silver for a day. He became Ethbot, or what do we call him? Ebot?
I call him Eva. I
He
think,
became
yeah.
Ebot. I was broadcasting on 24/7 after Very My Life was streamed. In this podcast, we strive to understand why he did this, why was he dumb enough to agree to do it,
And whether or not the human race will be exterminated by him and his kin.
and what long-lasting effects having spray paint in his ear and his brain will have on everyone else. This is Once Upon a Time with a dumb fucking idiot.
Alright, help me test out a little bit beforehand so this time.
Testing.
Actually, I'm gonna write myself a little guide so I don't. I'm gonna write which is plugged into where.
Are there any mics that are supposed to go to certain people?
Not necessarily. I think that these are gonna be a little more sensitive, so it might be easier for you
Yeah.
to
Take one of
have
those.
good like mic etiquette, you know.
Mike.
Mike.
Red leather, green leather, blue leather.
Is that how we're testing that? That's what we're doing. That's what this is.
Should we not do our normal vocal exercises?
I think we already did this bit last time.
Oh.
I'm gonna have to go pee.
Ethan, could you just scoot all this so it's like facing us from like
there?
Yeah, it's better. Maybe a little bit more.
Okay.
Which wine win the
Are we still filming this, guys?
the wailing whale?
Sure. If you, yeah,
I don't care.
that's up to you.
What are you gonna do with the film version?
What am I gonna do with it?
Yeah.
That'll be the behind the scenes, like all the parts I edit out. You can find the film version and be like, this is what they didn't want you to see.
Well, let's talk about whether or not the film thing is even plausible. Did you already plug in headphones for me?
Yeah.
I have headphones.
Okay.
Let's talk about whether or not it's even plausible. So, if we were to edit it, we don't have time to edit it together anymore.
Right.
So, how would we go about editing that?
I like if it's easy enough to switch between camera. Like all I would really be doing is editing the audio and then switching camera whenever somebody's like talking. If that's easy enough to figure out, I wouldn't be opposed to doing it on my own.
I think you should. I think the first question you need to answer is like, what would you do with the video version? What would be the benefit?
I think it could be like you could use it for the YouTube channel or something like that.
Yeah, you can give that as a little sorry video when you charge everyone January 1st.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so one thing.
Here's a bonus.
Actually, I
also
think
thinking maybe
I think
we
the
could
video. I think the video might be a bad
I'm
idea.
so sorry.
'Cause the video would pull traffic away from the audio.
True. Yeah, that's true. But also, yeah, you're right. If it was like the
We were
first
considering
episode, I would
doing
say
a
maybe, because then it would get
pilot.
people hooked and then they would go, you
Whatever
know.
you use it
Yeah.
for,
Yeah,
whatever
you
you
might be
want,
right.
but
That's
Here.
smart.
So we don't even need to set that stuff up.
Okay.
Actually, I do want to grab some B-roll
Oh,
because I
man.
didn't get B-roll of me
Sorry, guys.
participating yesterday.
I
So
forgot
I'll
to
just
turn it
grab
on
my
the
camera
can.
and the tripod's already down here
Pilot
real quick.
episode where it's really bad.
Oh, also, I had another idea, by the way. Is remember how we were gonna do like the analysis part together for this one? I think it might be a fun idea if I edited it and then sent it to you guys, and you guys could do the analysis part on your own without us.
I don't even know if they're gonna have time to do that though.
Oh, okay.
No,
I don't think that's a good idea.
Oh wait,
'cause your
okay, wait. I
analysis
shut
is
it
the
down
best
before you
part.
answered. Hold on, he said he can do it.
I'm willing to. I mean, we can make time.
It takes like it'll take an hour, not even.
Yeah,
I
and then
don't
you
have
can
any
just send it to
problem
me.
with
I'll
doing,
edit it.
like,
and,
I don't have
all
any
that
problem
stuff,
with
but-
the action of doing it, but I think that your analysis is one of the best parts, and I would want to hear what you have to say.
All right. Well, maybe we'll.
We'll analyze the analysis.
Yeah. Yeah, and then we can just go back and
we'll
forth
send it back to
forever.
you
Yeah.
guys, and you can go back on that one.
I know that we're down to give you guys as much content as you want, but
Yeah, give me that tent.
Getting jokes for nobody
Jokes for you.
in the category of you.
Jokes exclusively for you and the Earwolf subreddit.
Get that tent.
That tent.
Okay, let's see, what colors are these? Alright, so you're perp to perp, that's good.
Wait. Okay, so remember you made that joke about bathrooms in Central Park today?
Yes.
My searches related to my search history. Belvedere Castle Admission Fair, we went there today. Bethesda Fountain Fair, we saw that today. Cruising Central Park.
Yeah, and that's my fault? Is that what we're...
Yeah, because fucking Google heard you on my phone or whatever.
Right, so I'm the one who made your Google do that. That is what we're
What are
going
you doing
with?
to my computer, Brian?
Yeah, right. Definitely,
All these
definitely my
gross
fault.
search results.
Of course. Yeah, I know, I can't believe I did that to you. I'm really sorry.
My friend texted me when we were out getting food. Should I even say this story? Probably. It's kind of funny, right, Lauren?
I don't know what the story is, but
My
sure.
friend texted me when we were out getting food. She's like,
So yeah, definitely.
I've been watching all day. This is crazy. I'm like, yeah, it's pretty cool. She's like, I just checked out his Pornhub. So I was like, oh, cool.
Can I turn this light up?
Yeah.
I was like, that's
Simon,
cool.
is it okay if I turn this light up?
Turn down a little bit. It's too bright.
I can't take footage.
He said, can I turn it up? And you said, turn it down?
So, yeah, you want footage? Yeah, sure.
I can turn it down.
Nah, that's fine. That one's just right in my eye.
We gotta get that
Oh, I got
footy.
you on that.
Do you want to, is there,
That's good. That's perfect. I like that.
is there, do you want to put like a lamp in the corner or anything like
Absolutely
that?
not.
Does this turn?
It's for the footy.
Can I turn this?
You gotta get that
It goes
footy.
one way and not another. Oh, like that. Yeah. Sorry.
Stop.
Thought you meant.
there's a local College Station podcast that told me they wanted to have me on,
Okay.
and then I DM'd them about it, and I never heard back.
When was that?
It was like 5 months ago.
Damn.
Yeah.
You want to hear our working titles for the podcast? We told Ethan them earlier.
Okay.
They're not very good. They're terrible. The Waking Life stream, because we were trying to tie it into that movie Waking Life.
What's that?
It's like a movie about stuff that I don't know how to explain.
Okay.
Live from College Station. Live from College Station. Live. The presentation of self in College Station. Under the Texas sun. Which is a pun for Under the Tuscan Sun. Which Brian was like, no one's going to get that but you. It's like, what, no one watches Diane Lane movies? It's a wonderful film.
I don't think anyone knows who Diane Lane is.
You're crazy.
Well, I mean, okay, anybody in our age bracket.
I do.
Michael, do you think you're going to be leaning back or forward?
Forward.
And then Creepy Peeper was the last one.
What do they use the titles for?
These are the working titles.
Yeah, that was when we were trying to come up with a title like his podcast.
Can you guess which one was Brian's?
Wait, these are the ideas besides Once Upon a Time?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Under the Texas Sun. I like Under the Texas Sun.
Yeah, and then top one.
Ethan, can you bring this?
Alright, let me get some testing then.
man, while we're
Michael,
Michael, actually, never mind. It's fine.
Testing testicle.
Yeah.
I almost started doing it. I almost just started programming these immediately.
Do you want help with that?
I can hear my mic already.
Good.
Is this the one that does that?
Yeah, who needs you anyway? No, I can plug in somewhere else, but
Michael, would this be any worse over here?
what?
Would this be any worse here?
What, the live stream thing?
Yeah.
Was it no good? I mean,
You can
it sounds
move it away.
fine.
Just don't pull this phone off the thing.
Oh, this is you
I'm gonna
testing?
go like this for now.
Oh, okay.
I'll move it.
I kicked it off that flip flop too. That was better.
Okay. Oh, Michael, can you talk in your mic for me?
Testing, talking into the mic, talking and speaking into the mic.
Are you gonna? You don't really do a lot of like vocal like for me, like I yell and then get quiet.
Yeah, I'll probably talk like this volume the whole time.
Cool.
Okay, is it cool if I turn it a little bit just so
Ethan,
it
I'll leave a little
grabs a
lower.
better frame? I just looked at the stream on here.
Turn that however you want.
Can I do this?
I popped in on the stream when you were sleeping.
Was it cool?
Yeah. I was kind of disappointed nobody asked me to masturbate on it, so I just went ahead and took the initiative there. You might get kicked off YouTube for that one.
Oh, you mean like you went into the video?
Right.
Yeah.
Alright, it sounds and looks good to me, and the framing's good.
It's not that. Are you trying to do something with that? Because I think that new batteries.
No, I was just curious about the side click.
Oh, side click is cool. I have one upstairs too. They're like universal remotes that clip on or removes.
That's neat.
Yeah, it's super dope. You can program to anything that's any of these buttons to any infrared button or to any button on any infrared remote. So like the one I have is like sleep timer, like volume up and down on my sound bar, power on my TV, like all that kind of stuff.
It's a great universal remote.
Yeah, I literally like, cause like I used to lose my remotes all the time because I had 3 of them, and since I've gotten that, I never lose it, and I like my other ones are just sitting like in the same spot. So if I did lose it, like I have, you know.
Nice.
Yeah, it's actually fucking awesome. Ethan, can you do a little mic testicle?
Yes, for sure.
Okay. Oh, actually, could you pick your phone up really quick for me? Oh, I got it.
Yeah, also phones are not ideal around the audio equipment. It'll make it like crackle and stuff.
Can I put this here? Is that okay?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
Let me go to the bathroom first.
Yeah, it's probably smart.
We should move these kombuchas probably. That'll make things simpler.
Where's the lid for this one?
I don't know. Right here?
Coo! Yelling, I am yelling.
Yeah, but I also kind of think that there might be something to be said for the fact that, well, I mean, you know,
Let me
Michael's
push
like,
back on that a little bit. Oh, sorry.
well, Michael's like, you know, he's been kind of weird lately, and
Lately.
oh, definitely. Oh,
That's such a
definitely.
good point, yeah.
Is this you testing?
I totally agree with that. I'm just giving the reactions I would normally give.
No, that's good.
Here, do you want me to say testing? Would that be better?
Wait, can I? Here, let me see.
Wait, I don't think I was.
Can you
close
peel that
enough
up on
to
your
the
mic? What does it say? Just peel that thing up. What does the mic say? SM48?
SM48.
Cool.
And it also says, sure.
48. Sure.
Sure.
Michael has the same one, but he's a lot louder. That's my fault.
Michael, you sound a lot smarter when I hear you through this
Speaking,
microphone.
Speaking through the speakerphone.
Dude, this sort of audio just gives you credibility.
It really does, yeah. I agree.
Like, usually I'm really stupid, but today I smart.
We're just gonna turn this all.
Where is my kombucha?
Did you bring your phone down here?
Yes.
Can I see it for a second?
Yes. You have to take one more piece of paper now. Other one.
Yo, I found my hipster glasses. They're in Ethan's room.
That's very good, Simon.
What were they doing in there?
I don't know, man. What were you doing with them?
I love that sub bass. That's so dope.
I just scrolled down in the Google Doc and I found the softballs from when we needed them. When we thought we needed them for the first time. We talked to Michael.
Oh yeah, that was funny.
Favorite food, meal, or restaurant? Favorite movie? Any movies you missed in What do you look forward to after the project?
Jesus
is
Yeah,
Christ.
we thought that was gonna be a necessary thing.
Favorite
But...
musician?
I
What's your
should-
favorite style of music?
I should-
And we had the
touch
softball ones. Oh, no, that was for Mrs. Gary, wasn't it?
No, we had softballs for her too.
Yeah.
I don't even those are. I guess I'd check out.
I'm gonna set some
softballs
stuff
first.
right here for.
I don't remember what that was a reference to.
That was a newer joke.
Yeah. Where is?
I think that was just in reference to the pre and post bathroom cam, maybe.
Do we have? Oh, mom questions. Let's see if there's any softballs in here. Oh, ask how the surgery went for brownie points.
Yeah, that was you. Yeah, that was
me.
definitely you.
Guys, I just got a crazy idea.
What's that?
You can just keep it here if you want to check periodically.
I wouldn't put.
Oh yeah,
for the-
yeah.
To make sure that the audio's up.
Maybe for discussion after phone call. The Black Mirror episode Archangel. We tried to do that twice and it failed every time.
Yeah, I took that out. It was just annoying.
You guys tried to ask me about that?
No, he kept like bringing up this Black Mirror episode, but it like didn't matter.
It was like a very. I was trying to make some sort of tangible relationship.
Wait, the Black Mirror episode is like somebody implants chips in their kids and they can watch their whole kid's life essentially, and it's like.
we were trying to somehow apply that.
But it
to
doesn't have
life.
anything to do with this.
It doesn't have anything to
It's
do
just
with
that they're
It's
similar
such
concepts.
It was such a loose thing. We tried twice and they failed both times.
So I just got this crazy idea. What if we could access all of our money from our phones?
And
Like
then
if,
we can
if
like.
we didn't have to have any physical money on us and we could just use our phones for money.
So we're using like what, like dick pics or like what
Like if currency
was just dick pics?
was not based off of paper, that would be amazing. Think about
Currency's
how
not
convenient
paper.
it would be.
It's not based off of paper. What?
I just saw this stuff.
Can you imagine? Like you're going to buy a coffee and you don't even need to bring cash. You can just use like some.
I can't imagine. Oh,
Thanks.
Michael, you mind grabbing me one too while you're up?
Yeah.
Thanks, man. Pick me a rando flavor or plain, whatever.
Although I have water.
Just get the whole thing. Just bring the fridge.
Bring a case.
Yeah.
We're gonna crush a case tonight.
Crush. But not in a fun way. We're crushing a
Do
case
you
of
remember when we were
seltzer.
bringing? Oh, I guess you weren't there. We would bring cases of seltzer, the 24 packs, over to Andy's when we were doing like the 5-hour board game that day.
Yeah, I remember.
We crushed seltzers.
Thank you.
We crushed 24 pack in
Trade?
3 hours. What do you have?
Lemon lime?
Yeah.
Genius.
I don't like grapefruit. I don't want to buzz it.
I love grapefruit.
Well, I didn't buy this, but
That's perfect.
well, no,
If you
yeah,
having
okay.
girl problems, I feel bad for you, son.
I got 99 problems and.
Grapefruit is 001.
Okay, that's funnier than mine.
Yes, I know. That's why I interrupted you. I knew I was going to
Guys,
nail
there's something
it.
I have to do for an experiment. It's just like an audio experiment to make sure everything's right. I'm just going to test it to see how it goes.
Nobody
Michael-
wants to hear you poop
Michael,
on fucking
could you,
mic.
Could you hold this mic for me for a
That's not
second?
true.
Could I use
Wants
your
to hear him
Could I
poop.
use your jewel real quick?
Yeah.
I have to see if this sounds any
Is
different.
my Mac charger on the ground? Where I need it. Can you plug it in?
Coop.
If it's
Okay, I did do it right that time.
Pitch shifter.
Ethan, can you do me a solid?
Speaking to it.
Hello, my name is Ethan, and I like to run to the store and get lots of fruit there and stuff and things like that.
There was so much smoke there.
Can you plug this in the back? Just try not to. Oh, thank you. Try not to cross it with the microphone cables if possible. Obviously, it's going to do some crossing, but as little as possible. It's the top one. I guess I can move those all down. Doesn't really.
Can I just push on the thing? Will it not go the other way? Do I have to hold it or can I just push it in?
What?
Do I have to hold the thing while I push this cord
Oh
in?
no, yeah, you can just push it.
Are you gonna have your questions up?
Yeah, I'll help out.
Also, you might think, oh, you plugged it in.
I just wrote. I mean, is this all our questions? Okay.
Okay, so I kind of want to start this off with a question I have for you guys.
Ugh. What? What's the problem?
I need to plug this in.
No, I don't care. I don't care about your things.
So just real quick, my question is, what makes you think you're so special, huh?
Where do you get off?
You think you're some sort of tough guy, yeah?
What gives you the right?
Huh? You think you can just make jokes about me and my people, huh? You must think you're real tough because I'm shorter than you, huh?
Where do you get off?
I ain't gonna be so short to you when you're on the ground looking up at me.
You're tall already, dude.
That's right.
And don't you forget it.
My license says I'm 5'10".
Careful, Ethan.
I put that down. I never changed it. No one said a question yet, so that's my official height.
One sec, I'm gonna do an impersonation of Michael's sleep streams.
It sounds like the regular
When
stream.
is he gonna wake up?
Did he pee yet?
All right, and then Michael's sleep streams with text to voice on.
What?
I don't know what the fuck you're doing.
You guys are the chat. Text to voice. Or
Hey guys, what's up?
When does he shower?
The audio's not working again.
Where can I see the not safe for work stuff?
I wonder how much they hate this. Wait, what's he doing? Why?
This seems fake.
This seems.
Wait, I see that one all the time, which I think is hysterical.
It would be a really shitty fake thing.
Oh,
Whoa.
you knocking forks over there?
that was Harley jumping down.
Alright.
You should let poor Harley. You
Wait.
should let him out. He sleeps for so long.
That was a question for Harley. Okay. Should we do it? Should we do the thing?
Yeah, I'm down. I
We
think.
could keep fucking around. No, I think we should do it. The more you fuck around, the harder it gets to be serious.
The
Frick.
first question I have is, why are you still here? What is that from?
And the second question is leave.
All right, when we start, just let me start. Give me a heads up so I can turn my camera on.
Okay. Yeah, turn on that. That'll force us to be better.
Oh, I think I'm too goofy already.
Yeah, way to go, Simon.
Should I put my hipster glasses on?
What?
Should I put the hipster glasses on?
Put them both on at the same time. Get as many glasses as you can.
Or no, Michael, where are the hipster glasses?
Maximum sight.
Are they real?
I mean, the prescription glasses.
Whoa.
Let's see.
I can actually see.
Oh boy. That's what happened to me. I was doing a bit. We were at like a bar with our friends, and there was like a really long menu, so I kept like doing kept doing this and like flipping it over and shit. And then one of our friends was like, "Oh, here, do you want to try my glasses? Like, that might help." And like I was joking, so I was like, "Oh yeah, definitely." And I put them on, and I was like, "Oh fuck." And he's like, "What?" And I was like, "I can see better. Like this sucks."
That's hilarious.
So yeah, it turns out I gotta get glasses at some point.
What
Probably
about,
shouldn't
what
be.
about LASIK?
What about it?
Or contacts.
Fuck all you. No, I've always like, you know, like when you were a kid and, or okay, maybe I'm just describing an
When
experience
you were a
I
kid,
had.
you really wanted glasses?
No, when I was a kid, I would see other kids with braces and I thought they looked cool and I wanted braces and then I got them and I was like, these things fucking suck. But I feel the same way about glasses.
Why would you trigger Michael by talking about braces?
My mic is
What?
thirsty.
You call him your mic.
You're gonna give him IBS.
My mic is also
All right.
thirsty.
Question number 1. When did you realize you had a problem with poop?
Come here. Here, Mike.
First one for Ethan.
Yeah.
When did pooping problems start?
Yeah.
Is this why you didn't want to do the thing on GoFundMe? You didn't want everyone to know about your IBS.
Okay, number 2 question. What's up with your number 2? There was a joke. I knew there was a joke there. I had to find it.
Can I hear number 3?
Number 3 is, you know.
Haha,
always-
I win.
Number 3 is always be nice to pigeons.
Oh, the old rule of twos.
Yeah, the old comedy rule of 2s. Comedy rule of number 2s. Yeah, classic. Okay. Anyway, so Should we do a high on or yeah? Yeah, I guess so, right? At the beginning?
Yeah.
Okay, guys.
Ethan's clicking.
Yeah, he's not gonna make this easy, is he?
That's
Okay,
what you
yeah.
get for the IBS
And
jokes.
let me say one thing, by the way. It doesn't actually happen because it's not a natural way to have a conversation, but try to let like one person talk at a time. Like you feel free to interrupt if you have
Okay, that
something
sounds
to
good.
say. Nailed it.
I feel like we could actually answer all this stuff and still keep with the goofy stuff.
Yeah, definitely. I'm not. No, we. Can,
Oh yeah, I totally agree with that.
We can still. God damn it. All right, let's start. Let's do the thing. Okay?
Also, I should leave like really short breaks between audio, right? Because that makes editing easier.
Yeah, that's.
Okay, that
perfect.
sounds great.
Yes.
Yeah, no, but actually, the
What?
leaving breaks is really nice.
Play the song so we can get in the mood.
Oh, you know what? Actually, I'm gonna give you guys a warning for Michael's audio. Michael, you should also probably hear this too. Never talk while Michael's laughing because it makes the audio cuts impossible, and his laughs are just so hard to cut. It's like
yes,
consistent noise.
Agreed. And I've had this argument with Simon as well. Yeah, because when you keep laughing and pulling the mic away, and then I'm like, oh, it makes it impossible to cut, and you're like, oh, look, it's funny.
I do like it. It is funny.
No,
It's
I like
fucking
when
difficult
he
to cut,
laughs.
So we should not laugh.
No, laugh a
Yes.
lot. Laugh a lot.
Don't experience joy anymore.
All right, give me more of amoxicillin.
Do you want me to pull the mic away when I'm laughing?
I like off mic.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Because it's still gonna come through on the mic. The thing is, it bleeds into the other mics.
Yeah. Okay.
So
Gotcha.
Well, I don't think laughing is the
Wait,
the
Brian.
problem. It's laughing and then audio starting
Right.
in the middle of it.
exactly.
Brian,
Right.
do we want to do like a new intro over this with the song?
What was that fucking zing coming from?
That'd be cool.
What do you mean? Oh! I see what you're saying. Well, we can write it later. I mean, but yeah.
It's lame. You can always take it out and do another one.
Can I be silly during the intro,
In
or do I
December
need to be serious?
2019, 2 losers showed up at my door and stayed for way too long.
Oh,
Yeah.
you can do
It's
that if
funny.
you want. Okay. So you want me to play the
Oh, I'm
song
doing
and
it?
then?
I don't want to do it.
Okay.
Just play the song. We'll do it later.
Okay. I think that's a better idea. Is this it? I don't remember which one it
By
was.
the way, you didn't stay too long.
No, it's not this one. It's
That's the exit song.
It's this one. Okay, after this, I'll say hi, whatever, and then we can go.
Okay, I was really stupid and tried to do something stupid. Put a camera on, no one cared.
Yeah.
Let's fucking Ethan carried him around and no
Put
one
it-
cared about him either.
Put a second camera on. Finally, a couple people cared.
Then more people cared. If people want to see us more stuff, so we put more stuff on.
No,
Then we started driving around a bunch, and now he's here. This is once upon a time in College Station.
that's the end. That's the end of the podcast. It's over. The end. Okay. Hi, I'm Brian,
I am Simon.
I'm Michael.
I'm Ethan.
and today we've got Michael and Ethan with us. So,
In studio, quote unquote.
yeah. Why quote unquote?
Not the studio.
It's a studio. I
In
think
studio.
a thing where you do stuff is a studio.
So as we said last week, all odd objectivity is out the window.
Yep.
We started a podcast about a stranger and a sidekick stranger,
Right.
and now they're sitting on my foot actually, so very close to me.
A lot of people would pay to have Michael sit on their foot.
Dude, I could sell this foot now. I could sell this sock now.
Oh man, as if I haven't already been selling all Michael's socks. Anyway.
Yeah, you're gonna get back to Texas and you're like,
Oh, God.
where's all my fucking
Dude, I
clothes?
lost all my socks. What
I've
about
actually-
shoes, too?
I've had a few socks go missing.
Well, they're not missing.
Just like stay off eBay. They're not missing.
Ethan Bay. Yes. eBot Bay. Download home.
I'm kind of insulted that you would sell my socks on eBay, not Facebook Marketplace, because you could get a lot more money for them on Facebook Marketplace.
That is kind of insulting, honestly. And not because not because of my familial heritage this time. Alright. Yeah. Unnecessary.
So, for those of you who aren't aware, Ethan and Michael have been here for 5-6 days. I don't know how long.
Probably like 2-3 years now, it seems like.
forever. It's been
Yeah.
it's been a surreal
Uh-huh.
few days.
We
a lot of
both
fun.
We both quit our jobs
We
and have
basically quit our jobs.
uprooted our lives in
Yeah.
order to facilitate these two strangers' trip. And we're regretting it.
Can we keep it objective,
But at
please?
least we get a podcast out of it.
Yeah. Yeah, we might not use it though. You know, probably not gonna be good. So, I mean, this dude's fucking freezing cold, no socks, and taking shits every 15 minutes. I don't know how long it's really gonna last. Live
So this will probably
audio
be,
shit. What?
This is probably this was probably gonna be our final episode for a while.
Well, I would like to do a follow up once it's over,
I
but
said
yeah.
for a while. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, we might
Yeah.
do it. Whatever, yeah.
And then that could be kind of like the
And
last
then
one.
we'll track Michael down wherever he is in his
Mhm.
Prius.
And then we'll be doing other episodes from our car when we're following Michael. Yeah.
I just want to put it out there. I don't think it's very funny that you guys make fun of a serious health condition that I endure every day.
Well, I'm gonna have to disagree with you, and I'm gonna cite Michael as my evidence. He seems to be having a grand old time.
At my expense.
Yeah. Well, everything's at somebody's expense, isn't it? All funny stuff, at least, is at somebody or something's expense.
All right, can I start with a question?
Yeah. What do you got?
Do you guys think that we should add Obama to Mount Rushmore?
I think we should add Captain Crunch. Really. What realistically, what has Obama done for me? You know, Captain Crunch has provided many a good morning.
I would put my entire savings account to getting a giant crew of people to add Captain Jack Sparrow to Mount Rushmore.
So now we're getting Disney on there, huh?
It's like $15.
Which you can watch his movies on Disney Plus for $6.99 a month, unless you have the better deal.
Only $6.99 a month.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, as well as up to one new original TV show in the near future.
There is literally 5 coming
There's
in the next 2 years.
And we wouldn't say this if we were sponsored. We're not sponsored. I just want to put that out there.
Why would we even get
We're absolutely not sponsored by Disney.
No, we just love Disney.
If you want a free month of Disney Plus,
Okay,
use
all right.
offer code.
Everyone shut the fuck up! You're ruining my show! Okay,
This is my show now.
so why don't we start... This is gonna be impossible.
Hey, so you were like suicidal. Talk about that.
I don't know why you bring that up.
Yeah, that wasn't funny.
Not so funny now, isn't it?
You know-
Suicide kids.
I'm just gonna sit this one out.
Yo, off the record though.
All right, you know what? I don't want to hear jokes about that. I got stabbed in the gums by somebody trying to kill me, and I barely survived. I was just trying to avoid future instincts. I think he's bipolar or something.
Instincts in the future
Yeah.
are very
What
different.
are you highlighting right now?
I'm just making the font bigger so I can see it.
Because you need glasses. Fucking blindo.
I do need glasses.
Blindo the robot.
How is that funny? How is that funny to make fun of me for a condition that I have?
That's off limits.
Off the record, delete it, start it over.
Okay, now let's just do one thing about Simon real quick.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I mean,
I've told Ethan a lot of stuff off mic that he has now got damage control on.
Well, now I'm on.
Ammo on, I should
I'm
say.
on 1, 2, 3 mics. So, what was that noise?
that was your fourth mic. Okay, let's get a clean cut for a second.
Circumcise this shit. You know what's coming?
Just stop. 1 second. Okay. Why don't we start, Michael? Could you outline your maybe emotional state at the beginning of the project and how that's kind of changed over the course of it?
I think my emotional state at the beginning was, it was a lot of excitement and optimism, and it was a very volatile time, like a lot of roller coaster emotions. It was a more fast-paced, chaotic lifestyle, so I think it led to that. And then obviously I took a break from like a lot of the activities, just like a lot of activities in general. I just took a break from like a ton of stuff and spent a lot of time like just working, so that was boring. My emotional state was like, pretty stable and like bitter and sad, and then later on I started feeling a little bit better, and now I'd say it's like, you know, relatively stable. The only really bad times are when there are problems with the stream. Really bothers me.
do you feel like you are in a more comfortable, like I guess less volatile, like even when things are going wrong, is it not as bad and it's more kind of leveled out where it's not, things aren't so monumental when they do go wrong, like even with the like we experienced today, right?
Yeah, I think I'm in a better place to handle when things go wrong, so it doesn't affect me as much, but I mean, it still affects me a lot.
And that actually also brings me to another question I had, which is, do you ever feel any like resentment for the stream and what like you have to do to keep it up?
No, I only feel resentment, like, in terms of in this year, I only feel resentment for the externalities that cause the stream to have problems.
And do you ever feel at all like overwhelmed by, like, do you ever have a moment of like near like kind of like anxiety attack of just like maybe something goes wrong with the stream, something else goes wrong in your life, and you're just like so overwhelmed, like you don't want to deal with either of them, you know?
I don't know if I necessarily have moments like that. I have times when if I'm fixing the stream, then and things are still not working, that's like, you know, obviously I'm panicked as I'm like trying to figure out, and like, yeah, you know, A is not working, B is not working, C there's problems, like right now I'm a little bit panicked because there's an audio problem that I don't know how to fix, and if I had to replace that piece of equipment, like as soon as I can get it would be like the 28th, so I don't really know how I'm gonna fix that.
And how does that affect your like view of the stream? The fact that, because it is, you know, all encompassing. That's part of the point. So having problems with it is also part of that experience of doing it. So does that kind of, do you think that having those problems undermines it at all, or is it part of the thing as a whole?
Honestly, at this point, it's part of the thing as a whole because this is where technology is. But in a perfect world for this project, or in like a few years, then it wouldn't be a part of it. Like all the hard parts would be relational and privacy based.
You said that you're in a more relatively stable place, and the only things that kind of upset you are stream related. Does that mean come January 1st that you think you're going to be with no stream to like have to handle and all that stuff? Do you think it's going to be even better for your mental health?
Yeah, I think immediately at least. Like I think that, I mean, it might sound like a joke because kind of feels like a big vacation, but I think that I need a vacation from the stress of like dealing with that all the time.
Ethan, does any of that trickle over to you? I mean, obviously the problems with the stream probably aren't as important to you as they are to Michael, but do you still, does some of that weigh on you as well?
Yeah, I definitely can't interact with Michael in the same way I can if he's having problems with the stream. Like, not only is there a problem, not only are our conversations worse, but also there's like this small incentive for Michael to not have like an important conversation about it while there are problems with the stream or while he's uneasy about it. So most of our communication in that time is like just not super effective. And then like if things like that line up with me being stressed or stuff, like bad moods carry over, or like there's like a small like grudge thing that carries over days or something like that from like unpleasant interactions, and so that aspect definitely carries over. I really don't like it when Michael has problems with the stream because it affects like how we interact, as would like if Michael had a bad day at work. If he worked a normal job and he came home, it would also be bad. So it's not just stream related, but since the stream does have like a lot of technical shortcomings at this point, I think it happens more often than other types of things.
If this makes any sense, when the stream has problems and I'm like trying to solve them, I must just try and press like a pause button on everything I'm doing.
Right. I think I was getting that vibe from what Ethan was saying, that you don't want to do anything of importance that wouldn't be documented. You want to make sure that. So does that kind of get in the way of anything? I mean, obviously you have a life where you don't have too many like immediate responsibilities that you need to be there at this time, you know, so you can kind of hit that pause button a little bit maybe easier than other people might be able to.
Yeah, that's true.
So, I feel like I asked a question at the beginning of that. Now I forgot what it was already. Okay, when you are alone, does it feel like you're in private, or does it feel? Do you still feel the weight of the stream being there?
I think for the most part, it feels like I'm in private.
And does it so it has the same effect of, like, for me, I need to like decompress a little bit and be by myself, and that isn't affected by the stream.
I mean, actually it might not be. I mean, it's like, it's almost privacy. It's like, it's more privacy than if I was here with you guys without the stream. You know what I mean?
Right.
So did it take you a little bit of time to like when it first started? And yeah, granted there weren't that many people watching, but did it take some getting used to knowing that people were watching versus now I'm sure you don't care at all?
Yeah, I used to feel bad if I would like ignore chat or if I would just not answer what people were saying.
Was there a tipping point there where like there was one day where it was like, okay, now this is too much?
Yeah. I mean, gradually I started to realize that, like, in a lot of situations, social situations was the first step. I was like, all right, I have to prioritize that first. But when I was doing a lot of painting and then my life was like pretty lame and that wasn't that fun, then I was like, you know, I have to just kind of do what's in front of me. I was like, there's not an option for me to be both like putting all my energy into chat and that. So I was like, just deal with what's going on.
Do you think that participating in the chat so much affects the integrity of the stream at all?
That's a good question. Yeah, I think that, I mean, in a way, it makes it like a project that doesn't have any, I mean, that does have like outside influences, so it's not, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think that the way that I've handled it is I've lived my life in a normal way, but also I just lived my life in a normal way without ignoring the fact that I'm live streaming my life.
Well, I mean, it almost seems like it might be even worse to completely ignore it, because doing the stream is part of your life. So you know you can't really, other than not telling anybody that you're doing it, somehow having a hidden camera and like you know there's no way that's not going to affect your life. Like as we've seen, just going around New York with you, you're constantly getting hassled about it. Although people are really understanding, surprisingly.
Yeah, I mean, didn't really run into anything, right? I mean, well, nothing that didn't get solved.
Right. It was all kind of like silly, like just people that were more confused than upset.
Can I ask Ethan the same question I just asked Michael? That did you have to get used to knowing that you were on the stream probably more than anyone this year, besides Michael, of course. Did you have to get used to? Did it take some getting used to knowing that people were watching? Did your behavior change at all, or did you kind of just always work just cool with it?
I was holding that burp in for a while. Yeah, to answer that question, being on the stream, being on camera actually for me puts a little bit of pressure on me to be goofy, but so does being with people. I guess it was a little extra incentive at first, definitely. Like if you go back to those first streams when I moved out there, I was definitely more goofy. And I think that had something to do with being on the stream, but it also had something to do with not interacting with Michael for a while. So I was really like thriving in our relationship. I would say that when it comes to the chat thing you guys brought up, like the interacting with chat and the integrity of that, I definitely think that it's almost unavoidable to go to chat for affirmation at sometimes. Like earlier today, I noticed this and made a mental bookmark of it. After I did the robot stuff, I wanted to see the chat to see what people had to say about me doing this robot stuff.
Definitely. I found myself doing the same thing too.
And I've noticed it with you guys, actually. I've noticed that you guys will like to go to the chat. Like you bring up the chat sometimes in conversations. And I feel like with most people, they want to know what people have to say, especially when they first get on the stream. And then as time goes on, you get a lot more used to it. So I think it's like most things where once you've been around it enough, you come down to normal like over time.
Do you know what's really funny is that I think maybe we asked you, or maybe it was his mother. We asked like something along the lines of like, what did you think about being on the stream? Did you like watch yourself back and like kind of? And they're like, no, absolutely not. I don't remember if that was you or Beth, but I mean, experiencing us on the stream this week, I had zero desire to go back and watch anything.
Oh really? I kind of want to.
Really? Okay, so there we.
I am not like. I don't really care. Like if everyone hated me in the chat and like.
No, I'm not talking about chat. I'm talking about just watching it.
Well, I'm just saying like even if I looked really bad or I was like not acting in a way that I liked, I still want to watch it. Like I don't know. I maybe that's just like a little bit of a narcissistic tendency in me, but.
And I'll bring this back to us again about I told you, or I mentioned in the previous episode that it is kind of nice that you two have this kind of like year documented, that even if you guys in the future go your separate ways, maybe stay in contact, are still really good friends, or maybe on other sides of the planet, whatever it is, you still have this year to go back to and all these great memories. And I feel like that now, and like I'm trying to think like, the fun we had on this trip, like it's all there. It's gonna be there. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's dope.
Yeah. On a smaller scale, anyway, compared to what we were talking about.
Right. So at this point, Ethan, you said, you kind of don't act very different or anything. And when the stream ends, Michael will be gone. There's, there's a lot of things changing in your guys' lives, but let's say Michael was staying there, would not having the stream affect your life in any way?
I actually think either way is going to affect my life in some way. I think I've gotten kind of used to the idea of my life or most of my interactions becoming content, which is something I really enjoy. And I think it actually gave me an excuse to not create my own stuff or like want to create my own stuff, because I had this and I thought this is such a cool form of content. Like this is way better in terms of genuinity than anything I could produce. And so it was really nice. It was kind of an excuse for me not to make my own stuff. But there will be no content coming out and an audience like wanting content. And so I think there will be a lot of pressure on me to make more content out of anything. So I think that I might act on that impulse a little bit. I'm not entirely sure, but.
So you're saying that there might be kind of like a creative void that you're going to want to, that you're going to feel the urge to fill?
I wouldn't say it's a creative void, because a creative void is like an inside or an inward feeling, in my opinion. I think it's more of a like giving content to people.
Well, but I mean more so in the fact that you have a creative outlet in being on the stream, and you can be creative and look back on it, but now that creative outlet will be gone. So now that's more what I meant by the void. So now you're gonna have to find another way to be expressive and creative. Or I guess I'm asking, do you think that you're going to try to continue being creative, putting out content with the absence of this?
Yeah, I think I'll put out a lot more content after the stream is over, partly because the stream is over and partly because of less time constraints.
Gotcha. So what are some of the more meaningful moments or experiences that you guys have had because of the stream? Obviously there's things that have happened during the year that have nothing to do with the stream, but that's something that specifically happened because of the stream.
We got a dog because of the stream.
So you guys wouldn't have done that otherwise?
Yeah, it was Toby's dog.
Oh,
Yeah.
right, true, yeah.
I'd say February was a lot more meaningful than it would have been without the stream. Both of us took valuable lessons away from that, both of us in different time, but I think February would have kind of been a little more brushed off, maybe hidden in our memories if it weren't for the stream.
Do you think that the behavior would have continued for longer?
Maybe we should clarify the behavior real quick. It was like binge drinking, being ridiculous, testosterone pumped idiots, kind of not caring about anything. I figured maybe we should throw that out there, because February is just a month.
As opposed to now.
Honestly, I don't know if that behavior can really continue forever, but I think Michael was having a lot of problems with the stream, wasn't doing the project the way he wanted to, wasn't time stamping, and that as well as the relationship tension that was building was what got him to leave Bloomington. And so I'm not sure if the behavior would have continued perpetually. I think we both had kind of end dates for that, but I think the stream was a big factor in that.
You got anything to add, Michael?
Yeah, I would say that it was gonna. I would have taken a break regardless, but it was more about like whether that was a permanent change or not. Because once I was taking a break, that's when I looked back, and that's when I was like, oh, I actually don't know if I want to do that again.
So yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that the project caused the behavioral change, but maybe facilitated or expedited.
Yeah, and maybe cemented.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Do you think a trip like this is more meaningful if it's on stream?
More meaningful. I mean, I think that if you were talking about meaningful experiences, this trip has got to be like in the conversation. Probably top 3.
Cool. I wasn't fishing or anything, but
Top 3. What the fuck else is there?
I would say that February and Dogwell were good.
Yeah, and also when we fed Harley.
That fish.
No, not the fish. The eggnog.
Eggnog, that was huge.
people thought you
People thought
guys
you were
were
drunk.
yeah.
I was. I had like 3 glasses of eggnog.
Yeah, I was hammered off eggnog and
I think
hoverboard.
Simon texted me and he was like,
Well, because I watched it for 2 seconds and all I heard was eggnog. I think I was on my way home. I don't remember. And
why would I know that?
Oh right. We're playing this off like you don't live with me.
Why would I know that
Oh,
you're on the
shit.
way home if I lived with you?
Cut that out. Yeah, and I remember turning it on. I was like walking in my car from somewhere, and I heard eggnog, and I heard you like freaking losing your mind, more so than I've heard in a long time. I was like, oh shit, are they fucking drunk? And I saw something, a comment in the chat was saying like, are they drunk? And I was like, I texted Brenda, I think they're drunk.
Yeah, well, you guys were just being extra silly though, I think.
Yeah, it was funny.
So, do you guys have any expectations for what the project might look like, or what kind of experiences you would have, or what the community would be like, and were any of those expectations met or, flipped over?
Do you want to answer that first?
Yeah, I first thought that... Actually, let me restart here. Just give me a sec. A little break. A little easy to cut out that weird thing.
Not when you keep talking.
Yeah, I actually thought... Leave that in, you motherfucker.
No, now that's all staying. Yeah, that has to stay. Of course.
Yeah, so I actually kind of expected something similar of the audience. I expected it to be a better YouTube audience than most other channels. I actually didn't have much exposure to the live stream communities or any IRL streamers, so I didn't really know what the community was like there. But I kind of expected it to not blow up in like subscribers or views, but to blow up in like engagement. Especially like percentage wise, I thought that people would really get wrapped up around it. When we first talked about it, Michael actually didn't want to have a chat. He was gonna stream it without a chat. He's like, I don't know if I can handle a chat. That would be a lot of interaction. And I was telling him like, you have to have a chat. That is gonna be like one of the biggest proponents of this project. And so I think I kind of predicted that correctly.
Yeah, you were right about that.
Well, I mean, there's pros and cons, right? I mean, like pros being that you have more involved people. It's more accessible for new people because there's the helpful nature of the chat. But on the other hand, like we were talking about before, it will inevitably affect you.
Yeah, that was a...
So
I mean, if that was the case, if there was no chat, it's obviously possible that there would still be a following, whether it be like a subreddit or something like that. But it would obviously be way less. I mean, like you said, like new people coming in and being, what is this? That happens all the time. I see that all the time.
Yeah.
Also, if we didn't have a chat, we wouldn't have friends like Naomi or Toby or Josh. I don't think we would, because a lot of the first interactions, at least that I had with those people, were through their engagement in chat.
So what do you think that those relationships will be like after the stream ends?
I think that depends on the people and like if they want those relationships to continue or not.
I mean, how much of your relationships with them, though, revolve around the stream and what's going on in the stream and things like that, and how much of it is personal?
Let me make this comparison to when you quit a job and you want to, I love this coworker. Let me like definitely be friends with them after I leave my job, and then maybe hang out with them for a couple times after.
Or maybe you don't, or definitely you don't, because that never happens.
Or I mean, it happened with me, and then I realized all we were talking about was work, and then we never hung out again.
Right. It works out 0%
That's
of the
my
time.
example.
I think I actually talk about this a lot. I call it like friends by proximity, and I've had a lot of those in the different places I've lived. And I think if I were to guess, I'd say Michael is definitely less likely to have the same friends by proximity in the case of the stream than someone would in the case of work, because these are like-minded people with similar values, like he said before. And so I'm not saying that they definitely would stay friends forever, but I think the similar values thing is what creates like a real friendship, and I think that exists more so in the stream than in a workplace.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, I think that's true.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, like to what Simon said with the coworkers, for example, a lot of the time it's not that, or in my own experience, it's not that I don't like it. Like I thoroughly enjoy the people and like I like spending time with them. It just the fact that we're not around each other just kind of, like even one of my good friends who works at Chimney Rock, he only works like 1 or 2 days a month now, and I almost never see him, even though we used to hang out all the time, like several times a week. You know, it's not that I don't still love him and he's still not one of my good friends. It's just like when, like when we're not around each other, it's just more difficult to hang out, and then we, after, however many times of hitting somebody up, then being like, I'm busy, then like you just kind of stop, So it's not like a value judgment of anything or of the people or of the friendship. It's just the nature of, I mean, it's up to how you guys are really and how they are,
What's his name?
T-Mac, what's up, T? Yeah, he might.
Does he listen to this?
No, definitely not. 100% no. He's not that
What's
kind
your
of a
least
friend.
favorite thing about T-Mac?
His stupid bald head. I wish he had some hair.
I mean, that's kind of out of his control. That's pretty fucked up.
No, he shaved it. I mean, he has some hair. It's just not a lot, But he went full Joe Rogan on him.
I don't know, man. I would never say something like that about my friends.
Yeah, it's because you're too busy on the toilet to hang out with him. Kind of set me up for that one. You backed me into that corner, and I had to dump it out,
Yeah.
Like he does on the toilet.
Well, Simon has.
I was doing that joke, Simon.
What up?
Simon has too many boat decorations. Just want to throw that out there.
Boom! Got him. Okay.
I didn't decorate the fucking house.
I have a question for Ethan.
Crazy house.
Let's talk binary for a second. 1-0-0-0-1-1-0-1-1-0-0-1-1-0-1-0-1-0.
Error. 1 2 1 1 2 2 1 1 2 2 1 2 1 2 2 1. Translating. 0 1 1 0 0 1 0 0 1 1 1 0 0 0.
I fucking love trinary. That's fucking so funny.
Can I ask you Ethan a question?
Yes, you may.
One of my questions? Oh, sure.
What was your favorite trip that you took to the East Coast this year?
Just one of them.
I think I might have had a layover on the East Coast on the way to Southeast Asia or Europe. Yeah, I had a layover on my way to Europe, so that one was pretty nice.
That was just a bathroom. That was just a bathroom stop.
You made them land the plane.
Ha ha!
This is my new favorite joke. Fuck the Indian joke. This is the best one. Okay, all right. Let's walk it back a second. How well would you guys say that your fans know you? Not the ones that you communicate with necessarily, but the strangers who spend a lot of time there. How well do you think they know you at this point?
It's hard to say, because if I don't talk to them, I don't know. But I've had situations where people reach out to me and say, I've been watching this for X number of months, and then they recommend like a book to me, and like the way that you thought about this was this, and I'm like, whoa, you definitely see things the same way I do.
So usually you're saying it pretty well.
Yeah, I've seen examples of it being pretty well. But
What about you, Ethan?
I actually think that a lot of the viewers on the live stream don't know me super well. I think they know like sides of me.
Sidekicks.
Yeah, but I don't think they know me extremely well in terms of like getting to know a well-rounded version of me.
So they see kind of one side of you, basically.
Yeah,
Or not- not one
it's
side.
it's not that they only have one side to see, but there's one side that's definitely like emphasized, and that carries over to like their impression of me. I don't know how well somebody can know me without being around me. I
Mhm.
feel like a lot of things come from like silence and body language and things like that. And if you don't have that, which I don't really think I have much of with the stream, it's harder for you to get to know someone.
Well, I mean, it's interesting because a lot of the stream you're seeing Michael's like arms, whereas for you, you can see your whole body, you can see your body language, you can see your facial expressions. So some of that might be better signs and codes to maybe get to know you. That's why I was curious.
Let me throw a little sociology out there. Front stage, backstage behavior. We talked about this. Maybe we didn't. Maybe it's just the
Yeah,
pilot.
no, we did.
Okay.
Yeah, we did.
While we're seeing Michael's front stage and backstage behavior, generally, if the only time we're seeing Ethan's obviously when Michael's there.
Right.
So whether Ethan knows it or not, he's gonna be
Well, we're
have this performative nature on it. We're not performative, but he's gonna be performing this front stage behavior of, I am now friend of Michael.
Right, well,
friend of Michael mode.
everybody acts different when they're in different situations. You act different at work than with your family than with your friends. So we only get to see the Michael Ethan.
We don't get to see, the Davey Ethan or the Ethan behind closed doors by himself.
Right,
playing
or the-
League of Legends or whatever.
If I imagine the camera being on like the chair of the desk across from my desk when I'm working on stuff, then I would say they probably would get to know me very, very well, because I think that is like the component that the live stream does not see very much of. They see Michael coming into my room at like 6 a.m. and I'm like, I don't want to talk right now. Like, just leave me alone for the rest of the day, which does not really give any insight to the situation,
Yeah, totally. Alright.
Let's see what else I got here.
Do you guys think that obviously we've had some of our friends who are worried about this, but do you guys see the archives as having any effect on your future maybe career ambitions or things of that nature?
Yeah, for sure. I've kind of talked to Michael about this before. I kind of had this revelation at some point, I think, or this change of mind where I sort of decided that if someone were to watch some video of me doing something and they decided he did this and I can see it and therefore we should not hire him, then I don't know that person and I would get along well in a workplace. I think that somebody can see something, or if I tell somebody everything I've ever done is on the internet, pretty much. Everything bad, everything good, my behavior is totally shown on the internet. And they saw the bad sides of me and they thought, that's not good, but people do things. And that doesn't take very much away from what could be good in this situation. I think that would provide a really good work relationship between me and someone.
But on the other hand, there are many employers that might be okay with your behavior, but just not the recording of it. So you could lay out all of the things that you did, and they might be like, that's cool, just don't do it here. Like, as long as you're professional here, that's fine. But the fact that it's archived makes it a little different, because other people. So I know a friend who got a job doing cocaine and then the guy hired him, right? Now that's different than if the guy saw him on video doing cocaine on YouTube, right? Like those. So it's not necessarily the behavior so much as it is the availability of it.
Are you saying that the problem is that if it's on video, then it could be associated with the employer?
Right, or it's just an unnecessary risk.
I think
they're going to be intrinsically linked at some point if you are a long-term employee of a company, and then suddenly there's videos of you. I mean, look at people who are like, oh, there's this like video came out of this person doing this horrible thing, but then it was 5 years ago, and they weren't even working for the company, but they still try to get them fired from the current job,
Right.
And now the current company who had nothing to do with the 5-year-old behavior, we're like, oh, okay, like we're distancing ourselves.
as opposed to a workplace, let me put this in the context of electing a president. People like let me get your guys' opinions. If you were to hear about a president doing something like this
grabbing
president,
someone by the pussy. Or...
no, like this president has an Instagram picture of him with 4 other dudes holding handles of vodka when he was 21.
Right.
And somebody posted that, and it was like an attempt at libel. How would that affect your opinion of the president, or the president candidate?
Well, me not at all, but that wouldn't be true of.
I don't. I think at this point, like that doesn't even. That's not going to mean anything anymore.
Well,
It's so timid. I feel like.
Agreed, but the president is a job that people get to vote on, whereas in the private sector, it's not. It's not quite the same thing.
Well, I bring this up because I think that that's the way the world is going. It's like these small instances where things are recorded. People understand that everyone has done things, and if you haven't done things, there's probably something wrong with you.
No, I agree.
And so I think that like maybe a 45-year-old might not hire me, like a 45-year-old with this conservative view of like media and stuff. They might not hire me because there are recordings of me doing stuff. But I don't think I would get along with that person because
Right.
I don't think we're like-minded.
Well, but the question really is like if you have a stack of applications, like let's say you have 20 people that you're working with and 19 of them don't have everything they've done bad on the internet, and they've done worse things than you. It's just like, well, why even bother with looking at the 20th one? And again, I agree with you, and I do think that you're right, and I also don't think that it's that big of a deal, and it will affect you, but that would be the framework by which you would look at this scenario, you know?
I genuinely believe that my application will never get hired over somebody else's. I'm always going to have to meet people in person to have any advantage anyways. So I guess that's the only counter argument I have to that.
Fair enough. Michael, you have any thoughts? You think it can affect you negatively in any way?
Yeah, I think it would affect me negatively a lot. I mean, I said in the last one we were doing, like, talking about ruining lives, like, this ruined a lot of potential lives I could have, but they were all ones that I was willing to sacrifice, and, like, there's no job with an employer that, like, I want anyways. Like, there's no career path that I'm going to go down that this would close the door to, so.
Okay, cool.
That's a fucking trailer clip right there, dude.
Yeah, that's a good answer.
Mark that shit.
Time out real quick.
What's up?
I just have some gas. I need to burp it out. Has to come out one end.
Yes.
I wasn't even gonna do it this time. That's so funny.
I was talking through a burp earlier. Did you hear that?
Yeah, a little bit. It's okay. That's how it goes. So some of the people that we talked to.
Can I ask a goddamn question?
Okay, yeah, sure.
it's like Brian and Ethan podcast.
We're both just so aggressive. Because when it's just me and Simon talking to somebody on the phone, we can make a lot of eye contact and like do like you know what I mean, like do eyebrows at each other and stuff.
He was doing this a lot when we were talking to your mom. It was weird.
She started it.
Obviously.
Obviously.
I didn't take my exams.
Okay, so some of the people we interviewed. Some of the people we interviewed thought.
Wait, do a clean one.
Can I burp again?
Yeah.
It's like stuck in there.
Stuck in there?
It's stuck in there, yeah, it's stuck.
So there's stuff in there.
There's stuff in there too, it's paint.
Some of the people we interviewed thought that some of the negative comments and dishonest fans may have jaded your perspective. Do you think this is the case?
Could you clarify my perspective on what?
Brian, why don't you clarify that?
Yeah, here we go. Okay, now I can ask my question. So they kind of seemed under the impression that some of the negative feedback or just negative attitudes of some of the people in the chat sort of made you, I think somebody used the word withdrawn and less open and maybe kind of marred some of your optimism that you seem to be able to hold.
Yeah, I think that a lot of the optimism that
Sorry.
We were doing this in the beginning too.
If I was holding any optimism, or like if I was holding optimism, then it was only like in the face of what I think is the like overwhelmingly overall negative reality of the project, which is that like your reputation is going to get twisted. Like there's no doubt about it. It's going to be, and for some groups of people, you're going to be Hitler. Like I'm going to get Hitlerized. You know what I mean? At some point. And
you got the hair for it. Is it gonna turn into me roasting everybody?
And so I think that like when I see aspects of that, like my expectation for it, which I think is right. I think my expectation for what's going to happen is right. And when I see aspects of that happening, like, you know, people who are close to me starting to like get swayed by like someone's chat in the comment or someone's chat thing, and then it's like a snowball effect of like you don't even remember what the original event was all of a sudden. That again, like total microcosms of that effect, but when I see that, then it's just confirming the reality that I would expect to happen.
Right. It's like when people have a really shitty like dog eat dog worldview, and then somebody fucks them over, and they're like, "Yep, I'm right, and that's why I'm never gonna be a good person because like exactly what I thought was gonna happen is gonna happen." There's a little bit of that.
I mean, yeah, but it's not like that. It's not like I'm like, oh, like now I'm mad. Like I started the project, and I know enough about media and the internet to know what happens if you do something like this, and so it's not like a grand like social philosophy. I feel like.
But do you think it has made you less willing to be vulnerable, maybe in new relationships, or to like give more of yourself, or let people in easier, like as if you're like putting up walls a little bit more than before?
Yeah, that's interesting. In the very beginning of the year, if you guys watched that live stream announcement manifesto, that was like peak vulnerability, and my aim for the year was to be like a lot more vulnerable, because in the past I've been like just so secluded with my emotions and stuff that like no one ever knew what was going on, you know. And I think I kind of tried to do that for like the first month and a half, and then it's sort of like all the reasons that I was originally not doing that like surfaced again. I was like, oh, that's now I remember, that's why I didn't do that, and so I just kind of like reverted back in that way. But that was life, not really the project.
When you made that manifesto video, what was in your mind? Can you get into that headspace again and tell us what do you think the best case scenario?
Just ask the whole question again, please.
When you made that manifesto video, the manifesto live stream announcement video, if you could get into that headspace again, what in your mind do you think when you made that was the best case scenario for how this would all turn out versus the worst case scenario?
I mean, I think ironically, what I have here, what's happened is close to the best case scenario, because actually the worst case scenario was that, and this is my greatest fear with doing the project, was that it would go so well and it would be such an overwhelming success, and I would realize everything that I wanted in life in the span of 1 year, and then there would be no comparison to that afterwards.
So your biggest fear was kind of having this be the peak of your life.
Exactly, yeah.
So do you have any plans, like I know that your future looks pretty open now, but do you have any plans to try to eclipse the heights that you've gone here? And I don't mean in the same space, I just mean like emotionally speaking.
Could you explain more what you mean by that?
Like something else that feels like it has more value or more meaning, or that like that you'll look back on and be like, that was the best thing I ever did.
This was rewarding.
Right. That was the most rewarding thing I did. Not so in the way that you thought this project would be your peak, do you have any like ideas or plans for what the next peak or might be?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any ideas that I think are bigger than this one, but I would be surprised if I didn't come up with something better. I mean, I came up with this when I was like 21 and like super drunk all the time, so.
Do you see you continuing in the space of either like video content or of just being kind of a personality, and those two being separate? Like you could be either behind the camera or in front of the camera and not doing any of the technical aspect, or not a camera at all, or writing, or you know, whatever, but just being.
I mean, I think I'll keep making projects, but the only thing I would say is that like kind of like the reason that I thought that this year was going to be so successful is because like this one, I feel like it's something so big that tons of people would just happen to be really interested in, And so, while it's something that like I'm passionate about and I think it's a genius idea for a project, I think it would just line up with something that like millions of people would want to watch. And clearly that wasn't exactly the case, but I think that maybe some of my future projects might not have that same potential.
So what do you think would happen if it did reach those heights after the stream ended? Like all of a sudden it's over, and now let's say ABC News, picks it up or something, and now it's a global thing where now all the archives are getting hundreds of thousands of views. How do you think that affects your life?
I haven't given that much thought because I think that it would probably depend on what I'm doing at the time as well. Like if I wanted to have a lot of publicity and then there was publicity, then like probably be a good thing. But I think there's a chance that like if that happened, then I might just want nothing to do with it.
I mean, let's say it happened in February or March, or let's say it happens in March. Like, do you use that momentum to parlay into something else, or are you gonna kind of stick with like, okay, like I'm still done with that for a while. I want to explore, relationships and stuff.
Yeah, I think that I probably wouldn't be able to say just because I'm like not totally sure what I'm gonna do, but I probably wouldn't have the biggest motivating factor for what I do next be like whether or not I have a way of like
momentum.
I also think that something like that would be less of an incentive for Michael to continue the project than. Here, let me reframe that. I think that if Michael were to be streaming during that time because he wanted to return to the audience or because he realized he'd like it, that momentum might affect him positively. But if Michael's not streaming at the time or not planning on streaming, then a wave like that isn't real fanship. It's not like what the project is about, usually. It might bring more real fans, but that's kind of like the NSFW wave that came where it was a lot of people interested in the project, but that's clicking on a David Dobrik video. That's not being interested in the project and Michael as a whole,
Right, that's just one very specific aspect of it.
You think that's true, Michael? To some extent?
I'm not totally sure what you're saying.
He's saying that if people came because it was like a national news story, it wouldn't be. That would be the part they'd be coming for. It wouldn't be for the whole stream. It'd be for the spectacle.
What would the spectacle be?
Just the fact that all these people are now finding out about it and everyone's looking at it and talking about it. Just to be a part of the spectacle as opposed to having the actual interest in what the stream and what the project is.
Yeah, but I think that if it did get covered by a big news agency, I mean, actually, I guess I really don't know, but I think that if a lot of people saw it, then like there would probably be more people who were interested in the idea of live streaming a life for a year straight.
Michael, I have a question for you. Are you more sure of your personality, maybe relating to your personality projected to other people, but also just your image of self after this project than you were before this project because of the fanship you've gotten? Because of the people who like genuinely appreciate who you are, or at least seem to?
I don't know about that. I don't know if it's like fanship, but I'd say that the fact that the community is a good place like makes me feel better about who I am. But that only goes to a certain extent.
What do you think will happen to the community?
I think I don't know if you mentioned it, Simon, on the podcast or not, but you were talking about how like after TV shows are over, then there's people who they still talk about the TV show and they might do like rewatching parties and stuff.
I mean, if it's good.
but it's obviously not the same as if the material's coming out and like everyone's talking about it and looking forward to the next one in the series. But I have no idea. I mean, if the project gets a lot more attention, then the community would probably get to a size that it hasn't been before, regardless of the fact that the project's over.
I could see someone taking all this stuff, like taking all the videos you have on YouTube and making it like week one and just making it 2-3 hours long of like the things, because you obviously don't need to see all 8 hours of you sleeping. You don't need to see you at your computer for 6 hours of the day, but they.
Or you pouring fucking cereal over your goddamn milk like a crazy person.
Right. I think there's a real possibility that someone could potentially edit all those weeks down into a somewhat easily digestible 100 plus hours, 100 couple hours, you know, and then suddenly you've got like we're doing a rewatch party, like have week 1 done this week and it's 3 hours long or something, you know.
It could almost be like episodic in that.
Yeah, I mean you could build an arc out of it maybe or something.
Yeah.
Holy shit, let's do it.
Oh yeah, that's it.
Okay, let me ask you this: knowing what you know now, you're nearing the end, of course. What would you do differently now if you were starting this next year? And I mean that in a technical sense, and I mean that in kind of the emotional headspace sense as well.
If I were starting one more year of live stream in my life,
No. If you were starting the live stream, if you didn't do it at all, and you were just starting on January 1st next week.
But maybe you had this knowledge of, you know, try to imagine this little scenario.
Right. So, okay, maybe a better question is, what advice would you give somebody else who's doing it?
Or if you could go back in time and give yourself some advice.
Right.
What would
Stop
you be doing?
drinking.
What would you be doing differently if you, at the start,
Hold on.
technically and emotionally?
Wait, that's not good. That beeping was like in the recording last time. It was very annoying, and I don't know what it is. Sorry, son. Can you just ask one more time?
So let's just say that you could go back in time and tell the stream's obviously nearing its end. The stream's obviously nearing its end. If you could go back in time and, you know, tell yourself at the beginning of the year maybe some things you know now, what would you be doing differently? And I mean technically, and I mean like, you know, in the emotional sense as well.
I think it's a better question if I were to do it like this coming year, like what I would do differently.
Okay.
Because I mean, it's hard to say like go back and change the past because I like the lessons that I learned from doing the way I did, but
Of course.
I think the biggest things, immediate things, like I know better ways to set up the modems so that they don't overheat, keep the software on the live view unit up to date so that the USB modems aren't useless, carry both batteries at once rather than switching, have backups of the equipment, download the streams, like a lot of practical stuff probably.
Is there any like non-technical?
Can I just get resituated really quick?
You may.
Right at the end of this.
Yeah.
Damn, this is so good. I can't leave that.
We can just move this.
That would be huge.
Ethan, do you have any answer to that question?
Things I would do differently, or things I would give Michael advice for?
Or let's reframe it as if you were starting a live stream, at like next week.
First of all, I would never do that in the scope that Michael did. But
Okay, good answer. The answer is nope.
I don't usually say it that way to people in the chat because I don't want to just be dismissive, but I would never live stream my entire life.
I don't think that's dismissive. I think if anything, that speaks to the bravery and perseverance that that Michael has. It's not an indictment on you or live streaming. It's, if anything, a compliment to Michael's ability to maintain such a thing.
And those are both attributes that I severely lack.
There is one, like, sometimes I'll ask people, or when I talk to my friend Michael Bukursky, I would like ask him, you know, what would you do differently with this project? And his most common answer was, I'd have a schedule, I'd have an agenda so that everyone knows what's going to happen when. And
I mean, he'd like post a schedule, you mean?
right.
Okay.
Do you think that's a reasonable thing to adhere to?
Yeah, well, what I was going to say is I think it's almost meaningless to ask that question to someone who's not going to do it or who hasn't done it, because like trying to understand like how to do that within the scope, like the
No,
yeah.
go for it.
Yeah, it's just really hard to like envision what it's actually like to do it, and so trying to say how you would do it differently without doing it is really hard.
Right. I mean, and that's why we're asking you. I mean, that's kind of the insight that we want, is like what kind of stuff are we not even considering about the thing that is most difficult or is most rewarding, or, you know, like this is the kind of information that we don't get from watching the stream, that, you know.
I feel like I have a little more first-hand witness of that than most people. Too.
Definitely.
That's why I would never live stream my life, because I see it.
Do you have any insights maybe that people might not be getting from watching the stream? It's an open question. I mean.
Okay. Is there any sphere in particular that you mean, like?
Well, okay. I mean, how does it feel being meaning so much to so many people? I mean, does the responsibility that you have to, or do you feel any responsibility to live up to the expectations that they have of you?
That's perfect. I wanted you to reframe the question in a way that was a little bit more complimentary towards me. So,
Not enough about him tonight.
Yeah, even a little talky, huh? No, I've been the worst one, if anything.
How much do I mean to people? Can you
I don't know. It's just says,
$367 worth.
it just says sidekick here.
Oh yeah, I actually thought of
Psychic
this.
underlined and bolded.
If I were live streaming my entire life, I actually wouldn't pee on camera. That's what I would do differently. And I've proven that.
Do you think that that's important? Like, if somebody else were to take the mantle and do a live stream and they weren't doing that, do you think that it is less true? And what does that mean about doing a project like that?
I think that the idea of live streaming your entire life is a little bit up for interpretation. So, like, some people might say that you should be showing, like, your text messages and emails, you know.
So what made you draw that line?
The main thing is, like, from the beginning, it's just practicality. Like, I'm not a tech guy, and I hardly, like, barely made this work as far as I have. I mean, it's breaking right now. Like, but then there are, like, other people's privacy concerns that you have to think about, too.
That's exactly what I was going to say. I think that's
Right.
more so than the practicality of it, that's immediately going to be, no one's going to talk to you.
Right, yeah.
So, okay, so then what does...
But, I mean, even if I could do something like, I show what I send without showing what they send or something like that.
Okay.
So what does adding the bathroom cam add to the project? Obviously, that was the idea from the beginning, but it wasn't there for so long. So why do it?
Yeah. Well, the only reason I didn't do it in the beginning was because I didn't know how to do it practically. But the reason that I did it is because I don't really have anything that I am, like, physically withholding from the project. There's no part of me that's like, I'm gonna keep this from the project and, like, put that aside. And so I guess part of it was wanting to display that, like, it doesn't matter to me. Like, it's no difference in my mind if someone watches me poop and then watches me talk to my friends. Like, I've always said that I think it's more startling and more interesting to me the fact that I'm broadcasting my private conversations than the fact that I broadcast when I'm in the bathroom.
Right, that should be the boring part, really, because that's what we're all doing. It's completely uninteresting.
Yeah.
But do you think it adds anything to the project having it there?
Yeah, I do think it adds something. I mean, it takes away any potential for me to have privacy, or, like, it takes away the potential for me to be going to the bathroom and, like, instead of showering, like, I don't know, doing something else.
Totally. No, that makes perfect sense. So it's just kind of a mechanism by which to
Make it clear
completely
that,
legitimize.
Yeah, make it
what
clear
you're
that
doing.
you're not hiding anything from anyone.
Yeah, exactly.
So in being so authentic and putting so much of yourself out there, we talked about how there's been some negativity and how that that changes your general emotional countenance, like, in your life. Do you think that that's a positive change? Like, do you think that that's something that would have happened without the stream? Do you think that has affected you in a way that's going to last throughout your life in a negative way, or it's just kind of, again, like, expedited what would have happened anyway, like when we were talking about the drinking, or is this just a unique experience that's really formative in that sense?
I feel like that was a lot of parts of different questions in one question.
Yeah, I tend to do that. I didn't know what my question was when I started my sentence.
Yes.
I figured I'd get to one eventually.
To be clear, I think that the negativity in the stream in general, which there actually isn't a lot of, but the negativity doesn't bother me. Like, if someone generally comes on, they're like, oh, like, you suck and you're stupid, like,
right.
That doesn't bother me, but, yeah, it's just, like, there's, like, really specific things that I kind of predicted, and then I was like, oh, that's what's happening.
One thing.
No, please.
One thing we talked about early in the year, I feel like this was really early, like summer, so early for me when I came out, was getting to know communities that we didn't know beforehand, and how that was one of the really valuable takeaways of this project. Like, one community that we got to know a lot better was a lot of the gay community. There are people who we met on the internet who we otherwise would think like weird people if it weren't for getting to know them through the project.
Right. And not because they're gay, just to be clear, right?
No, not
or because they're gay.
Not the gay community, but
I do not want to.
But like people with foot fetishes who hit you up and they're like, "Can you send me pictures of my feet?" Before this project, I would absolutely 100% be like, "What the hell? This guy's a fucking freak." But now I would never say it like that, because for some reason I started performing really hard during that sentence. But now I would be like, "Nah, I'm not gonna send you pictures of my feet." And it's like, I'm still open to a conversation with that person. And I don't know if Michael can say the exact same thing, but we talked about we got to know communities we wouldn't have otherwise known.
Yeah, and for me, if someone said, like, could you send me pictures of my feet, then I would tell them it's $20 a picture.
Right.
We would just take care of that on Cash App.
Right. And yeah, you keep sending the pictures just of Google Images feet, and they have no idea.
I think Michael has gotten money for pictures of my feet, actually.
I know I have. I mean, it sells better than the underwear, honestly.
That hidden feet cam we put in both the bedrooms.
Yeah, that's why I took all your socks, to get extra feet footed. Extra foot footy.
A couple people have said you kind of seem bored as the project nears its end. Are you bored with it?
I think that I've gotten a lot out of it that I wanted to get out of it, and so as far as actually having like the camera on my shoulder and stuff, maybe there's not as much, like, it's obviously not as new of an idea after I've done it for like 11 3/4 months, but I mean, I'm still having fun doing stuff like this.
So do you think that not having it is going to be more of a relief, or are you going to miss the community and stuff like that?
Well, let me ask you.
Well, I mean, okay, obviously it'll be both.
I feel like I can speak to this a little bit. I think that there are opportunity costs that Michael has to give up for doing the project.
Right.
And those opportunity costs are becoming more of a cost as time goes on and he gets closer, like being able to look forward to privacy and things like that.
Right.
It's right there.
My pen?
Yeah, I
That's
just
not
wanted
what
to let you know.
That's not what I wanted.
Okay, that's
I
what
totally
I
ruined
wanted.
that little splice
Yeah,
there.
you can keep talking. I'm just gonna keep looking. I'm listening.
Yeah, I have a question for you guys.
Okay.
So,
Did you just do that?
Yeah.
if you were to like make the project, well, if you were to go to the bathroom and would you stream it? And
Mhm.
also, how effective do you think this project would be on your life? But do you also think that if this project were not to exist, media would move to it eventually?
Well, I got a huge one, so yeah, I definitely no.
I was imitating your question earlier because my brain actually got lost during that question. I gave
Mine
up
too.
on it.
No, if you asked me what the beginning of the question was, I would not have been able to
I
answer.
can't tell you any part of that question now. I
I
heard
can't-
Michael's
oh,
answer
no.
and I was like, "What is
Dude,
he
I
answering?"
couldn't tell you any part of the last question that you asked, bro. Something about pee? I don't remember.
That was the point.
Wait, what was the question? Do we have big dongs? Do we want to show them? Is that what it is?
No, the
that
question
was
is
it.
like a bunch of questions that I linked together with
I
butts
think
and hands.
The question was, tell me when to stop.
Which you did.
I've been trying to use that joke since the first episode. That was my first, when we were writing lists of questions for you, my first question is, how much? But Simon was like, you could just look on the thing. I was like, yeah, well, whatever. It'd be funny. Anyway. Simon, you got any questions?
Yeah, I have a follow up to that last one.
And how low do they hang?
Yeah, they touch the water.
Boy, this water sure is deep.
All right, but so you know, like we said, you just kind of said you are kind of maybe a little bit
Gay.
not.
Oh wait, no, sorry. I thought Ethan said that. My bad.
You're like 10%.
That's a good question. Simon, did you?
I mean, do you want to speak to Ethan's point?
Yeah, I'll speak to it. The 1090 thing that people have been bringing up like for months and months.
Okay.
Yeah, we gotta.
That's
have,
really funny. Our conversation with Toby in the living room when we lived in Marv's house.
Yeah.
You said like we were talking about like gay percentage. You're like, oh, I'm probably 1090, and people have been freaking out about that 10% ever since.
That is true.
You guys seem to take special note of that question, or of that response.
Well, we just thought that, or at least I thought that. Well, okay, it's obviously a large portion, not a large, whatever the portion is, of the people that are watching you have a sexual interest. And so when you say something like that, it's provocative to that group of people.
This is literally verbatim what we asked him.
So,
in the first interview.
well, I'm explaining why. So
Let's go.
that's what we found so interesting about it, is like why is clearly there's some antagonism there, whether or not that was the intention, that is the result. That you're antagonizing that community in a like just a little teasy kind of way.
Antagonizing is a strong word, I think.
Okay, so maybe teasing. Again, not that was your intention, but so that's why it makes it an interesting question. But yeah.
What was the question?
90-10. What's up? Sorry, bad phrasing, but
That was great phrasing.
I still don't understand the question.
What does 10% mean?
Thank you.
How far are you willing to go?
I just
Can I make it 20?
I think that I think it was I haven't heard a ton about it. I mean, I've heard like a little bit about it in DMs and stuff since then, but the most that I've heard about it was from you guys in that podcast interview.
We were just repeating what other people were saying.
That's fair.
That's funny.
Actually, I remember listening to that and thinking, Michael kind of dodged that question.
Yeah, I think that like the reason that it feels like something that I was surprised about how much you guys asked about it is because it seems like if I were to say like, yeah, I eat bread sometimes, like tons of other people eat bread, and like I don't know, it felt like just like a non-topic.
Yeah, I mean, to us it just seemed like it was, I guess, just like good content, you know, or just interesting content.
Yeah. That's almost one of the things. I mean, not that like I make an effort to hide anything, but I definitely wouldn't want to like just, I don't know, I definitely don't want to like flash around things that I think are shiny. I want to be like, look at my dangly keys and stuff.
Right.
So.
Yeah, I mean, there's a difference between hiding things and being 100% honest about everything, right? Like, you don't have to go around telling every single person every single thing that you think about them, and that's not being dishonest.
Yeah.
I had my period last week and it was super bloody.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, my name's Megan. Oh, shoot, I should not have said that name.
Yeah.
I just thought of a random female name.
Old period Megan over here.
Dude, stop. Just end it here.
Is there? I don't even know if that's a person. I don't know what I'm doing. You've done this. This is you reap what you've sown.
I changed that name to
Would you
Stacy.
consider yourself 100% straight?
Yeah, I guess so.
Sounds like you're maybe 99.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't rule anything out, I guess, but I've never had any inclination to participate in any gay activities.
I don't know. I think
I like skipping, I guess, but I
99.
don't, WWE's kind of cool. No, I'm just kidding.
I honestly, I don't remember what my answer was to that question, but I think when I see like an attractive guy, I can be like, that's an attractive guy.
Absolutely.
Like there's
yeah,
a small
absolutely.
impulse of attraction there. Like I would never want to like, I don't want to do anything. Like the idea of like a cut rock climber guy,
Right.
like and me kissing is like
Right.
absolute. I don't want that.
Now, if it's his feet,
If he's kissing my feet, that's a little different bit of a story.
well,
But I think that kind of
Harley
exists
might
in
be
most
upset.
people. I think like in the workplace, people are attracted. Like if you're attractive, you do better whether or not it's with guys or
Oh.
girls. So I think that there's an element of that in everyone.
Absolutely, yeah.
I'd agree.
Is that what you're trying to say then with that percentage question thing? Then is that? I mean, because you kind of dodged it again, just now.
I'm happy to answer any question, but I just feel like I would definitely want to know exactly what question I'm answering.
I mean, I'm satisfied, to be honest, but
Okay. That's fine.
But yeah, I would say that similar to what he was saying, like, it's like, just say it, but it's more like spacey. I don't know. That's
Yeah.
a really stupid answer.
Everything's a spectrum.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's
I got you.
that's totally understandable.
This-
And also, yeah, like not a big deal or anything. It's just a point of curiosity, I guess,
Curious.
more than anything.
This brought up a question that I feel like is really interesting. Michael, do you wish that more girls watched? Because you know how I wish more girls watched for you.
That is an interesting.
I
yeah.
wish more girls watched so that way I could have the affirmation of girls watching.
Right. Or and
And
also,
there's like nothing to gain from it. For
also,
me.
like, what would you, if you were getting DMs from girls like you are from the guys, like, what would that look like? Would you be happy with that? Would you know what I mean?
Yeah, and obviously I don't know like really when it is a real girl or a fake girl, but if I get DMs from girls and they're like, wow, like this project is so cool, then it's definitely like affirming. As far as watching, like it doesn't make a big difference to me, like what gender you are, but yeah, if like an attractive girl is watching and she's like, man, this project is so cool, like I want to meet you, then like yeah, I'm gonna feel better about that.
It's interesting. Okay, so
And he's probably going to be on the NSFW cam within a couple hours.
oh, you're doing air horns?
Yeah.
Wow.
What is that? Is that for sex?
I guess I don't know what the hell.
You said
It sounded like one of those really bad like Disney intros
I
where
thought
they
you were
have someone sing over
about
the
Disney?
like they have someone or not Disney the moon with the person sitting on it where you go through.
DreamWorks.
Yeah, that sounded like a really bad like DreamWorks intro.
I thought he was trying to do the beginning of the Curb Your Enthusiasm song.
Nope. We don't talk about DreamWorks in this house.
Okay, so let's talk about the end of the project.
Yeah. So I mean, like you said, you kind of were like, you kind of said you're like not necessarily bored with it, but like it is kind of old now, right? With like the whole backpack stuff and like
Well, the novelties.
the novelty's wearing off. You said, what are your feelings as you approach this end date? I mean, is there excitement? Are you preparing for some unexpected emotions maybe after turning the stream off? Are you excited to turn it off?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to having time doing literally nothing, even if it's only a little bit of time.
You mean like the last year?
How many houses did you paint?
There have been other times in the year.
30?
There are other times in the year where I was like, I could probably be done with this project right now, and I could turn it off. But I think it was kind of a test. Obviously, I said I was going to do it for a year, and I think that completing the project for a year was just kind of a test of like, all right, like stick it out and see what happens. You know, you don't actually know what's gonna happen the next few months. Like, you can think it's gonna be the same, but and clearly that as the months go on, like more interesting things have happened than I expected, and so I would be really disappointed in myself if I had turned it off early. But it's also really hard sometimes. Like, there are definitely really distinct points where I'm like, wow, I wish this project was over right now, and I wish I didn't have to keep doing it. But then especially now, I can think like, okay, I got like 8 days left. Like I can do it for 8 more days, unless of course all my stuff is broken, and then there's
Right.
bigger problems.
So does the NSFW adding that stream, does that factor into the novelty at all? Of it's just another new thing that's keeps your interest.
Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, and that was a really interesting thing to add. I think it would have probably been a little bit more boring had I not added that.
And is that like both the technical side of it, of figuring out how to do it and what site to use and all that stuff, or is that just the doing of it?
Yeah, it would be a really small minority of of the interest being the technical stuff. The growth from it was the most interesting part, because now the community now compared to what it was before I added that is pretty different in size and activity, and I think that's more interesting. It's cool.
The most interesting thing that you've added to the project the most interesting thing that you've added to the project for me was the Patreon. Actually, I feel like that adds a lot of value to my experience, even as like somebody who lives with you. If you were to write a letter explaining yourself to someone, that's really valuable, and it's totally worth the $25 for me. That's like definitely been, from the viewer standpoint of Ethan, that's been the most interesting thing you've added that spiced the project up.
I also think with the Patreon, the ability to give some support in a more in a more tangible way definitely helps with the community involvement and the amount, because it makes it more interactive and fans are able to feel more that they're part of it. And I agree with Ethan that was a really cool thing to do, and definitely helped build the community and fan base stronger.
Outside of the financial support you received from the Patreon, do you think that added a lot of interest or value to the project? Like totally separate from people helping you live, like you writing these letters, do you think that added more responsibility than it did interest, or do you think that added more interest than it did?
Yeah, I mean, it gave me a couple more things to do. Like the newsletter is, it makes it a little more interesting, I guess. I reflect on things a tiny bit more, but I think one of the cooler parts is like it connected me to some people who, like I mentioned earlier, some people who watched for a while and didn't say anything. Like some of those people reached out via the Patreon, and I've had some cool conversations and relationships start from that.
Do you have maybe an example of a relationship kind of along those lines? Not necessarily from the Patreon, but just something that, like obviously, you have relationships with, Shelby, Toby, and Harley and all that. But what's one that maybe we don't know about?
Like someone from the Patreon?
Or, I mean, it could be from something else, but just somebody, I'm saying like something we don't know about that you communicated with them like purely online or something. We didn't see any of it in the stream, but that you've developed a close connection, or they helped you out in a way, or you helped them out in a way, or can you give us an example of maybe a relationship that you formed like that?
Yeah, I could give you an example. One time my faucet, I broke my faucet in my bathroom, my bathtub, and some dude DM'd me and he was like, send me a picture of your faucet, like I think I can help you fix it. And then he told me how to fix it, and then he literally like sent me a letter and told me about how like he was like contemplating suicide and stuff, and like this, and he would watch the project in April when it looked like I was sad, and he was like, yeah, like you looked sad and I was sad, so I was like hanging out with someone else who was sad, and so I guess that was.
So I mean, those kinds of very real relationships, and along with the ones like with Shelby and stuff like that, obviously, you said before it's going to be a relief to take it off, but is having those things out of your life, or I mean, obviously the people you've already met will still be there, but the fact that no one's going to be reaching out to you trying to help fix your faucet, and you wouldn't make that connection. Is that at all like scary to you? Are you going to does that fill an emotional void that you didn't know was there, and then when it disappears, are you going to be left somewhat like searching for a little bit of that? What was the second? That's good.
I couldn't answer that perfectly until it happens, but I think that it's nice having those relationships, but if I had to guess, I'd say that those are gaps that will probably either be filled in by different relationships in my life, or like I won't know the difference after they're gone. I don't know.
Do you think you've grown used to them at all? One of our friends is here, I think. Are we gonna plug her? Oh, you want me to plug her in? Is that what you're doing?
Do we want to?
Good. Yeah, why not? Yeah, so I don't think she's very familiar with it at all, and
Okay.
I think it'd be interesting to get a couple questions
All
from a brand new stranger. Okay. I gotta get some equipment stuff though. If you want to, you guys can feel free to chat.
Do I got some what?
I gotta get some equipment stuff. Feel free to chat.
I've actually been pretty hesitant to, I guess I'll just talk through the mic. I've been pretty hesitant to ask Simon and Brian questions because I kind of think that any question I would ask would take time away from being able to ask you questions, and there are things that they might be able to cover in their portion of it. So I've been really hesitating. Hey, what's up? I'm Ethan.
Hi, nice to meet you guys.
Nice to meet you.
Hi.
What's your name?
Emily.
Emily, nice to meet
Yeah.
you.
Ryan.
Hi, Emmy.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm a little inebriated, but.
Inebriate? I thought she said unaborated. I'm like, I have no idea what that word
I'm
is.
that too.
What is that? Is that a thing?
Yeah, it's a thing.
Where were you?
I was at the tiki bar. Where else?
Oh yeah. There.
Who was
not a thing,
there?
is it?
Yeah, it is.
That girl.
What does it mean?
That's,
Another one.
Ask her.
that's
She's
going down real
inebriated.
fast.
I don't know that one.
The girl with all the tattoos in her legs.
I'm gonna start using that word.
A lot of people have tattoos
Sorry.
on their legs.
Sorry. Such a shit talker.
I don't think Danielle's gonna see it. I think you'll be alright.
You don't know that.
Well, because you're gonna tell everyone. The
Your
only way
guys'
she'll
fri-
see is because you tell her.
So
Your friends have been tuning in a lot while you guys have been on it, right?
yeah.
Yeah,
That's
definitely.
Can I sit here? Is this
Yeah,
my seat?
that's what you see.
Okay.
So Emily doesn't know much about the project besides what I've told her. Right? Correct?
Yeah.
Is that fair?
Yeah.
So you all you really know is
I have
that we
headphones on.
do a podcast about this, and you know what he's doing, basically, right?
Yeah.
So we thought it would be cool to
It's a
get
fitting
some
mic.
questions
That's
from someone who doesn't know anything,
Thank you.
really,
It's
right?
a little sexist in my opinion, but
Like, oh, save the pink microphone in case I showed up.
he actually tried to give it to me, and I said, "I'm not a
How are
silly
we?
woman."
How are we filmed? Where is the camera?
On the chair there.
Where?
Right here. This is the left thing.
So I'm not in it.
Well, you're the one that
Do you want to
sat
sit on
there.
the couch?
No.
You can sit on the couch and I'll sit here.
The audio's in it.
Yeah, the audio's and that's what's more important right now.
Do people listen to that?
Yeah.
They do.
I mean, I think a lot of people probably spend a lot of time watching it, just like having it on a different screen, and like they're not just sitting there max screen like staring at it for
Yeah.
8 hours in a row. You know, like it's a lot of.
And some people have a lot of time in their hands.
Dude,
I'm not
I
saying
laughed
nobody
really
does it,
hard
I'm
at the
just
Discord. I laugh so hard at those images every day. I love that people make them. But there was one
Maybe
that
just
had
keep your mic
pictures that I
close to
hadn't
your
seen
mouth.
yet.
You'll hear it.
And
in
somebody
the
had a
headphones.
screenshot.
Yeah.
Of,
I think I just said.
they had a screenshot of us in the podcast, the Denny's podcast, and I was like, "Holy crap! Like this is insane."
Wait, what do you mean?
You know, like the 8 days left.
Yeah.
If you look at it later, you'll see it and you'll know what I mean.
How do you guys know each other?
Closer to the mouth.
Sorry. How do you guys know each other?
Wait, it's not. Hold on, it's not recording here
Yeah,
yet.
I can't hear you through the mic.
Hold on.
Should we answer that
Everybody
on
calm down.
podcast or off podcast?
Everybody calm
Probably
down.
on
You
the
guys
podcast.
can't cancel it off, right? I mean, it's...
Hold on.
We
I
were
think
in the same
I think
middle
we
school,
probably covered
and,
that before.
we were like friends for a while, and then I went away to high school, and then we went to different colleges. But we started a company together, like a video company, for a while,
Mm-hmm.
and then it dissolved, and we're still friends.
It's so funny that we say it dissolved because it never existed.
Let me see.
The LLC vanished. It.
Yeah.
Ooh.
There you go.
Is that the camera too? What is this?
It's kind of complicated to explain.
Okay, don't explain it.
I actually was wondering the same thing.
Is it a monitor?
No, I'm just streaming two things at the same time because the audio on the main device isn't working.
Oh, so you did do that.
Yeah.
How fascinating.
What'd you say?
So it's very fascinating.
Does it make you nervous to walk in and your first impression is not only filmed, but then you get on and you're like doing a recorded audio thing, you know?
I've been on the Stanley and Bramley show before.
Oh yeah, you were like in
They
studio
called
for
my
a while.
sister on the
That
phone.
was fun. Yeah, we had a good time.
Yeah, so this is not anything new to me.
How was
did you
being
meet-
on this? Oh, go ahead.
How'd you meet Simon and Brian?
How did I meet Simon and Brian? Who did I meet first?
Brian.
I don't think so.
Yeah, you were working with him.
I feel like Brian came later.
No, absolutely not.
Okay, maybe I met
I
Brian
think she
first.
knows that.
I don't know that.
We
Um,
worked
I
at
feel like-
Chimney Rock together.
Yeah, but I felt like Simon. I don't know.
You're delusional, dude.
It's possible. Do I have to hold? I'm holding this. I'm talking.
Yeah, I gotta get
Okay.
you a
I mean, this
headphone
isn't-
thing.
Is it started?
necessarily important, but yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
It's
I
recorded,
wasn't
but-
sure like who needs to know this.
Fucking cut
Yeah,
that.
I guess Brian and I knew each other at Chimney Rock. It was
I
just a
guess not.
restaurant. By the way, Brian, are you working tomorrow?
No.
Chimney Rock's open tomorrow, and I know that because the head chef just told me at the bar.
Cool.
He's like, "Baby, I love you. We're open tomorrow. Come get a penny vodka." I'm like, I might just do that. Merry
A
Christmas to
penny
me.
vodka
I used to get rigatoni vodka for every meal.
to pasta.
oh
He knows what, you don't know what?
No, I worked at Olive Garden, but I know what you're talking
So
about.
you don't
I
know
worked
what?
at Olive Garden, but I didn't pay attention to anything. Like someone would ask
That's
me,
like standard.
someone would ask me about a noodle. They would ask me about like Capricorni or something like that. And I'd be like,
That's an astrology sign.
and I'd be like, oh yeah, that one's really popular. You should probably get that. And then they'd be like, well, how's it prepared? And I'm like, well, let me go ask my chef exactly how it's prepared just to make sure I'm clear with you. And then like I'd go up and I'd be like, oh, it's fantastic. The chef's in the back really, and I, like there's like these grumpy people in the back just like putting like this package and like unzipping it. Then they would dump it in this pan. It would take like 45 minutes.
I mean, at least you did your research. I feel like when I worked in a couple of restaurants since that's where Brian and I met. Was the story here. And I worked at a bar once, and I'm not a beer drinker, and this was like a craft beer bar. Like, that's what they were known for, and they'd be like, oh, well, what's the difference between this and that? And it was like, I just didn't know. Like, so I'd be like, oh, it's whatever your preference, or like I'd go by like what they ordered more. So one time they like kept me there late at night, and they were like laid out, like they were like, okay, like your shift's over, like sit down here at the bar, and they laid out all these like flights of beer, like you have to finish every single one of these even if you don't like it, and they forced me to, so I would have like some sort of experience on all of these beers, and it was like the worst thing of my life, which sounds like a first world problem. I like had to drink so much beer, but yeah.
We actually just got told at my bar that we're no longer allowed to straw test.
Why?
What?
Because apparently the manager, it's funny because the manager or the owner said he was watching the security footage back and there was too much straw testing out, and the night he was watching the security footage out, I had employees come in who would like hold their card out, and I would go like this, and they would put it away after I gave them drinks, and he watched all the security footage, and I'm like, wow, I can't believe he took straw testing away. From now on, I'm swiping the card.
How else do you know what it tastes like?
You just make them because we're supposed to know all the drinks because we've been working there long enough, but I've been bartending for like a month and a half. So, and I make new stuff all the time. Like I love making up shots and I never know what they taste like, but I guess I'm just going to wing it from now on. You can smell them, but that creeps the customers out. I smell the stuff all the time. But
Like
everyone's always like,
cocktail.
no, everyone's always like,
You talking about
why'd
smelling
you
your
smell
crap
it?
again?
And then they're like, why'd you smell that? And I was like, just checking.
Use the mics. Why not? Even if it's garbage.
So was the
still.
problem with the beer testing that you were drunk by the end, so you didn't know which beers tasted good?
No, the problem was that I couldn't swallow the beers because I didn't like the beers, and the reason why is because I'm adverse to carbonation.
So you think there was some bias as it went on when every time you had another sample, it got grosser and
They
grosser?
just started to all taste the same, and by that I mean like they were impossible to swallow.
Do you think that's the new gluten allergy?
I think the gluten allergies are subjective. Hot take.
Yeah, you're not sick.
Celiac is a different story. You heard it here first. Gluten allergies are overhyped.
I have a friend that
I
has
learned that at Jimmy Rock.
I have a friend that has a really, really severe gluten allergy.
That's a celiac. disease.
Wrong.
No, he's
Lies.
not. He has autoimmune disease.
Okay, well, to
So
that
he gets like
person-
new allergies like every month. How do you feel now that you just said he was a
the
celiac?
same. The same.
Inebriated?
I feel inebriated.
Okay. Anyway, enough of this garbage. Emmy, what do you think? What are your thoughts about the project? Knowing nothing about it, obviously, or very
Yeah.
little.
I really don't know anything about it.
Well, what do you think about like the meaning of it? Like, why do it? Like, what's cool about it? Stuff like that, you know.
I think that, I mean, it's obviously like best in class, first of its kind, so there's something to be said about that. I think that that's extremely interesting. I think it seems like it's taken you, I mean, you're here in New Jersey, that's pretty rad. Like, you're not where you came from, so you're traveling to great heights through this project. It seems like your origins were really interesting. I don't know, I think it's an incredible platform to kind of like hit human existence at its core. I mean, take that for what you will. Do you feel like you're the type of subject that I mean I've listened to it. I understand. I do.
Listen to the podcast.
I've listened to the podcast. Yeah.
What do you think of the podcast?
I'm like the number one fan.
What's your
the number
biggest-
one female fan.
That's fair. James is the number one male fan.
That's true.
Yeah, that might be true.
Yeah, definitely in the number one female bracket. No,
So what she thinks about the podcast is that she's the best one.
it's really all about me. This
Very
is my
modest.
project
She's a
now.
regular old Michael Gerry over
Yeah,
here.
that's right.
Do you need a sleep mic soon? Do you need to take that with you? That's a joke.
Probably. Yeah, but I haven't watched too much of this stream, and I apologize for that.
I get mad.
It's
Are
not
you
good enough.
mad?
Should we arrest her?
Whatever. It's fine. I don't really mind. Like,
Well, I don't
really,
even know
really-
who you are.
You're the number one fan of the podcast.
He's like a
You haven't
sidekick. You
heard
don't
my
have to worry
episode?
about him.
I don't know. I heard the mom episode. I really related to the mom.
She's not the number one fan. I'm a bigger fan than her.
I said number one female fan. There's like not a lot writing.
I'm 10% female.
Oh, they're
That's
gonna
fair.
hate
Hey.
him.
I know. I'm sorry. I apologize.
No, it's okay. As long as you never go on the stream, you'll never have to see any of
All
it.
right,
so.
good. Don't put me any closer to that little camera next to me. That's actually what I was most curious about. I was like, how are they like functionally handling like the filming of this project? You know, like as they go along. That's interesting. How it's. I mean, I'm
Stop
seeing
saying
it.
they. They're sitting
Yeah,
above
yeah.
you.
No, well, also, it's not a they. It's Michael who handles things, and
Mhm.
I just do silly stuff.
Okay,
Yeah.
but I mean, this is really interesting. That's this little guy over here.
He's
Is
like
it-
the wacky neighbor that shows up to advance the plot.
Yeah. It's like, what are you doing here? So much smaller than I thought you'd be.
Yeah, it's the neighbor who's obsessed with the branches growing into their lawn.
Yeah.
It starts the conflict for the episode.
Yeah. I mean, no doubt, I think it's cool. I think it's one of the more interesting things that I've heard in a long time, so.
Do you think it has any meaning in any either artistic sense or any other sense, really? I guess.
Or to add to that, do you think it's countercultural or cultural in forms of media? Do you think this is something that media is progressing towards, or something that really stands out in the scope of media?
I mean, I think currently it stands out in the scope of media. Do I think that this is something we're progressing towards? We're becoming a technological society. It's maybe something that we would look at going forward, that we would be seeing people's lives play out like this. I mean, half of us are recording our lives on Instagram consistently, but just the parts that we like, you know, and that's what's interesting to me is like I am filtering out, like I just went to a bar and it's like you're gonna see me and my friends and we're having a really good time and like we're playing this game and it's like it's just very specific to what I wanted to express, and this is kind of like an unfiltered raw cut of the whole gist of it, you know, and I don't know if I'd be comfortable sharing that broad of a spectrum, so I think that anybody that's willing to do that has an interesting insight and kind of a bravery, you know. It's not easy to do, especially in this, we live in a society.
But like, is there a there? Like, is there something that is more than that about it? Is there something? Is it like monumental in any sense?
I'm sure it is going to be monumental. Why not? No one else has done it.
That's the question.
Yeah, that's the answer.
Okay, all right.
I have a
Next
question. You're very much like kind of tuned into social media more than anyone else that I kind of know, and I mean that not in a negative way. Do you think that there is a
She's invalidated that totally.
She knows exactly what he means.
Yeah. Do you think that when this is something we've talked about a little bit in previous episodes, do you think that there is a future in more people doing something like this? Ignore that, what just happened. Do you think there is a future in people kind of live streaming their whole lives? Do you think more people are going to kind of do it eventually?
Can I have some of that back?
Can you have some of what?
The kombucha?
Did I knock it over?
No, I just spilled some on your shoe.
Oh, that's
Would you mind giving it back?
You can lick my boot.
You gotta have to take that shoe off first.
Or do you think that maybe, I mean, you can go ahead into that actually.
I think that, I don't know. I mean, I think that enough people will eventually see this and take with it, you know, what they will from the experience. But I don't know that like enough people are bold enough to want to share it all. I think we're just such a culture of wanting to present that like best of ourselves, mentality. And social media gives us the option to do that. It's like it's filtered, and there's cuts, and there's stories, and there's like all these different methodology for us to be as like concise as we want to be. So I don't know that a lot of people that I've come across in my field in New York City in fashion and like all these things that I've done are bold enough to kind of show it all, but like maybe there are people that will follow suit eventually. And would that be cool for you? Would you want that, or do you want to like kind of separate yourself as being the one who does this?
Yeah, I don't know if I feel either way about like wanting that, but I did this project because I thought that other people would do the exact same thing.
Mm-hmm. So you'd be excited to see somebody.
I wouldn't be surprised.
You wouldn't be surprised. I think it definitely might happen as you have a following, and is it impossible to do? It's like no people could potentially replicate this, but either way you'd be the first one.
You also said you were going to write a book on how to do it. Like that was one of the things you were considering doing. So it seems like maybe
really?
even subconsciously.
Yeah, that.
Cool.
Maybe even subconsciously you want to encourage it.
Yeah, well, I know how to do it now, like for the most part, and it's gonna get easier. Like when technology's easier, more people are gonna do it, and like they're gonna do closer things to it. But yeah, like I feel like it's gonna happen, and I have the ability to make that like easier for a lot of people. So maybe that would be nice.
Did you have an end date to this? Does it go on and on forever?
It goes for 365 days.
For a year. How close are you to that?
8 days.
Holy shit. Whoa. Okay, so to the end of the year. You started on the first day of the year. That's very significant.
Yeah, so this is it.
Wait, why do you think it's more significant?
Like, how are you feeling? This
Oh,
has
you
been a long amount of
okay,
time.
okay.
Like, you're towards the like.
No, I thought that you were saying it's significant because I started on January 1st.
That's definitely significant that you planned enough ahead to like
Okay.
know that this was the date that you were starting on, and now it's a full it's a calendar year. It's
Yeah.
trackable,
I thought it was significant too because 2019 rhymes with Livestream.
Wow.
I would have never thought of that.
Illuminati.
Wow, we
So-
didn't even put that in our working titles. The 2019 live stream.
Wow.
I'll put
Yeah.
$5 down that Michael's going to make that rhyme in his next rap album.
Is there a next rap album?
Couldn't tell you now.
There is.
Oh, come on.
Can't share everything.
Where is there gonna be a finale episode? Where are you gonna be? Like, is there gonna be glitter?
It's not really episodes.
Do you mean for the podcast?
Yeah, like what is the
This
final
is the finale
scene?
episode.
This is the second to last. This is like
No, this is gonna be the last one, I think.
well, maybe for you guys, but like for the end of the live stream.
Oh yeah, well.
Is there gonna be like confetti?
I do a solo episode for your podcast.
I think we should.
But you should. It should be like you in a dark room.
Yeah.
Echo, echo, echo.
Do you
Is
think?
it-
Are you asking
You
about
think
the
light
live
blocks
stream? Or are you
echoes?
asking about the
Yeah.
podcast? The
Yeah,
live-
I want to know. Don't tell us how it concludes but I hope you planned something extravagant.
Yeah, you can tell her about next week. Michael.
Go ahead, Simon.
What, one time with the
You're not
hostel
gonna pass it
thing?
over to me?
What hostile?
Cool.
Take
So-
it over.
Where are you going?
Why don't you really take this one?
Currently, honestly, possibly, not really though, but irresponsibly debating maybe going back to Texas. Probably not. Probably not.
Probably are.
I probably am not. But no, they're doing an open hostel at their house when they get back, so it's anyone who wants to go down who's been a fan of the thing can just stay with them
Oh
until
my
the new year.
gosh.
Which I think you have 5 or 6 people coming.
Yeah, I think so.
That's cool.
And is that just the out-of-towners, or is that everybody?
Yeah, that's people like flying in or like.
So that's just the people flying in.
Yeah, because I'm sure like Shelby and Josh and like I'm sure Toby will come. So these people are all close.
That's very cool.
Yeah.
Are you doing like
You want to go to
Emily's
Texas with
thing?
me?
I've never been.
You want to go to Texas with me next week?
Just fuck it.
Let's go.
Are you-
Fuck it.
Are you doing anything like Emily said? I mean, obviously on New Year's, I'm sure you'll do something. But
Yeah.
do you guys have any? Not to necessarily that you have to say what those are, but do you have any crazy like fireworks, like whatever kind of thing?
I think I'm probably gonna do the exact same thing that I did to start the year.
Try to mirror your actions exactly.
Exactly. That's what I'm
Yeah.
trying to do.
Okay. Make people think it's broken and you're restreaming the first time.
Yeah.
That would be sick. I like that idea.
I honestly feel like the finale, like the most exciting part, is going to be him turning the camera off. I think that is like the fireworks.
Like
I think that when he
Sopranos.
goes to like take the camera somewhere to turn it off, you should run behind him and just rip all the cables out, and just take that moment away from him.
No.
Cool. Yeah. All right.
Hard line.
Well, I guess I'll just go take a shit for a while, so you can't.
What are you wearing?
Just a black sweatshirt.
On New no, not now. I see. I'm looking.
On
New Year's.
I'm gonna probably wear a white shirt and black pants and a ski jacket. Because I think that's what I was wearing when I started.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were gonna prop somebody.
You're gonna replicate your first outfit?
Yeah, I'm gonna go to like my uncle's back porch and like get a bottle of champagne and like do the exact same thing.
Yo, nice.
That's an awesome.
Wow,
idea.
that's kind of exciting, actually.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Are you gonna end the stream before you pop the bottle of champagne? So it's a full loop.
Yeah, you have to make it so it loops perfectly.
Can't give all these secrets away to the people.
People just get confused and watch your year over and over and over.
That's a fucking awesome idea.
I just changed the dates and released them.
Do you ever see, like, there being, like, we saw some kind of weird exhibits in the Museum of Modern Art. Do you ever see, like, this playing somewhere as, like, a continuous thing that people can kind of drop by and look at? And
Yeah, I saw this way more as an art project than anything else. Like, this, to me, is something that belongs in the Museum of Modern Art more than it belongs in someone's social media feed. Or, like, more than it belongs on, like, I don't know.
do you feel like if it doesn't get to that point that it won't have been a complete success?
No, it's okay because, like, the art of the project is the fact that I'm doing it or that it has been done. It's not necessarily, like, the recognition. And so, like, yeah, I think that's the answer.
I think not.
Explain.
I need more. I need more content. I need more answer. No, that's a fair answer.
I thought you meant I think not. Like, it wouldn't be successful.
Oh no, I think not. That's not
Yeah.
That's not your answer.
Okay.
I think you have more.
What do you want to hear?
I don't know, maybe like a Beatles song or something.
Alright, what was that one that was like, hey Jew, or like you were saying that earlier?
Hey,
Well
Jude.
done. Well done.
That's right. That's exactly what he said.
I think I might have said
That
something
one?
like that. It's possible. Someone else asked a question.
I have questions, but I really have to pee.
Go pee.
Oh no, I have to poop. You can't go up there.
I have to.
But it's not like I have to poop now. It's just any second I could have to poop, and
Go
I can't
pee
hold
and
it
come
at
ask your
all.
question.
You have to go in the sink.
Go pee.
Wait, I don't know where the bathroom is.
Upstairs.
What?
You've been to my house like 30 times.
I don't know that I have been 30 times. I think like twice.
Alright, go upstairs to the right.
If I put it down, is it gonna make a sound?
No, it's
Okay.
not.
If you guys don't have any questions, Ethan said he actually has a lot of questions for you too that he was nervous to ask.
Wait, don't say that.
I wasn't
until I'm
nervous
back.
to ask. It's just that I had questions pop up over the course of the conversation I wanted to ask you guys. But then I thought these questions are probably something like they were questions I had over the topics we were discussing. And I thought you guys might cover it better when it's just the two of you, like listening over things and having these ideas and coming up with like your commentary. So it didn't seem like totally appropriate to ask you guys, but I can totally ask a couple of them if you
Yeah,
want.
go for it. Because our commentary is not that different from like if we're just asking the questions and then like you have a question for us, like that would be what we'd be doing for commentary anyway. So yeah, go for it.
Does spending time with Michael compared to seeing him on the live stream, what does that change about your opinion of him? And when it comes to parasocial relationships, how does being with him and interacting with him change your view, like from when you just saw the live stream? What is the difference?
Well, I think just seeing the live stream, it makes it easy to make a lot of assumptions and fill in the blanks and look at it from the perspective of like, okay, if you took 1,000 people and they all did X, maybe 900 of them it would be because of Y or whatever the numbers are. We're not that good at predicting, but in person those kind of statistics don't really work out the same way. So between like the investment and the fact that like I really like you guys, and then it makes it so much more strange and difficult to like make any kind of predictions like that.
I would say it's weirdly like I don't know. You spend so much of your time. I mean, if we go back and watch any of the days that you've been here, anytime we're out of the house, it's all the first person perspective, from the shoulder. And whereas I wasn't seeing that while I was with you, I was seeing you, and people don't generally I mean, yeah, they'll see you when you're in your room or you're sleeping or something, but they're not seeing you all the time unless you're, somewhere stationary. So that was something very different in terms of like spending time with you was no longer being the passenger, as I like keep it to referencing, of your life. I was just with you as a person and not you as a live streamer. Like it was just like I was with anyone. Frankly I forgot about the camera pretty quickly.
Yeah, agreed.
And it go ahead.
I was just gonna ask, and what is the difference between those that experience for you? What was it like hanging out with me as a person rather than?
I mean, it really was like hanging out with any of my friends. Really, I mean, you integrated very quickly. I think with Brian and I, and I think you and I definitely have very similar friendships for sure. And I don't know, it was. I guess it was something I was expecting to be more aware of. You are of the idea that you were live streaming everything, and it really just more became like I'm just hanging out and kind of not. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean, but I think the question is more so, what's the difference between your perception of Michael from the live stream versus your perception of him?
I mean,
yeah, if it's
honestly,
possible,
not much, because I feel like because you do show every aspect of your life. I feel like I kind of did know what I was gonna be getting into by having you guys here, and I mean it was exactly what I expected. I think.
Can I ask you guys both a question? You watch more of the live stream than you do, right?
Yeah,
that's fair. Yeah.
All right, so this might be a better question for you, but feel free to answer as well.
Better question for me. Okay.
Yeah. Is there anything that you feel like you've like learned or that you've changed as far as like your opinion on life in general from watching the project?
Or if it's not live, I'd be interested to hear like your perception of media or your perception of like specific aspects.
I think I have an answer, which is, well, number one, it's the way that, if you're talking about anybody who's not present, they very well could be present and watching, and that's a consideration you have to keep in mind. And then the fact that you can put everything out there, maximum vulnerability, right, like maximum authenticity, and be fine. Like, obviously there's been rockier moments and whatever, but most people are so afraid to let anyone in, myself somewhat included, and like you go to show that the world's not going to end, if you do that, and that's definitely like a very larger lesson that I've taken away from my time on the stream.
Yeah, I mean, I guess mine would be that. I guess I jotted down a couple thoughts here because I wanted to hit all these points, but like, it's to me at its core it is an inspirational story because, and it kind of its existence I think will give some people hope anyway, because I would think that going back and watching the early things and the manifesto where I think I said to you seemed very manic and like what did you said it was very like you were very open and
yeah, I would say there's like maximum vulnerability. That's
what you said. That's right. And yeah, I would say that it's just like the way you've grown and maybe recovered, I guess it's too strong a word, maybe, I don't know. It's really taught me that, especially when you go back and watch the early stuff, how precious life is and how it really is. Like you might think it's all over. You might think this is the darkest day, but like something can give you a little bit of hope and can lead you out of the darkness a little bit. And I feel like watching the growth over there. I mean, I haven't been watching all year, but watching the growth from the beginning of the year in past streams to now is like stellar. It's stunning and it's fantastic, and I think it's very inspirational. And I think that if that was to help even one person who maybe was having a dark day or something, or a dark moment, dark period of their life, see that someone else could also kind of start at that place, is that fair to say, and kind of come out of that, then maybe they can too.
Yeah, I think Bern said something along those lines.
That's right.
So in traditional media, there's this feeling, or there's this depiction of people when they like embrace their full selves, like movies. They finally decide to say the thing they want. They get this like superb liberty and freedom and euphoria. Do you feel like that has occurred during the course of this project, Michael?
Maybe a little bit, but probably not like exactly like that in the movies.
I think we talked about like the freedom of not having to like catalog who you are with X person, who you are with Y person, what you tell them.
Yeah, that's true.
And that's like a certain amount of freedom that allows.
Yeah, actually, it is giving me more freedom. Like, I like the fact that people will bring up things that like would normally be like insulting, or maybe like you wouldn't want brought up, and like I can just embrace it and be like, oh yeah, like I do that on camera all the time. So.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the really cool things about it, is your ability to internalize things without allowing them to have too much sway over your emotional state. That's really, really cool. I admire that.
I'm a lot more comfortable picking my nose on camera now.
Yeah, you still eat it?
Yeah.
On camera?
Yeah, I eat it. There's no problem with that.
Can
you have
I
a
get
problem
your
with that?
opinion on that?
Yeah, let's hear your opinion.
I think that was it.
I
Yep.
pick my boogers and I eat them.
On camera?
Yeah, totally on camera.
That's
and off
the
camera.
part. That's.
I used to only do it when I went
Why
to
is
the
my
bathroom.
nose itching so much?
You're fighting an urge that you shouldn't.
It's itching. Hey, I guess good for you. I really want to know.
Next question.
I want to know what I would like to know what from the beginning to now of the project. Do you feel like what's the thing that's changed the most in regards to what you feel? How am I trying to word this? What did you give way to as time went on that you didn't think that you would in the beginning?
I think I gave way to like embracing reality a little bit more. Like I really like to like disassociate a little bit in the beginning and just like be like, oh, like I'm just like laughing and like watching everything burn, but I'm obviously like participating in society more now than I was before.
Do you watch it back at all?
Yeah, every day except for like in the beginning when I didn't have like a lot of time, and then now if I'm like super busy then I wait to do it, but every day for the most part I'd wake up and then like make timestamps in the previous day's streams and like take out moments that were really good and put them on a different channel.
What does that look like when you're going through? Do you like just skip through it, or do you speed up the video and watch it?
Yeah, well the good part about doing it the day after is that I mostly know what happened, and so I can like seek out certain moments, and if there's conflicts then like, you know, I might watch those a couple times in like normal speed, but if it's me at my desk then I know that I can just be like skip through.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Did you go to like parties and stuff? Did you have to get people's permission to be on this?
Yeah, yes but no. Like sometimes
You didn't ask permission.
Yeah, I would only go to for the most part, like I would know if something's gonna work or not. And if someone's like hosting the event and they invite me, then I feel more comfortable going than if it's like, yo, come to my friend's place, then but yeah, I try and make an effort if I'm gonna do anything to be like, you gotta let everyone know what's going on and make sure they're cool with that. And sometimes people still don't, and they don't tell anyone, and I show up and they're like, what's this guy with the camera doing?
Was that standard? Do you feel like this year of your life was standard for you? Do you feel like you were more social before? Do you feel like you changed? Were you more isolated as a result?
As a result of the project?
As a result of the project.
I think I'm probably more timid as a result of the project, because it is like I have a serious like birth defect on me or something, or like it's like people obviously stare at you all the time. It's like, what's wrong with that guy? And even some of it's like more like animosity, because it's like he's recording me and it's anger. So yeah, I'm like, I try and not like be in people's way and stuff as much, but then I try and balance that. So but I have a feeling that it's possible that me like making up for that might make it so that after the year is over, then I'm like more social and outgoing than I was before the year started.
So you feel like you'd have to compensate for kind of like time lost? Not lost, but I mean, how would you describe it?
Maybe like because I'm at a larger disadvantage in terms of like I'm responding to the way that people are treating me that way, but then I'm still trying to like have some kind of confidence that then once I don't have that like on me all the time.
Okay.
Then
Are you in a relationship?
no.
Going forward, if you do plan on like being in a relationship with somebody, how do you see yourself? Do you see yourself explaining this? Obviously, this is a huge part of your story. How do you think that you'll address that with someone? I've had to have serious conversations with people that I've been in relationships with about past things. Not that this is like a bad past thing, but it's obviously like a very interesting, different thing that somebody would have to accept or not accept, you know, so.
What's an example from your life?
I think it's Pat's thing, not past thing.
I said past.
I feel
think
like
it's Pat's.
if you don't have an answer, I feel like I have a good answer for you, Michael. If you want me to
Please.
project my opinion onto you, do you want me to do that, or do you want to think about it?
What was your answer gonna be? What were
You don't have to.
No, you have
I
to.
mean, I
you
have.
definitely have to.
There's a variety. There's worse and there's better ones. I don't know. I mean, there's.
Do the
I don't think I can get into this.
do the phone one.
Which?
When you're throwing your phone at the car,
What?
or when you're driving around the car, and when they
Oh
do
my
that.
gosh.
That's a
Does
good
he
one.
listen to this?
No.
Probably not.
He doesn't.
I never got a text to him about it. I've
Okay,
never
good.
gotten a text from him about it.
I mean, that's not something that I like lead with in my, you know.
then what do you mean?
Like, I was held hostage by like an ex-boyfriend
exactly
who
what
threw
she
my
means.
phone out, tried to throw my phone out the window. Yeah, I mean, there's so many things. It's like my life has been I found myself in like some interesting situations along the course of the road, and I think that when you go into a relationship, it depends on who the person is and depends on how serious you foresee the relationship going, but you always want to have that conversation. Maybe it's towards the beginning, maybe it's towards the middle. That's always interesting too. It's like, do I lead with this? Do I wait until we're comfortable with one another and then I launch into this and see if this is something that's still going to, you know, whether it affects the relationship or not? Do they love me if they don't accept this, you know? That's always something to look at, but it's almost kind of better that you have it tests a relationship's potential for the long term if they're willing to accept a portion of you that's not standard, you know what I mean? So without saying too much, that's my response to that question.
I mean, people obviously change a lot over time, so holding people responsible for things that, or not holding people responsible, but holding the person they are now responsible for what the person they were then did is, you know, unreasonable in a lot of scenarios. Obviously, you know, we all believe it probably in some form of rehabilitation in terms of prisoners and things like that. So
I don't know that everybody does believe in rehabilitation.
I meant.
Maybe in this like general setting, I don't think that that's the world. I don't think that a lot of people have the intelligence to even go there in their head. I think a lot of people write people off for one action.
Also, yeah, I think that it's kind of funny because it might be easier for a lot of people to say, oh, you went to jail for killing someone, but like you did your time, like now you're a changed person. Whereas if you like punch someone on the internet, that clip's there, like people might never forgive you for that for like 11 years, you know?
What?
Kind of double standard.
I guess. I mean, I think that it's possible that people wouldn't forgive you for that as well, but I think that that's probably not a lot of people, or a small minority of people, and also probably not the person that you are that are interested in starting a relationship with, right? Like if there's somebody that you have that interest with, they're probably not going to be one of those people that will hold you accountable for hitting somebody on the internet.
I mean, outside the scope of a relationship.
Right, yeah.
But what if you don't feel like it represents who you are currently?
A lot of the stuff I used to do doesn't represent who I am currently. That's the nature of growing and being a person.
Do you mean doing the project or the content of the project?
I think that I mean both. I think the content of the project and the way that it went, and also doing the project in general, because there's two different thoughts there. It's like somebody might be really intrigued by your, what about like, I mean, this is kind of like celebrity status type of vibe. It's like, what if somebody was just interested in you because of the project? Like, what about that? I mean, how do you field your future relationships with people based on this, whether they know about it or not, and you telling them or not? How do you weed that out? What are you looking to find, not just in your romantic relationships, but in general in your friendships, and how do you foresee yourself explaining what's gone on? Are you going to direct people to it? Do you want people to see this?
Yeah, I think that because it's such a large part of my identity, at least at this time, and then following years, it'd be hard to remove myself from that. But yeah, I think it would be important, like even pretty early on, like maybe first conversation that would probably come up.
Like, is it gonna be on your Hinge profile?
It's on my Tinder right now.
There you go.
Do any of us know what Hinge is?
I know what Hinge is.
Oh, okay.
Hinge is like, I'm just learning this like as of this week. Tinder is I heard, I'm not like dissing you, I heard that Tinder was like dead. I heard that nobody uses Tinder anymore, so maybe.
That's why I don't have any matches.
This is the New York perspective on Tinder. Everybody's telling me that Tinder is for,
Honestly, when I first heard you say Hinge, all I think when I hear Hinge is like I see branded Instagram posts like
constantly.
Checked out this new
I know,
my Hinge app, and I felt like you were a branded Instagram account.
I know. I so apologize.
I have a question for
just
you.
don't bring up Disney Plus around her.
For me.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you were to meet a guy who you like have a little conversation with, it goes really
21,
well. There's like some
sidekick, brown glasses, IBS a little bit.
IBS a lot of it. Right? That's not the point. If you were to meet a guy and you're having a good conversation, there's like some romantic tension, and this comes up in conversation, and they say to you, I live streamed every single component of my life for a year straight. Like, I hid nothing. How does that affect that like good conversation that you just had with that person? Like, is there anything that immediately, like any red flags that come up from that or anything like that?
I wouldn't say red flags as much as that's like, okay, we're dealing with like a whole nother animal. Like, this is not your like average, Jenny from the block kind of guy. And like I would definitely have a lot of follow-up questions. And I would definitely want to see it. I would definitely want to see snippets from what that looked like, because I don't even know, like, just if I was an innocent bystander that had never heard of this before, what I would even think about that. Would I like write someone off for that? Like, I think it's very interesting. I'm sitting here discussing it, so I'm assuming people out there that would think so as well.
Maybe not so writing people off, but would there be any like small notion of apprehension? Like, if you can put yourself in that situation, when you first heard about it, was there any small amount of apprehension? This is after the project's over. Like, you meet this guy and he says, I live streamed my whole entire life. I didn't hide anything. Like, everything is out there.
I'd be like, everything?
And he says, yeah, everything.
Yeah, I mean, I could sense that there would be like a little bit of apprehension in regards to that. I mean, you think about, I think that everybody goes a different path, you know what I mean? It's like you want to think about like, well, maybe you're not going to be the president of the United States with like these specific, but you don't know. Like, we don't know what's going to happen going forward and whether we would absolve these things or the entire world is going to this type of technology. And you would start to think like, well, is he having sex on camera? Like, are these things happening? It's like, would that come back to my mother? Like, you start to think about those types of things. But I think there are a lot of artistic people that would take it as such and not worry about it. It just depends on the type of girl that you come across, I think. You're not gonna get like your basic girls that are like, oh yeah, like, gonna go like hit up SantaCon and like film it. And it's like, no, like, this is for your cool person.
Every adult person, like not adult, I guess we're sort of adults. I'm not, but you guys kind of are. Every parent of somebody my age who I've told, like, yeah, he does everything on camera for the last 3 months.
I can imagine that would
they
be
always
really
are
scary.
like, what?
Yeah, I think a
So
parent
I see
might
what
be
you're
scared
saying.
by that. Yeah.
Yeah, the answer is always also so. They're confused and.
What do you mean?
Well, you say like,
It's
oh,
for his blog?
there's a dude who's, you know, he's live streaming his whole life, and they go, okay, and like, as in like, what's the point? Like, so what
Yeah.
kind of thing? It's really, it's a question that I had a good answer for, or a satisfying answer for, that I'm more and more not satisfied with, you know.
What was your satisfying answer again?
Honestly, like I don't really remember what exactly I would say, but it made me feel like I had satisfied that curiosity. But the more that I thought about it, not in a negative way or anything, but the so what part has become like an enigma to me. Like I don't know. I know that it means something, and like I care about it. It means something to me. And I don't know why or the so what, you know. I'm still kind of grappling with that, honestly. Like, I if anything, I would ask you for some insight on that.
Yeah, I think, I mean, I feel the same way. I feel like, as I said, like, the more the project has developed, the more I realize, like, I don't know what any of it means. And, like, I started it, like, hoping, you know, halfway through I'll know, like, what it means, like, why I'm doing it. But it's the same thing, like, I'm doing it because it's interesting.
Do you have an answer that you give to people?
Yeah, if someone asks me, like, why I'm doing it, then I say, because I thought it was an interesting idea, nobody else was doing it, and I was in the right place to do it.
And if they say, you know, and what's the point?
I say there's no point.
Ooh.
I don't say that, actually.
It's art.
I don't think a lot of people ask me that. I think that, like, it's 1 in 100 who, I mean, probably most people are thinking, or like a lot of people are thinking that, but it's 1 in 100 who actually, like, are willing to ask that. Because they don't want to hurt my feelings or something.
Right. Well, because it's a really hard question to answer, and it might, you know, bring up things you maybe don't want to think of. Or maybe you did have a point, and maybe it's not doing that or something, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
so
that's fair.
I can see them kind of wanting to dance around that a little bit.
Yeah.
Wait, what do you do for work?
I'm a construction worker.
And do you do this while you're doing construction?
Yeah. No, I actually, I went on a TV show, and I won, like, some money to start.
That I knew.
Yeah. And I don't do any work this year. I did, like, some painting and stuff. And then I have a Patreon, and that's how I've made money this year.
I also heard that.
But it's been a large leak. It's been a big hemorrhage of money.
Okay.
Was there during our brainstorm session, wasn't there a really interesting point we wanted to bring up? I can't remember what it is exactly. I guess none of us wrote it down.
Pull it up!
On the live stream?
We can check. I mean, it'd be difficult.
I'm really bad at finding things on the live stream.
You found that bow place in 5 minutes.
Yeah. But that was something that was actually important.
Yeah.
That was a really interesting topic that we were like, we can't talk about this more because we have to save it for when we're doing the podcast.
It might have been, like, the why question. I don't know.
We've covered a lot so far. Even,
Yeah,
I'd be surprised if we didn't touch on it. But.
yeah, me too.
Because like I didn't finish college and I was working in restaurants around here, and I kind of there was no clear pathway to.
What's wrong with restaurants around here?
There's nothing wrong. I had the best time of my life at restaurants around here. I did. That's no bullshit.
It's so much fun.
We had the best time of our life here. Like, I want to go back to it every single day, and I think for me, it's like,
Too bad you didn't film it.
I know it's too bad.
You would have gotten no tips.
I would have gotten no tips.
I think Emily would have gotten plenty of tips.
I
Let's all be honest.
gotta do some amount of tips.
I just remembered a snippet of the conversation.
All right, what do you got?
Go
Well,
ahead.
should we talk about the other thing that we just remembered with Michael?
Yeah, I remember a little bit more of that
Oh, okay,
conversation.
yeah.
And
why
so
don't
we
you
were
tee the
talking
whole thing
about
up for Michael.
the conversation we had the other day during the brainstorming session. We were talking about the countercultural movement, but then that led to the people appreciating who you are versus people appreciating the scope of the project, and it's come back a few times, and I think it's a really good point of conversation that we can bring up here.
Right. So I guess the question is kind of, people come because it's an interesting idea, and then people stick around, and how much of that is just the fact that you're doing what you're doing, and how much of that is you.
I think that there's another factor that we're not accounting for, which is how many of the people stick around because of the community and like the other people that are already there. But I think in the beginning, I think the majority probably stick around in the beginning for me because I was interacting and that's why people stick around on streams and stuff in general. But I wanted it to be people like the project because of the scope of it, and I didn't want them to think about me as much as I wanted to think about the fact that someone is live streaming their entire life.
So what do you think about the idea? I don't know if you listened to the one we did with Ethan, but we talked about the implications of maybe live streaming other, I think, did you listen to the episode?
Which one?
With Ethan?
Yeah.
Okay, so we talked about, maybe being able to see some of your food, right, like a dirty jobs version, or some of your food going from being the seeds being created to being planted to, and you're, all these people are live streaming their whole lives, and you can actually see the processes by which your life kind of comes together in the way that it does.
Yeah.
Do you see that as kind of the legacy or the meaning that the project could have going forward?
Like that it could lead to that?
To things like that. I mean, not specifically that example, but to forcing people to be more, number one, more empathetic to people that they don't even consider doing things to support the life that they're living, and secondly, to appreciate some of the things that they're consuming or that they're doing, and to see the work that it takes to get to get there, and a million other, and to see people of different races and different cultures interacting and maybe combat racism or whatever,
I was actually thinking about every single one of those ideas when I started the project.
Really?
That's why I did it, yeah.
Wow.
I would be so interested. I watched tons of documentaries. Oh, go ahead. Did you have something?
Really? I don't know.
I'm just kidding. You just listed a bunch of social things that responsible people would think about. No, I didn't think about any of that at all. Not even one of those things. But yeah, it'd be cool if people. I think the coolest thing is if more people live stream their whole lives, then you would see everyone else's life, and probably one of the best parts is that you wouldn't want other people's lives as much, maybe.
That's it. Wow. Yeah, that you wouldn't covet so much.
Maybe. Yeah.
So yeah, we also talked about while you were upstairs.
Could I real quick?
Yeah.
Just throw something in. I think I'll give it a little break. I would be very, very interested in seeing this exact type of setup, probably a little bit more compacted, but applied to a supply chain within an industry, industry that Michael and I have talked about on stream is chocolate, and how there's inequity in farmers and certain people have so much money. If you had people in every step of a supply chain live stream their lives, not for a year, but let's say for a week, that would give you the scope that a documentary can't, because a documentary is a guy showing up with a big camera rig, taking beautiful footage and interviewing people, getting their
building
front
a narrative,
stage.
necessarily.
Yeah, getting their front stage performances and stuff. It would be crazy to see live stream footage of a supply chain of the same people, the same week, their lives going up.
Yeah, totally. So when you were upstairs, we talked about a little bit that media becoming less and less authentic, more and more chopped up, and like what Emily was saying before, you know, she was at the bar, you see the Instagram stuff that she wanted you to see, and this is obviously quite the opposite of that. Do you see it as a kind of statement in any way against the direction that media seems to be, or seems to have gone?
I mean, like, social media is really new, and I think that regardless of like what we're trying to do, the more time goes on since its birth, and like with larger media, this is true too, same evolution, like we are sharing things that are closer to reality, even if it is still like, yeah, let's like look at a party, but 5 years ago, the things we were posting on Instagram were like less self-aware than they are now. I think social media expert, would you agree?
Finally, somebody who recognizes me. We're less self-aware.
No, we're more self-aware.
We're more
now.
self-aware. I mean, now it's a business. Like, there's a huge business around it, and I think before it's like there was like an artistic element to Instagram, especially. It's like we're posting like a soda can and like a sepia filter because it's like that's, you know, what we wanted to portray, and now it's like this is people's entire livelihoods that exist on social media, and just us lay people that, you know, are around or trying to do the best that we can to show what's good about our lives and implicate these poses that we see from these people that are making millions on Instagram. And as far as like people showing more of their lives, I do think people are kind of shameless now on Instagram. I think people will share everything. I mean, it's insane. Like, we have to know about like their kid fell down and now they're at the doctor, and then like, you know, there was a car, and it's just this long kind of constant stream of verbiage on social media and on Facebook, especially like I think older people don't necessarily know how to like condense. Or you're laughing.
Yeah, those are all totally different answers than like I was expecting, and I think that goes to show that like I have no idea what I'm talking about, and like I think that those are all totally true.
Yeah.
And it's like I was gonna say something totally different, but like those are all accurate too.
What were you gonna say?
I mean, I was gonna say like in terms of people, like some of the people I know, like the things they share, maybe they share things that are like, oh, like, you know, like sometimes my life sucks too, or something like that, or like, you know, here's a post about how like I suffer with depression sometimes, and like I guess you didn't really see that back in the day. I don't know, but I think that you looked at it like business. I don't know. There's a lot of different sides to it.
Well, but you mentioned that people are more self-aware.
Yeah.
So regardless of the fact that that social media has turned largely into a financial game,
I think
the fact that people are aware of it changes the way that they're consuming it.
I don't think it's largely turned into. I think that for maybe like 1% of people on there it is, but.
Well, okay, maybe not a financial game, but a social economy by which you can quantify your value.
Yeah.
And then that can be converted into financial gains.
That could be true. I think that part of that, but even if you're playing that game, like the posts that people talk about and stuff are ones that are, I mean, if you were just posting like, if you're posting really, really shallow stuff, then like you're gonna have a really shallow audience. And if a lot of people are like waking up to that, I think that you're getting more authenticity on social media. Like, I think it's moving that direction because I think that's what people want.
So is it like, do you kind of feel like the project is in any way like a pushback against that trend of having more shallow posts, more shallow fans?
Yeah, it's like, is there ever really authenticity on social media though?
That's a good question. And like, is this project authentic? Is another question.
Is it authentic?
It's as close as I could get it to being authentic.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, if you ask, I think there's no objective way to say it's like 100% authentic, but it's, yeah, about as close as it can get. I would agree with that.
Definitely.
Do you feel like, are you constantly thinking about the fact that this is there? Over time, has that kind of subsided?
I'm not constantly thinking about it. I'm more constantly thinking about like making sure that it's working than I am like
actually working, like the batteries are charged and it's,
or like
or that
the camera's not like tilted sideways or like facing the wrong direction or something. It's very rare that I forget that's on.
Mm-hmm.
So it's always in the back of my mind.
Mm-mm.
And do you? I mean, obviously you try not to, but does that affect your actions in any way?
Yeah, it's impossible for it not to, but I do make a conscious effort, and especially like towards the latter half of the stream, like I make a conscious effort to like try and do things that I would do the exact same way as if I didn't have a camera.
Do you ever find yourself being tempted to do something like cool or that you wouldn't normally want to do? Like, for example, we saw that, you know, giant staircase, right? Like, maybe a lot of people would look at that and be like, this is stupid. I don't know, why would I just climb to the top of that? But you have the camera on, so you might be like, well, this would look cool. Like, do you find yourself being tempted to do that at all?
Which one are you talking about?
To do things that you might otherwise be kind of iffy on, but be like, oh, this would actually, like if I said, oh, let's go on a, you know, crazy hike tomorrow or something, and you don't really like hiking, but you're like, it would be a really beautiful thing, and like, I guess, you know, it's not gonna be that bad, like.
Yeah, I don't do that at all. I definitely still like only do things that I want to do for the most part.
And that's why there's nothing fun to look at.
Yeah, basically that's why I'm in my room all the time.
Beat Saber's pretty fun.
Beat Saber is pretty fun, except not only when you could see it on the TV. Yeah, it wasn't so much fun just watching a blank TV. But he's also like, oh, that was one of my questions. Do you plan on doing anything with your near professional level Beat Saber skills?
I do, yeah. I have been waiting for a time where I could get like a little bit of an audience to make this announcement, and I'm going pro.
Live, professionally.
Yeah. Simon, do you have any other questions or any points you want to talk about?
No, we hit all mine, I think, but I was just like thinking about other stuff. I was trying to think of other stuff I should say.
What is Beat Saber?
It's like,
Oh,
We'll find out.
Yeah, you'll find out.
yeah, if you wanna hang out for a little bit, you can see it.
It's
Now.
on
I can't. It's like
Not safe
almost
for
3 in the
channel.
morning.
Yeah, that's not a big deal.
Yeah, whatever.
That's
In your world.
None of us.
Tomorrow's
None of us have
Christmas
slept
Eve.
in a while.
Yeah, just hang out with us. It's
I
cool.
can't.
Today's
It's like-
Christmas Eve.
It's Christmas Eve. Merry Christmas.
Beat Saber is like in VR, and it's like DDR, but like you're using like there's like 2 joysticks, 2 things in your hand, and they turn into
Okay, all right. This is
they
ridiculous.
turn
I'm
into
just gonna show you a
lightsabers.
video.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
They turn into lightsabers in your hand.
Oh man.
I'm really excited to take my headphones off. When
Yeah,
I'm wearing
feel-
glasses and wearing headphones, it hurts.
I like this.
I do too.
I like the sound. of
This is like probably over 2 hours now, right?
Oh yeah, big time.
at least.
So you're in VR and you're holding
So like I would be seeing that.
the joysticks. It looks cooler in the VR. This
I've
is,
never done VR.
Oh god. All right.
No, I'm looking. Brian,
Pull
I
up
was
the
watching
porn,
it. Put it
Simon.
back.
I mean, you get it. There's nothing. That's the game.
What else happens?
This is a 360 one, so they're coming from all around you. You have to turn while you're doing it, and then there's like there'll be like block things that you have to like duck or like move
think
side
of
to
that
side to
in the sky.
avoid and stuff
Wait,
like
it's
that.
like fencing.
What do you think?
See the block
He's
things?
doing 360.
Yeah, you have to avoid those or else you like die.
He might be spinning around.
So he's like
too.
moving his head back and forth or whatever.
No.
You're my best friend.
And then the way the arrows are pointing on the
It's like
blocks, you
it's
have
like-
I
to
love you, man.
you have to swipe it that way with the color saber
Thank
that
you.
it is. So the yellow for yellow and purple for
I
purple.
like you too.
Wow.
Yeah, thank you. My favorite response to I love you. Thank you.
I have a question for Simon.
What up?
What do you think is the worst part about this project?
The worst part about the project? In terms of,
Other than Ethan?
I'm great.
Do you, from your perspective or from a viewer's perspective?
From your perspective,
My perspective, the worst part of this project.
it could be anything.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean,
Don't answer that.
Brian thinks that all.
Brian, shut the fuck up for once.
it's been fucking 45 seconds.
I honestly
Let the man
can't-
think.
He's
I got
thinking.
a lot of silences on some questions.
I honestly, I'm struggling to think of something like the worst thing. I
Yeah.
don't know.
Take your time.
We have all day.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what you kind of mean by that. I mean, like,
No, we don't.
I mean, it is what it is. I mean, you know, delivered on your promise of 1 year of continuous streaming. I don't know.
Not yet.
Well,
He
not
hasn't.
yet. Well, not yet. Correct.
Don't jump the gun.
Don't jump the gun. Don't jump the gun, dude, please. I don't know if I have an answer for that, honestly. Like, because it just nothing. I wouldn't. I mean, I guess maybe like a lot of it's kind of boring, but that's the nature of the thing. I mean, so that's not something I would say is bad, you know, or the worst part. Why you?
Seems like a good answer.
Okay. Do you have an answer in mind?
No, I don't have an answer in mind.
Okay.
Do you have an answer too, Brian?
Well, there's the obvious and less like satisfying answer of it'd be cool if there was like better cameras and like stuff like that. That's not like that's a stupid answer, but I think that if you were older and more established in your life and like financially and career wise, like it's still possible that you could have a job that you do on your that you work for yourself and you could be at a computer and not point the camera at the screen necessarily.
Find people to work from home.
Right. So I think that there could been a more active like, and also you were moving to like a new place and stuff like that. Were you to have been already ingratiated into a community, there might have been more to do. And again though, like Simon said, it is what it is, and that's, you know, that there's no good or bad about it, but it might be interesting to see somebody who, you know, like let's say if you had a kid or something, you know, like it'd be interesting to see a kid grow up over the course of a year. Like I guess so the answer would be that you're just in a place where you're in kind of in limbo in your life.
Yeah.
So it's just not favorable to like compelling content often, you know.
I think I'll piggyback off that, I guess.
That's why I tried to answer first.
Thanks, man. Got a Discord message, I think.
Cool.
I would say, yeah, I mean, there's definitely, to say what I said about, like, a lot of it is very,
Was it Shelby?
yeah.
Can we go check my stream for me?
Yeah, I think. Well, she asked a question about something we were talking about, so I imagine.
Okay.
I got it.
Fine.
I got it.
But Simon, continue.
I think it would have been cool to see maybe more, I mean, obviously you're limited with, you know, with the camera of what you can do, but it would have been maybe cool to see like more traveling or like something interesting that could have been cool to be like, do like a friggin' dozen Tinder dates or something and try and see what everyone's reaction was every time kind of thing. That'd be kind of some maybe more social, you know, social experiment aspects to it. But that, again, that's like
performative.
Yeah, it's performative a little against what you're trying to do, I think. But if there was something, if going on Tinder dates is something you'd be doing anyway, then having to explain it and just be a part of it, I mean, that's not too much against the.
No, not at all.
I mean, I know you're kind of had sort of dates this year, right? Like, is that fair to say? You don't have to.
I guess I did hang out with someone. I met someone for the first time who I met on Bumble. So
that counts.
Is that one outdated too? That was in January, so.
I just feel like Hinge is where it's at, guys.
You being paid by Hinge? What is that?
My brother.
I wish.
Hinge Plus, only $3.99.
Do you feel like you'll ever do this again? Is this it?
I think it's possible that I do some variation of it, but
aren't you gonna feel like a massive loss?
After it's over?
Yeah.
Leading the witness.
What exactly do you mean by loss?
Like an emptiness.
I think I'll have to, like, redirect my focus and energy. I don't know. To tell the truth, I don't know how I'm gonna feel after it's over.
Will you do like a follow-up so we know how you feel?
Yeah, you gotta do a follow-up.
I would love to know how you feel after it's over.
Yeah, my plan is to like try and live like a pretty like intense attempt at normal life, or just like my best shot at like being a normal person for at least like a month or a couple months, so I can be able to like compare that to what this was like. And then I want to make, like, one idea was to make like a documentary about it and like talk about the experience as far as like what it does to someone mentally to do it, and then afterwards.
And maybe a couple months in, you call us.
Exactly.
Or
And
you
then-
show up at our doorstep.
Yep.
Yeah. We were thinking of doing maybe some follow-up podcasts.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah, I think.
But how do you feel like the fluctuations have been? Are you somebody who like trends towards like a depression, anxiety mindset? Do you feel like you're pretty like neurotypical in that sense? Because I mean, only from my experience, like I'm somebody who has pretty bad generalized anxiety and have always struggled with that in my life, and something like this would, I think, spark that at certain times where that kind of dissociation and that you spoke about before would kick in and kind of override my ability to continue on. Do you feel like your mental state has varied over time dramatically one way or another?
Can you explain more what you mean about like dissociation?
Dissociation in that like that kind of feeling of like watching yourself. I can only imagine like you're actually physically watching yourself from like sometimes I'll feel like I'm watching myself from the corner of the room like perform my day-to-day actions because my anxiety is so strong that it's removing me from the situation. Just that's the way it works, you know. It's like a fight or flight. It's symptomatic like that. So I wonder just who you are before this, what you were like, if this is ever something that you trended towards, and if it's something you may have worried about with the project.
Well, I think I can answer the question about like about sort of disassociating from myself and like watching myself back. Like the level of self-awareness, like I you know, everyone thinks that they're self-aware to a certain extent, and when I started like watching everything back and then like starting being able to predict like what this is going to look like what my words are going to say, and like envision myself watching that, and like that becomes a more like, crystallized experience, then that definitely makes it weirder to like think about acting and speaking and stuff. So I almost have to try and like avoid that.
So in that sense, you dissociate at that point because it would make you feel too neurotic to focus on it.
Yeah, I think that's part of trying to like avoid knowing that I'm on camera all the time.
Mm.
I know that wasn't like that first question you asked.
So we got a guest question from Shelby. She wanted to know if me or Simon would ever do such a thing.
Let's add Emily into that too.
Yeah.
As the three. Well, because Ethan already said he wouldn't, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Emmy, what do you think?
Wait, hold on. Ethan, would you said absolutely no to the not safe for work stuff, but would you say no to everything else too?
When it comes to live streaming every component of my life for a long period of time, I wouldn't do that. I think being in a relationship changes it too, because that gives me responsibility for someone else's privacy as well, which is something that I wouldn't haphazardly share. And it also gives me an incentive to privacy, because I feel like, at least in the relationship I'm in now, and not applying this to all relationships, like the moments just you and that person are very valuable. And by adding anything else in, even if it's a camera that isn't being posted online, it changes a little bit in a way that I feel like takes value away from the time. And so I think that makes a big difference. And also, I don't like the problems that Michael experiences on a day-to-day and having to constantly care for something. It's like having a child, which is like something I'm not ready for. And I think when I'm ready for that, I would rather have it be like a child or some other responsibility than a 24/7 live stream of my life. And so I think that those two factors, privacy and inconvenience or responsibility, would lead me to saying no.
Okay, I like that. I would say for me, I've said this before, and I'm gonna go a little deeper on this one. No, for me, just because I love going to the movies so much, and that would be impossible to do. So that alone is that's immediately the no. I'll go a little deeper on this one though, because I've given that answer before. That I don't think, and going on what you just said, I tend to trend towards depression and anxiety and big things like this. And I feel like if I was headed towards the end of this, I feel like I'm almost worried for you a little bit, even though I don't think I should be. But like I feel like if I was in your position, I would be worried about myself, like having, if let's just say I did this and it was the same, it kind of trended similar to yours in terms of a fan community, and the number. It wasn't too huge. It was manageable enough. I think that, and this is probably why I've asked you these questions, like the questions of like, do you feel like you have this weight on your shoulders of like, there's going to be these people who are very sad to see you go, quote unquote, you know, and won't be able to like watch at any moment. I would take that very, very personally. If I had this community surrounding me, I would not be able to handle that. I don't think I would be. I don't know where I would fall in terms of like being able to give them content, but also like stop and be happy for myself. I think I would be more worried about if people cared about me as much as it seems like people care about you. I would definitely be more. And I'm not saying you should be caring about these people. I feel like would be, and you don't have any responsibility too. I think I would be very anxious thinking about possibly letting someone down. I don't know. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Yeah.
So that's why I wouldn't do it. On a bigger level, and then of course the small was like, I just love fucking Star Wars so much I can't want to watch it. I want to watch it in the movies.
I'm watching the
I'm
movie.
watching the movies. I'm watching Star Wars.
Yes, that's fun. Technical aspect notwithstanding, if we can take that out of the picture, so let's say it's free and it's just like and it's easy to do. Yeah, I could totally see myself doing that. I
For a year.
think that if given that like circumstances, like you know, if I can do it at my job and whatever, I like you, I think don't have that much trouble like kind of shrugging off negative comments like that, and I am also like narcissistic enough to want to have record of like all the jokes I make. Like I'm constantly like saying things. I forget things, you know, 4 seconds after I say them. So I think it would be cool to, for purely narcissistic reasons, to be able to have a record of some of the fun stuff I did. Yeah. I don't see it as being too invasive as long as the technical aspect's not so bad. Obviously, that would be very different once, you know, where I'd actually do it, and I don't have any interest in doing it, but if somebody just handed it to me, then I would definitely try it.
What about you, Lauren?
I mean, just in the line of work that I'm in right now, I'm working with people, we signed an NDA, it's like I can't, these are high-powered clients that like...
Like who?
Yeah, who are they? I literally just thought
Good
of
one.
that question.
Yeah, so I mean that, but like putting that aside, if money wasn't a factor, and if I could just kind of like go back to a life where I was moving about the day in the way that I wanted to, I think like the female perspective on it, we don't have that kind of ability to, it'd be like predatory almost, you know, it's like you can't live like that, that's not an option. To go through that, it would be a very different audience, I think, and it would get to the point where, I mean, there are some very intense and frightening people online that no matter what you do or where you go, like they'll locate you, they'll find you, they'll continuously, you know, bombard you. These are experiences I've had before, so I think that I'm too close to my family to have them go through that. It'd be more about them than it was about me. I would love to have a capsule of my life as time went on, in the way that Instagram archives your stories or whatever, but like in a very broad sense of just seeing the way that I've progressed in my career as I move about the city. Like there's so many times where I'm like, I feel like I'm in a movie right now. I'd love to put like a soundtrack to this, and as I move through these people in New York, maybe similarly to what you might have experienced when you were over there, just doing that on a day-to-day. But I just don't think that, I don't know if this is a reality for women in this climate.
There was a girl who did it actually, wasn't there, Michael?
Yeah, it wasn't the same project, but
Justine was.
No, Jenny Cam.
Jenny Cam, that's right.
You know about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, she did.
That was just in her house, though, right?
Yeah, it was like a way scaled down version, but it was similar to this project in like the sense that it was the best that technology could do at the time.
It was like late 90s, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So it was like cameras installed in different parts of her house that showed her like everywhere she went in her house, and she
But
included
it was
sex, I think, right?
She did, but it was like it would upload like a still image every like 4 seconds, like a low quality image, because that's what it could do at the time.
Right.
And that
That's
like
probably really exciting.
it was, yeah, it was insane.
Yeah, that's probably more, not more, but very, in a different way, exciting. Like, it's just coming in, you know.
Well, now, like, are you saying now it's exciting?
The anticipation of that.
That's funny, but probably wrong compared to like the amount of things that we have now. But like at the time when that came out, that was like one of the most successful websites in the world. Like insane numbers, unreal traffic, and the amount that she had to pay to like have these photos upload made it so that she didn't make any money from this project, where she had like millions of people clicking on her website, which is crazy. But yeah, she did. So like, she was one of the first people who did something like this, totally different than this project. But if a girl did exactly what I'm doing now, it would be like way insane, like 100,000, or like, you know, the magnitude of it would be way more.
But
insane.
have you experienced like
And predatory.
crazies out there? Like,
I've tasted like a little bit of it, like from like the gay community.
mm-hmm.
And
There was a lot of catfishing.
yeah.
Yeah.
And like, because that's the people who are like
We're just
really
gonna-
interested in me. What?
We both had the same joke in our head at the same time, looked at each other, was like, who's gonna do it? And then there was no time.
What's the joke?
A little late now. Go for it, son.
No, you do it.
Yeah, tell us the fucking joke, huh?
You do it.
You do.
You do it.
I thought you had something. Oh, I didn't have anything.
Okay, never mind.
Can I tell you why I laughed earlier while she was talking about something serious?
Sure.
I was stretching my legs, and I did this Hoosier Boys camp a long time ago, and they told you never to lock your knees while you were like standing, because it was like a military type thing. And this one kid just passed out in the middle of our like graduation ceremony thing, and it was so hilarious. They're like, "Don't lock your knees, you'll pass out." And for some reason, this kid just locked his knees and passed out in the middle of like the weird award ceremony. We were all standing in a field, and someone was like giving a speech, and this kid just goes down.
Wait, you think he fainted because he locked his knees?
Yeah, it happens. If you lock your knees, your blood doesn't flow right, and you faint. But then you wake
What?
right up as soon as you fall. If you lock your knees and stand for too long.
I love that female perspective thing. I didn't even
Yeah.
think about that, honestly.
No, me neither.
Not even for a minute, which is pretty shitty of me to even like try to apply this to anyone else, but like to not try to apply this to anyone else, I should say. You're absolutely right about that.
Yeah,
Like,
it's funny
it
that we
would-
never once thought of that in like 9 episodes.
It would be like, it would just be on 4chan immediately, and people would just be trying to track you down and immediately just like trying to like.
it would be a
which
whole different
stream
kind of
snipe
problem. You
you
couldn't.
or
I don't
hit-
know if you could look at it like art. I don't know if that you might have think that was your intention in the beginning, but that's not the way that it would go. You know, and
Yeah.
you would never have that ability to have it be seen. But and the thing about it too is that certain people, not like divulging too much of my life, but like people will come at you and say like, I understand where you're trying to go with this, and like you're so intelligent, like this is so like, and it's all a ploy. It's like,
well, it's definitely like we talked with Michael's mom about how and we actually brought it up earlier in this episode, right? About how like coming at him to be in a relationship and then having all this pre-knowledge that he might not know that this person has, that like with a girl that would, and if it was a straight girl and you know these guys would be coming up to her, there'd be so much that would happen all the time. People coming up to like, oh, like nice to meet you, you know, and it's like
it's very difficult for you to know what someone's intentions are at that point.
Already, I feel like for women, and to add a freaking camera system to it.
Right.
And Michael also, like, his address is really easy to find, and like a lot of his personal info. So like when you say like, oh, people hunt you down and track you, there's no hunting involved. Like, and the
especially,
point,
I mean, even if you're younger, it's like we all make a lot of like kind of insane, stupid internet mistakes. Not all of us, but some of us when we were younger. And I think that, you're shaking.
I've never made an internet mistake.
That's so great. You must feel really great and safe all the time.
Other people don't see it the same way.
Lots of people do, but that's what happens when you put the phone in a hand of a 12 or 13-year-old. It's like, we're not emotionally intelligent enough to be able to know, you know, they'll give you these like warnings in school about like, oh, don't trust like people on the internet or something, but you think that these people are your friends, and it's like, children should not have access to this. And I still, like, I'm 24. How old are you guys?
I'm 21.
You're 20. How old are you? You're 22. Yeah, I mean, we're pretty young. It's like, and we grew up in this age of having all of these things, and them being really new to us, and adults not really knowing how to manage or direct us in that sense. Like, to be 12 or 13 years old and have your like little Envy flip phone and have someone like asking you for nude photos that lives down the block from you. Like, these are really scary things that people are exposed to every day, and there's no guidance there yet, you know? So, I mean, it all ties into this in the end, and the fact that we are not teaching our youth, because we don't understand it yet, how to protect themselves from what can occur down the line in this sense, you know? And now, like, you can own your sexuality, and you can own the fact that you've made these choices, and protect yourself when you're a little bit older. But I think that we, by exposing ourselves, it's just this like endless amount of possibilities. You really can't trust a lot of these people. And that's how I feel.
Everyone's staring at
I think it's kind of interesting tying that back into the predatory aspect of live streaming your life. I think Michael's right in saying that if you were to live stream your entire life as a girl, it would be massively successful, and that people might come in for the wrong reasons, and people might still...
There's no might.
People might still, like, act on those wrong reasons, but I also think people who come in for the wrong reasons, people who are like, oh, damn, this chick live streams her whole life, I should check her out, I can watch her do everything, wash her hands, that sounds dope. Those people, like, there's a strong possibility...
Paint her toenails.
There's a strong possibility that a lot of those people would become just, like, fans of the person from seeing their whole life, but I do think there's that predatory aspect, and I think it's really... real at this time, but I also think as technology moves forward, so is like so are the societal differences between man and woman, and like the aspect there. So I think that is something, if this were to be a thing that blows up, I do not think that it's off limits for girls at all. I don't think that it's something that a girl would never do, especially if it increases in popularity.
Well, I think the problem, one of the main problems there is that you can have, you know, however many great fans that you want, but all it really takes is one committed predatory fan to ruin the whole thing. So it doesn't matter how many people are there for the right reasons. If one person, like, hunts you down, you know, whatever the eventuality is, that's enough to not do the whole thing.
It's also one of the scary things about if this became a thing, or if there was like a YouTube for this, then like there could very well be one person who just assassinates everyone who does it.
That's actually that idea.
That's the plot of Michael's book.
No, that idea, the predatory idea, is the thing that brought us to getting a dog. So we hadn't had anything like that, but that was a concern, especially in, well, I guess in both of our minds, when we realized we're live streaming our whole life, there's no way we can hide our address. People see our cross streets. Like, if one crazy person saw this, and like for some reason they got some weird impulse, they could act upon it easily.
Yeah.
8 more days.
And I think honestly, like, getting like murdered or something is like kind of the least of like the problems, really. Like, it can be like, you can have your whole life dismantled, like if somebody's smart enough and knows technology well enough, and
that was actually my biggest concern, or like one of my bigger concerns. I was like, I'm gonna get hacked on every account that's here.
Right, exactly.
100%
Like,
of them.
yeah,
Which I think someone may or may not be hacking my YouTube account actively in the past 2 days.
I don't even understand what the point, like, of that would, like, what do you, I don't even get why you would even attempt to do that.
There's a lot of things that I don't understand the point of what people do them.
It's pretty hard to infer the incentives without understanding, like, both sides of the equation, too. It's like a crime. You can't really understand why someone did it. Like, they shot a bunch of people. Like, you aren't going to be like, they did it because those people had arms. Like, you can't really infer it. And so you would, like, have to know the person to be able to infer any incentives in that case.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Yeah, it's just a mystery to me. Alright. Is it late enough? I think we can...
We got some Beat Saber to play,
I think I'm good.
Yeah. Wait, before we end,
It's been over
you
3 hours.
You guys are gonna wait?
I don't know what the joke is.
Dude,
Oh.
come on.
Oh, really? You don't. I thought.
I
that's
don't even
what
remember what the scenario was.
It was
Tell
you
the
said.
joke.
Oh, you said you got. You said you tasted it a little bit,
Oh, okay.
Okay.
and I was gonna make a fucking joke about eating
Okay.
your cum.
Oh, okay. I had a joke too that I didn't do.
You sounded like you were from Alabama there for a second. Like I was gonna make a joke about eating your cum, just the way you said it.
Eating your cum, brother.
I had one I didn't get to say either,
Sister.
where Ethan said that he didn't make any internet mistakes. I said, but his mom made a real life one. That seemed a little mean.
What
But
was it?
She did. I can tell you where she did it too, but I'm not sure if she wants to
Not
do
saying
that on live stream.
Is she pregnant? What do you mean?
Like honestly, no, dude. I need to know if she's pregnant or not.
I did the joke twice already. It's
I
the
don't know
rule.
what
The
you're
rule of
talking about.
twos, bro. It's binary comedy. 0 1 1
1,
0
2,
0 0 1 1 0 0 0 0.
And that's how we end. All right, can I do the conclusion?
Yeah.
2 1 1 1 2 2 2 1 1 1 2 1 2 1 1.
Should we do an actual conclusion?
Should we do the same thing we did in the intro,
Which was what?
where we all say our names and then I say and they're here with us? Okay. So I just want to say in the end, number one, I want to thank Michael and Ethan for coming here. We've had a great time, showing them around and
I think
hanging
we had
out with
a
them.
fantastic time.
And for being so willing to be so forthcoming and grant us their time to do this.
I mean, this is insane to think about when we made the pilot versus where we ended up.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible.
Which, by the way, I want you guys to know that I thought that your pilot was incredible. I thought your pilot was really excellent, and you guys should put it out there at some point.
I think we're gonna.
Cool.
At some point,
Right.
right?
It's your February Patreon reward, isn't it?
Yeah. You're more than welcome to do that. Yeah. So.
Oh, I charged you again. Like, here's a little audio file.
I thought I
I'm
canceled
sorry.
it in January. I'm
Here's
so
an
sorry.
audio file. It's already on my computer. You can just have it. Fucking losers.
I really tried my hardest to
Give me your
cancel it. I have no
fucking
idea what went wrong.
Guys,
me my-
I'm so sorry.
Just give me my socks back. We'll call it even.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh my god. How did it happen again? You guys, I'm so bad at this internet
he
stuff.
just keeps eating it all up.
This is your best joke yet.
I've been doing it for days. Crushes every time.
It's never not funny.
All these jokes we've been doing. These are all.
This is
quite
what he
old
loves
jokes.
the most.
So I'm Brian,
I'm Simon.
and we've had Michael and Ethan and Emily come help us out.
That was terrible.
Yeah, I know. Well, I thought they were gonna say their names.
What if you did the intro something like, so you did some meta-analysis on the live stream? I mean, the live stream's going to end the same way it started, apparently. Maybe you can replicate that in the same way this podcast started. You can end it that way.
That's a fun idea.
I don't know how it started.
Yeah, but it started with 30 minutes of nonsense. It started 30 minutes. We were just fucking around. We couldn't stop fucking around.
We
for,
have
like,
that. We have that.
Yeah, I think we could fuck around for a little bit, and then it would be a perfect loop. But
If you find this project fascinating and want to check it out for yourself, too fucking bad. He's done.
Canceled.
You can go to his Patreon and still give him money if you want. Music by
Too
Dr.
much.
Doppler. He's pretty cool. We like him. You can check out the other bad comedy podcast that I'm not on half the time or all the time, ever. It's on iTunes, Spotify. You can send any thoughts or questions to us, although the only things we're going to get are questions about Ethan wanting to bang Mrs. Gerry and
and the amount of
and questions about whether or not I will allow Michael to masturbate in my bathroom.
and I don't have any more socks.
And
So stop
apparently
asking.
that's all people email us about us, which is all the submissions will be anonymous, but doesn't matter because it's all fake names, I think. Links to everything mentioned can be found in the podcast description.
Yeah, we won't out your catfishing, your special catfishing account. That will stay anonymous.
Thank you for that.
That was the joke we were doing. No fair.
All right.
Well, this has been Once Upon a Time in College Station.
Yeah. It's fine. It's
Yeah,
fine.
Yeah, it's fine. We can always.
Once upon a time.
Edit that down to a tight 30.
Oh my gosh.
4 hours.
Dude, I could not wear those headphones any longer.
Yeah, that's okay. You don't. The reason I make people wear the headphones just so you can make sure you're like holding the mic right.
Oh my God, no! This is one of my favorite shirts, and it's stuck to paint.
And you locked your legs.
Ow!
Did you paint your ear?
No,
Oh.
I didn't paint my
Oh.
ear.
Hold on, I'll pull that up on the stream. That's something I can definitely pull up.
It's officially Christmas. I wanna make popcorn.
Were those two sentences related at all?
Yeah. I want to make those little peanut butter cookies with the Hershey Kiss.
Wait, actually,
those
before
are
you
fire.
leave, I have a question for you guys. I didn't want to ask on the podcast, but I thought it was
Are
really
we still,
interesting.
like,
Look at ask on the internet instead.
Yeah,
Well,
what's up?
Yeah, but I just didn't like. I didn't feel like it applied directly to the podcast. I heard multiple people talk about art today and how you said like the live stream wouldn't be art then. Do you think that art is something that like art is determined?
That's it.
Why are you like that?
Silver spray paint.
Why?
Why not? Well,
Are
I
you
can
in
give you a lot of
Washington?
reasons why not.
Are you in Central Park?
Yeah.
We went to Central Park today.
I got a lot of money
So
from it.
fun.
It was a good time. You can go watch.
Okay, well.
Do you guys think that art is determined by those who receive it or by those who created it? What makes it? Which side makes it art?
It's both. The message can't be without a sender. Without a sender and receiver, it's not. It's not really a message.
Yeah, what he
What
said.
if someone does something without intending it to be art, and then people receive it as art? Is it
That
still
happens all
art?
the time.
That's cool.
Is it
still
art?
Yeah.
Sure.
I actually disagree with you guys wholeheartedly. I think art is 100% in like the person who creates it. Like if you create something that you think is art, that you think is special, then that's art. Like that's what's important about it.
Yeah, but if the art that you're trying to create is supposed to have an effect on people, then it needs to have the effect on people in order for it to succeed.
That's the intended effect of the art. I don't think
Right.
that's what makes it art or not. I don't know. It's just like when I create things, it doesn't matter if it gets like 2 views or however many views that Filipino reaction video
Yeah, well,
got.
it says until you got more views, and then you say, wait, this is what I wanted the whole time.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of the things I've done are a lot more artistic than the most successful things I've done. The things that were received the best, I really appreciate the things that I created and liked the
Right.
most and felt like it was art.
Right, but that's not your feeling toward it doesn't dictate how artistic
Keep
it
that
is.
energy up.
Huh?
I said he should keep that energy up.
Ethan?
Yeah.
Yeah, he does. It's ridiculous.
I have a question for you. Did you say that you
Do you mind
did you
being
drop,
on camera?
Did you drop out of college?
Yeah.
Why?
Why? Well, actually, I never wanted to go to college, and I felt like I got forced to go. And then when I was there, I got a really bad upper respiratory infection, and I was sick for like 6 weeks. And I was like, let me just go home and like recoup a little bit, and I'll take the next semester off. Got a job in a restaurant, and then I met all these people who were paying off master's degrees on their restaurant salary, and I was like, don't know if college is all it's cracked up to be after all, and just didn't have parents who were gonna pay for the whole thing, so didn't want to be in debt. Took my money and then I made it in the restaurant and moved to New York.
He also dropped out of college, by the way.
Where'd you move from?
Here, I live down the street.
Okay.
I moved to Brooklyn, and I've been back and forth, but I'm still in the city. You can do that though. It's like you don't need a degree for everything. It's like kind of crazy that people think that you do. There's a lot of positions out there. That's changing too. I feel really passionately about the whole not finishing school, or like at least like representing from the start that community college is an option or trade school is an option. I don't think that that's something that we got enough of in my
I
high
was
school.
telling that to either you or Ethan yesterday that I fucking that I feel like our counselors like tricked us into going
Yeah,
to fucking like
totally.
if you even toyed with the idea of going to community college, I don't know if this is just like a wealthy area and they needed to keep the numbers up or something.
That's why.
Or if this is everywhere. I'm not sure. I'm only speaking from my.
Well, do you guys, what is the demographic of your, where you guys went to school? Like high school?
Did you know how to describe Valpo? I don't.
You know better than I would.
It's sort of middle class. There's like upper class brackets. It's probably one of the better high schools in the area, but you're definitely raised to think, or you're brought up to think that college is like the best solution. But I wasn't ever brought up to believe like if you don't go to college, like you won't be successful. And I
Okay.
think I like was raised in the industrial belt of the Midwest, so there's like a lot of industry jobs that people didn't do fine in. So it was kind of half and
Yeah.
half.
I mean, my mom was one of 7 kids, and she was the only one to go to college. My dad has multiple degrees, so for me to not finish was like pretty jarring. They were much cooler about it than I think a lot of other parents would be, but I felt like a letdown for sure.
When I was
Taking
toying
a long
with the
time.
idea of community college with my counselor, it was like,
Oh, they wouldn't even
why
go
would
there.
no. Your grades are way too good for that. I was a good student. Your grades are way
Way
too
too
good to
smart.
waste on community college. Not even like even thinking about the financial aspect from my, which not family was not wealthy,
Because schools get funding based on their
Right,
college.
that's exactly
admissions.
what
They
I
want
found
to
out
say like,
later.
oh, X amount of people went to a 4-year
exactly.
college.
And so it was fucked
The
up.
guy went.
And I'm still very mad about that.
Yeah, it's messed up.
Yeah,
Can I,
it's-
can I light this?
Yeah.
Ryan, do you have a lighter by chance? Sorry to interrupt.
No, I think I was done.
Alright, well, it was a pleasure to meet you guys.
It's nice meeting you. Thanks for stopping by. Sorry
Yeah,
the
of
conversation
course.
was so
What?
directed towards the podcast and live stream instead of getting to know.
No, it's fine. I mean, I'm sure that you guys will keep in touch, and I'll see you guys again in the future. I'm always here. I don't seem to go anywhere.
I actually never hear people say that.
What?
I never hear people say oh, I'm sure that we'll
It's true.
talk again. People are always like, well, this is probably the last time I'll ever see you, so
I mean, I don't know.
thanks.
Seems like it's going well between you guys, and I've been friends with you guys for a really long time now, so
Yeah, we seem to keep our friends around.
seem to keep our friends around.
Excuse me. It was nice meeting you.
Yeah, I was nice
Yeah,
meeting
but that's
you guys.
because of your cages in the basement, Simon.
Nope.
Wait, you have a basement?
Good luck.
Thank
No, there's not a
Yeah, there's
basement. Why do you
another
keep
one.
bringing this up?
Is there a basement?
No!
My dad's definitely not buried down there.
Yeah, I didn't even have a dad.
Hi.
Man,
Guys.
it's nice to see you.
Right here. One over.
No problem.
Yeah, you had some good insights.
Dude, I'm not drunk anymore.
Sober up to
Yeah.
drive home.
That's
You
good.
actually have really good questions, I thought.
Thank you. I'll be much safer on the road now.
Bye.
Bye.
See ya.
Now we can
Hey,
get
Ryan.
a daffodil in peace.
Have your way. Do you want this one or do you want the daffodils?
What the hell are these?
Those are the daffodils. Some Daffy Ducks.
What do you mean these are good?
It's called Modafinil. It's just a fun. I just was doing fun.
This is actually modafinil?
Yes. It's Provigil. Same. That's branding, but yeah.
This is the thing we've been saying.
Yes.
Did you bring modafinil over because we've been talking about modafinil, or was this the original point in the conversation? Because
That
I
was
never
sorry,
saw
no,
this.
No, that was how it originally
Michael, I'm
came.
sorry I didn't have a good question.
I
Answer
really
that
thought
question.
we made
I
up
honestly couldn't
modafinil.
think of anything.
Which one?
No.
What's the worst part of life?
Okay,
I thought
that's
your
why
question
you
was-
kept.
or your
Oh,
answer
now
was
this is
right.
all making sense.
That-
Okay.
I thought we.
Why
That's
you
why I
kept
kept making
changing
up
the
new
name.
ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
boring
okay,
stuff.
alright.
Yeah,
I
but
thought you were
that's
just
just the nature of
purposely
the thing,
picking
though,
the
I
wrong
think.
one,
Yeah.
the opposite
I mean,
one
that's
that
the
you knew
point
you
of
didn't
it.
take.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
if anything
No,
besides
this is
that,
what I want. I
if
don't
you're
know
going
what
out
it
of your
is.
way to make it
It's
exciting,
the one
it
that lasts
defeats
like 12 hours and
defeats
it's not
the
like euphoric or anything.
intent.
It doesn't
Oh,
change the
okay.
fact that if
I
you're
mean,
if you're a
feel
pro
free to take
soccer
it.
player,
Mhm.
the worst part of soccer or playing
I take-
soccer can be
Feel free to take
that
it.
you have to
I'll
practice
take
all the time.
Yeah, no, it's
But
like those are you can have that.
That's not
Bring that with
like
you.
because it's a bad thing doesn't necessarily mean that's like a
I'm
bad
happy to
thing.
give you
Yeah.
space instead
Yeah, yeah.
for now, but
I would never take offense to anything that you guys would say
I'm
about
gonna
the
stay
project.
good.
I mean, yeah.
I believe
We know that.
because I'm going to try and get ahead on all my work. I think tonight's going to be one of my better nights to take advantage of downtime than the nights coming up.
gotcha. Well, yeah, this
If you think of
would be
anything else
for sure.
that you want to substitute as an answer, feel free to.
I'll edit it in and have you say, like, yeah, great.
Can we light
Right
the
after.
fire somehow? I was really cold that whole
Oh, yeah,
podcast.
Yeah,
you
it's,
do
yeah, I can do that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I
Would you-
appreciate it.
How much are you thinking? I think we did 15 last time.
Yeah, 15 is plenty.
Oh, 'cause if you're doing below a certain weight, so you can tear it, so it'll say 0. But if you're doing below certain weights, it doesn't really register well. So you want to see like the higher weight. number. So 191.
This is cool that this is how you heat your house.
Only when it's really cold or annoying people ask me to.
That's 17. That's fine. Yeah, I think that's what we did last time, isn't it? So So if you want to make it easier, I don't know, you were having like difficult, like spilling a little bit. What I usually do is I'll just fold it and then like put water in my mouth and just like dump it in the Swisher.
Oh, yeah.
We had like a killer hurricane like 8 years ago when we didn't have power for like 2 weeks.
Oh, that was so much fun,
It was
dude.
so much fun.
Best week of my
We didn't
life.
have heat either, but like this thing kept the whole house heated the entire time. It was
Did I
great.
finish it?
Yeah, we literally, like, there was a hurricane, you couldn't get through, like, it was Hurricane Sandy, you couldn't get through anything, so, like, all school and, like,
No one
work
had
was
work,
canceled.
no one had school.
But we all lived close enough that we
Sorry.
could walk to each other's houses and just get drunk and start fires, and it was really fun.
That's sick.
It was a really
It was
good
the
time.
best weekend.
I'm gonna go in front of you.
Spring break.
Brian, are you gonna stick around and enjoy your last few moments with us, or are you going to
What, you guys zipping off? That's a,
tomorrow?
Yeah, but what time?
That's up to Michael.
I probably won't be till like a little bit after noon.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So early.
It could be later. I told Bukursky we'd be there like at mid-afternoon, but honestly, maybe it might depend on like what's going on with my equipment as well. We'll see.
Do you have any plans of, like, anywhere that you want to go to try to, like, are you going to try to go to Best Buy or something and, like...
Dude, I'm not sure. I have to like figure out what's going on more, and I'm really crossing my fingers that the problem gets solved because I honestly have no idea how to fix that. Also, I don't know where you are, so it's weird. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's kind of an impossible question to Google, huh?
I mean, the thing is like I think that the error is with the device, which is like it's a LiveView Solo, and
Yeah.
it's kind of it's a really obscure device, right?
Right.
It's not something that any Best Buy would carry. So the only way to get it is like order it online and then wait till it gets there, and then like usually when that happens, I sit someplace with a webcam and like use my phone and like just wait until the equipment arrives and then do the repair. But obviously that would not be the case in this one. I'll just have to figure it out. It's gonna be weird.
Damn.
But yeah, are you gonna be around in the afternoon tomorrow?
Yeah, we were
Calendar
gonna go on
too
a
bad.
hike, but yeah, he said he didn't think so, but he wasn't sure.
I don't, dude, I'm almost positive.
No,
it
I
closed
think
early.
I assume you're right. I was gonna go on a hike, but we can always. I can come over.
Don't feel like you gotta change your plans or anything.
No, I mean it's the difference of like I was gonna go at like 11. I could just go at noon. It's like it's whatever. So yeah, I guess I'll come over tomorrow when you guys get up.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll come say goodbye and stuff, and we can go to a diner or whatever.
Cool.
Get you guys some lunch before you leave.
Get you some breakfast or something.
I think I'm gonna go call Davey really quick because I haven't talked to her much the last couple days.
Cool.
But I'll be back down. But if this happens to be goodbye,
I don't think. I mean, I'll see you tomorrow afternoon for sure. I
Alright.
promise. Good night, Michael. See you tomorrow.
Okay, Brian.
tight. Enjoy
You
it.
as
Not
well,
everyone
Walt.
has the privilege.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. I could totally fix this right now.
Cool. Good night.
Let me walk you out, Bri. See ya, Bri.
What are you doing?
Nothing, get out.
What are you doing? I don't believe you.
Lock doors.
You want any cheese and shit?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll have some cheese.
Saved all that stuff from last night. Tight.
All right, so I'm super wondering, what did you think about the quality of that podcast?
Once we edit it, it'll be good.
Okay.
That's the. It's always. It always seems like it's really shitty until we listen back and find the gems and get it down to like an hour, hour and a half.
Okay.
'Cause that was fucking 3 hours.
That was crazy.
There's gonna be like. There'll be like a solid hour, hour and a half. You don't understand how much we take out.
Okay.
We take a lot out. Did you not think that was good?
No, I thought that it definitely had good moments, but I felt like it was extraordinarily long.
Yeah.
And like, I know sometimes even editing, like, if something's overwhelming, like, I don't know, it can be hard. It takes a lot of time and effort to turn something like that into something small.
That was gonna suck for Brian.
Yeah.
Soggy.
The cheese is so jacked.
Yeah, is that crumbly one the really expensive one?
They both are kind of expensive, but the no, this actually was cheaper than this one.
Okay.
This one's the really expensive one. That one's really good. I'm actually really glad Emily came over.
Dude, yeah, that was a great mission.
She I knew she would add some good stuff.
I was surprised she was 24.
Older, or younger?
I thought she was closer to your guys' age.
No, she's like, she's like by far my youngest friend for sure. Yeah.
Probably.
I guess you now, sure. Boom. Yeah, she's cool though. I like Emily a lot.
Mm-hmm.
It was so ridiculous. And she's like, I don't know who I knew first. Brian or something. I was like, she knew Brian for like almost a year before she knew me. I can't believe she even forgot that. It was insane.
Did she meet you through Brian?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what age was she when you met her? Or what age, or either one of you?
Oh fuck.
How long ago was that?
Yeah.
Essentially what I'm asking.
Yeah, that was. I remember she definitely wasn't 21 yet when I met her.
Ah, that's crazy.
Because I remember being like, oh fuck, I got another like underage friend now. I think she was 20 when I met her. So she's just, how old is she?
24.
Yeah, that sounds right. 4 years sounds right. Yeah, 4 years. For sure.
Do you think that you actually do, like, have friends for an abnormally long period of time compared to other people?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I look at like how many people I know who like had like their friends in high school and then transitioned to like their friends in college and then transitioned to like their friends from like the neighborhood or like wherever they move or where they settle. It's like, you know, like the family, like the Emily says, I'm very glad I got to meet them.
Who, Emily said that?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, I don't know. All of my friends that I have now, that's not true actually. I was gonna say all my friends I have now are from high school, but that's not true at all actually. I have a bunch of new friends that I met through, actually it's really funny, like I really expanded this group into like,
You really what?
I really expanded my friend group in the last couple of years into like Austin, who I met through like friends in high school, because Austin went to a different high school and was younger than me. Austin's girlfriend Lindsay, who you met, her friend group has like now become my friend group, and like I've met them all through her, and they're all awesome. They're great. It's like actually really amazing how awesome they all are, and they liked me, so.
That's cool.
Yeah. Yeah, it was pretty cool. And then I actually got to know them all really well when I went to a wedding in Mexico with all of them.
Nice.
I got like me and my buddy Andy got like a kind of like second round invite, you know, like not enough people kind of RSVP'd. And she was like, well, you're kind of around a lot. I feel weird if I like you or left out. And I was like, cool. So then we spent like a week in Mexico, and I got to know everyone really, really, really well.
Whose wedding was it?
My friend Kim's wedding.
Okay.
Yeah.
Second round wedding invite.
That dude, the only invites I get to weddings are second round invites. I swear to God.
That's funny.
Besides my mother's and my sister's. My sister's wedding was a direct one, and so was my mom's.
I would be honored to put you in my second round group.
Yo, I would fucking love it. I'd love to go to you and Ethan's wedding. and my mom were like so fucking jazzed to meet you guys too. It's so funny.
Really?
I was like, Ashley, like you met him for like 30 seconds.
Dude, I feel bad. That was like, there was so many, like, that was such a bad time to meet your sister. It's like,
I know.
everything was broken.
It's alright. I think I explained that, like, oh, I think he was, like, frustrated because shit was going down with his thing. And she's like, oh, that's okay. I just figured he was tired. Like, no need to apologize.
It's just fine. Oh. I'm gonna cast this shit.
What's up?
Are you in right now?
Oh, yeah, I'll recast real quick.
No, I think I can do it.
It's too late.
Fuck you. Do you generally like fancy cheeses?
Yeah, I actually do. I like cheese quite a bit. Cheese and crackers.
Yeah, cheese and crackers is dope.
And then you throw a little meat in there and, like, it's a party. It's a real
Throw what
party.
in? Oh, meat in?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a great snack. You ever add in, like, some fig?
No. I mean, I've had charcuterie where there's been like fig included, yeah, but I've never done it myself.
That really takes it up a notch. I think it makes it more of like a dessert thing.
Do you like
but-
brie?
Yeah, I like
I
brie
almost
a
bought
lot.
a baked brie yesterday. I should have done that. Like brie and apple and shit. So
Yeah.
that shit is tight.
You start throwing all like the different flavors in, and you get. That's not what I wanted. training time.
Okay, master.
Imagine Dragons hard. You ready?
I need some cheese. Hold on. Let me get water. You guys should take those pink grapefruit seltzers with you because I'm not gonna drink them.
Okay. Ethan will definitely drink them.
Cool, perfect. Just not like pink grapefruit that much.
Same. I actually find all the citrus ones like weirdly dry my throat out.
Really?
Yeah, I don't really know why.
I like the. What's this shit?
You like the lemon lime ones, right?
Yes, I do. I do. Yes. Those are actually probably my favorite. Just probably because they're the easiest ones to find. Because I always buy like the ones I usually buy are like ShopRite, not ShopRite brand, but it's like vintage brand, and it's 24 pack for $6.
Okay.
So that's what I usually buy. And they either come in original or lemon lime, so those are the two I'm kind of stuck with. But I like them. Light coming in the bottom. I like that shit. Wasn't that song again? Machine?
Yeah, Machine. you're a machine.
I went to go fucking dap you up when I get the headset in there.
I left the whole time. I didn't want to see it.
I did it.
Dude, nice job.
Was I doing it on expert or hard last night? What was I trying to do?
Hard. You were on hard.
Okay, yeah, that was actually easy.
Is that hard?
Oh, hard.
That, like, you were on hard.
Mhm.
You were on easy and it was hard for you.
What?
You were doing it on beginner and
I was doing it on normal.
it felt like it was expert plus. You did it left-handed.
What are you talking about? Are you confusing
Are
me
you
on
playing
purpose?
Darth Vader?
I hate you.
No, that's awesome. That's really good. You didn't complete that one last night, right?
No, that was the one I got really frustrated and struggled on.
Hell yeah.
Actually, a good song too. I like Imagine Dragons, and I never really listened to that song before.
Is there a spot around here to take some power from you?
Yeah, we can unplug.
I can plug in just this thing as well. Just rub this. Okay, you won't play.
What are the rules about plugging a power strip into an amp?
I don't know. Well, I don't need to plug the power strip in. I just brought it down in case I need it.
I don't need that anymore, so
That's perfect.
if that's still on, I'm not sure. If not, you can just turn it on.
Do you like doing the Stanley and Branley show?
Yeah. I've literally been on like 5 episodes. But I do like it. I actually like listening to it back to it sometimes. I haven't listened to it. Sorry, I'm tripping my mouth. Even my mouth full. Or talking with my mouth full. I listened to the original first few, and I was like, oh, this is like, okay, so this is like kind of dumb, but like whatever. And then I stopped listening for like probably a year or two. To the left. Left, 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 right there. There's one, there's two, yep. But actually, I listened to, maybe it was Ethan I told this to, maybe it was you, I don't remember, that he did, Austin wasn't around one week or something, so he did it with our buddy Andy over Discord while he was in England.
Yeah.
And I thought those 2 episodes that he put out, that he did with him, were like some of the funniest shit I've ever heard, period. Like, not even just of that show.
Yeah.
Like, just, I was fucking dying in my room laughing. Like, I just put it on the back and I was like, started surfing the net. And it was like, literally, it was the funniest shit. And just like, I don't know if it would translate unless you like knew them both, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But, dude, shit was hysterical. Andy and him play off each other very well.
Is Andy a really funny guy?
Andy's hilarious. Andy's one of the funniest people I know for sure. I think I said he's kind of like, he definitely has, it's like, if it's me, Brian, and Andy hanging out, it's like, it's just, you know, you can figure it out.
Dude, you guys are like, I guess I don't know a lot of people in your age bracket, but you guys are really funny.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I don't like to be considered old or in my age bracket.
Well, your age bracket's like between being young and old. You know what I mean? Like, you're not like an adult, but like,
No,
you're definitely
no.
older than me.
Yeah. And in a lot of ways, I think you're actually more mature than me.
I'm super mature.
Yeah.
Have I told you, like, I actually have a list on my phone. It's really, really long about all the reasons I'm really mature. Because people don't believe me when I tell them.
No, I actually am. Look, number 1, I have my own car. Number 2, I'm saving the environment with my car. Number 3, I don't pay rent because I live in my car.
I'm a homeowner.
I'm a homeowner. It's my car. Thank you, I appreciate it. Calling me funny. I'm calling Brian funny.
What'd you say?
I said I appreciate that. I said calling me funny and calling Brian funny.
Oh, yeah.
Are probably the best compliments you could give either of us. And
Oh,
you
yeah.
100% agree with me on that. Because that's literally all we go for is the laughs.
Yeah.
Constantly. And,
I mean, I've only heard you make like 3 jokes total, and they made me all die laughing. And there was another one that was.
You've only heard me make 3 jokes?
No, like I'm like to me directing conversation. Like,
okay.
Fair
enough.
there was one that was on the either tail end or like, it was on one side of the joke that you made about the Patreon that was equally as funny, but I don't remember what it was. I'd have to look back. It was really funny.
You want the camera on you? Want the camera on you? And latex. You need to go to Texas and live a little.
Are you thinking about it?
Like 10% maybe.
Okay.
But like honestly probably not. Honestly, this has been such a surreal week, whatever you want to call it, that like I feel like it only gets more surreal if I continue it. I'm in this weird period where I like don't care my job anymore. And there is actually people around to cover me that I could do it.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a question of how irresponsible is it of me to do that.
Mm-hmm.
I think it is slightly, but goddamn if I'm not tempted, dude.
Would you be leaving your dad hanging at all? With the other job?
No, because he's not. He won't be back to the new year, or he won't be back until. Regardless, yeah. I will. She's so funny. She's like, it's the chance to be a part of something bigger than yourself, bigger than here. This very well might go down in history today. Who knows? You could be a part of it. Throw caution to the wind. It's like, fuck, come with me. Let's go.
You guys all get an RV.
Seriously.
Michael, check this out. Oh, you're doing something.
What's up?
Go ahead and finish. I want to show you something from one of the calendar pictures.
Oh, okay. Have you been seeing this, Simon?
What?
Have you been seeing the pictures that I think Danny Cho is making on my Discord?
I haven't seen them though.
They're really funny. They're super funny, actually.
I actually love them.
Yeah. I haven't seen them since like the 10th, but they're so funny. should show Simon in the meantime.
Oh, sorry.
That's honestly seemed like it was on purpose.
It was. There were no notes there.
Oh,
Here's
whoops.
one that I just.
Did you finding all these pictures?
Instagram.
That's sick. I like that one. That's cool. How old are you guys in the bottom right photo?
I don't know, maybe like 13 or 14. Here, check it out. I'm right here. What are you doing?
I'm looking.
Yeah.
Look at this one's the really funny one. You can look at the whole picture if you want, but that one they took a screenshot, and it's like the golden screenshot of when we got Harley to eat at the table with us.
Oh
so it
my
looks like
God.
that's what we always do. We gotta get him to send
That
them to
is
us.
so funny. That's awesome. Is this like my whole Instagram of you? Would you say,
It's-
a friend is someone who understands your past, believes in your future, and accepts you just the way they are. Wow, that's beautiful. Maybe they put Davey in there. Messed up.
Well, Davey's your friend. That's what it's about.
It's about me and Davey.
Yeah.
That actress you hired.
And on the 7th, they're gonna do, or on 5 days left, they're gonna do one about friends with benefits. Like a friend with benefits is someone
Really?
that you don't tell your best friend. No, I don't know.
Davey, me and Davey. Whoa, this one's in outer space. Oh, no, it's not.
I'm gonna go behind you real quick. I'm good.
Emily says it was right. Good to meet you guys. That she really enjoyed it.
Dope.
She was like, you think I dated anyone?
What's his deal?
Well, this was pretty hard. Let me just fail this one more time real quick. But louder.
Dude, that one's insane.
It's pretty psycho. It's only
Can I send one level real quick? Can I do a
Yeah.
crab rave?
Yeah.
I've actually spent probably more time on this VR than you have when you guys are asleep.
Playing Beat Saber?
No.
Oh.
I was playing poker.
Watching Netflix with David Attenborough. And
Dude, that was a great experience.
Here you go.
addicted to VR now.
He's like writing petitions to the porn companies like, you think you're gonna get more tentacles in the VR stuff?
Shut up, guys. Now I'm taking the headphones not all the way on.
I got a surprise for you.
For me?
No, for Michael.
Okay.
I'm giving you the Oculus.
No, thank you. Can you give me your PS3 and your Dragon too?
Yeah, that was like terrible delivery, huh? Was it even like, did it even come across as serious?
Can I have your sofa as well?
I'm gonna take this over. I hate this over.
Should I go for it on hard? No warm up?
If I stay here more days, do I get more things?
Yeah.
Alright, cool.
It's like 12 days of Christmas or whatever.
That's what it feels like. I got the book and the
It's like
thumb
an
drive.
advent calendar or you open it. You just fucking stay here forever. I don't give a shit. It's actually kind of nice to have roommates again. I thought I liked living alone, but actually, I mean, I think I don't mind it, but I don't mind living with people either.
I'm sure you get tired of us after a while.
You guys ready for me to fail?
Yeah, I mean, that's probably true. I got tired of all my roommates that I ever had.
Yeah.
That's fair. It's so weird thinking back to when Brian and I lived together and how, like, distant we were from each other.
Like your friendship?
Oh, yeah, big time. It was, like, the worst thing we could have done for our friendship was doing that.
Oh, it made you, like, you were closer before?
I think we've never been closer than we are now. I'll say that. But we were very, very close before. And
Damn it.
when we moved in together.
My heart just got racing. Okay, I think I need to do a
It
more
wasn't
chill
necessarily
song.
anything that anyone did. It was just like, you know, just always have it. It's, I think in his mind, having someone around all the time makes it a little less special to see them.
Yeah, I feel that.
So that's how he kind of was, and I understand that too. And honestly, and then once we once we moved out, once we moved out
This
from
looks
each
fun.
other, like we like were never close. It was great.
That's awesome.
And now it's, I would say we're closer than ever.
I wonder if that'll be the case with me and Ethan too then.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys can like handle living together and like, yeah, I think.
Michael, have you ever tried this one?
No, I haven't. Cause like there's some times when I'm like, oh, Ethan annoys me, but you know, I think that's.
Oh shit.
How are your roommates in general? Do you think?
It depends, cause like, I think I'm really good with like roommates, where there's no big relationship beyond being a roommate. 'Cause,
Okay.
like, then it's all just mutual respect. You know,
Totally,
I
yeah.
can tell you that, but I mean, yeah, it's just when there's more to the relationship and you're like friends and stuff, then
This isn't that fun.
It's just hitting things as they come. Doesn't matter where you are.
yeah.
I'm always blown away because you kind of described your freshman year roommate, right?
Yeah.
Of like you guys were good with each other, but you weren't friends really.
Yeah. Or like we were friends, but it was like definitely like the max amount of like roommate friends you can be.
Right. See, it always was my mind when I hear that people just have like this. I know people who like didn't like talk to their roommates. They'd be like, "Oh hey," and that's it.
Yeah.
Done.
Yeah.
But like they had like a fine relationship in terms of like there was mutual respect, like you said. But
Yeah.
my fucking like it was me and my buddy from high school in a suite with 3 other guys, and we all were like fucking so inseparable and like the best of friends,
yeah.
and like got along all so well. We all added something different to the dynamic, and we all went out together all the time.
That's awesome.
And I mean, granted, we've lost touch now, kind of, but like I could call one of them tonight or tomorrow, and like, I text one of them during the summer when like Big Brother's on or Survivor's on, and we talk about that, you know.
Yeah.
But like, I could see the other ones tomorrow and be like, it would be like, fuck yeah, what's up, man?
Dude, I think that's interesting. I was gonna say this as well. Like,
I can imagine. But yeah, my point of that is I can't imagine having just like the roommate where like it's like, oh hey, what's up? Like, hey, what's up?
Yeah, yeah.
Done. No talking about anything else.
Yeah.
Michael, this is my first real attempt at an expert level.
What were you gonna say? Before I interrupt you?
Yeah, I think that like I'm also abnormal in the sense that like I have a lot more friendships that like from younger that I still keep around, and my dad, one time when I was like having Ethan come out to visit me at college, my dad was like, you know, sometimes like you just gotta let your old friendships go.
Dude,
and,
I had that happen too.
That's really funny.
Yeah. Your dad told you that?
No.
Oh.
But like someone told me that's like, so yeah, sometimes like, what do you hang out with your high school friends for? So it's like, what?
Yeah.
They're fucking sick. And now I don't talk to anyone from college, and I still talk to a ton of people from high school.
Yeah.
I literally don't talk to anyone from college, period.
Yeah.
Except like the one I was texting about reality TV.
Oh, I keep messing that part up. I actually think I can beat this.
Yeah, I think it would be sad to like get older and then just not have any friends, or like not have any good friends.
Do you know what makes me feel good though? Is that I see my parents, their like best friends are still their friends from their 20s.
That's dope.
That makes me feel very happy.
That's really cool.
And it gives me a little bit of hope that I still will keep in touch with everybody, even if we do like. I mean, I think about friends that I know who moved away a little bit, and like when if they ever come back to the area, if I ever like go to Montana or something stupid like that.
Yeah.
I would never, but like it like we like with Chris today. That me seeing Chris today. That was the first time I've seen Chris in a year.
Yeah.
And it was like, what up? And like, it's just chilling like usual.
Yeah, that's dope.
Chris really liked you guys. Did I say that?
No.
Okay, he said you guys are really cool.
That's awesome.
Chris is really cool.
Do I keep hitting that the wrong way first? I do. Alright, last try, Mike, then you want to go?
Yeah, maybe Simon subs in.
Let's try another one.
Another hard song.
Yeah, we'll see what we find.
Do you see I'm trying expert right now?
Yeah.
It's going really well. That's why I keep messing it up. It's not going that well. All right, Simon, you up?
Try one more time. One more time. Or do something.
Wait,
different.
actually, I'm actually gonna go menu. I'm just gonna take it down. It's here. It's at 85%. We'll do 80. Come on. Oh, I just went to 90. All right, I'll do it one more time. Oh, I keep missing that one. All right, Simon, you up? You want these first?
Yeah, you know, I'm gonna actually put the strap on this time because I felt uncomfortable not having it on last time. Right.
Michael, did you know you were playing that super hard song on 85%?
Which one? Expert Plus?
Does it save the 85% as you go from song to song?
Not if you're not in the tutorial mode.
Oh, okay. Then it was just that one. It was on 85%.
Yeah.
Michael, what was the other one I did on hard yesterday? You remember?
It was one of like the first ones, I think.
Was it Legend?
I think it was Escape,
Okay.
right?
Dude, can we... What's
could be.
commercial plumbing?
Pumping.
Plumbing.
Commercial plumbing is what you get when you have like a large office building and you...
What's Level Insane? That sounds kind of cool.
It is classic.
I did this one.
Beat Saber classic song.
You know, I think the next thing I want to do is beat Radioactive on hard. That's my next goal in this game.
Fuck.
You're good at those crossovers. When I first visited you at USC, you mean like when I was in high school?
I think when you came out and visited for longer. When we were doing Isoplex.
Oh, that's funny.
Hell yeah. You're a legend, Simon. Everyone knows your name.
It's too easy.
Try one in the third pack.
Third pack?
Yeah.
Are they harder?
They're a little trickier. Immortal is not bad. That's probably a good one.
I like Burning Sands. That sounds cool.
I'll do this one. I don't regret this already. Oh, I'm gonna fail this.
You got it. No, Sam, you had it.
No, I didn't. Let's go mortal.
I'm really excited for the drop on this one. That was cool with the gun sound effect, the back and forth. Oh, another drop. Dude, that was good. That was really good.
Thanks. That's like a C, B. All right, I'll take it.
Oh yeah.
There's a shitload, but it wasn't pretty, but it worked. Did this one die or something?
Do they die?
Yeah, there's batteries in there. I got more batteries in there. Although it should stay right in the thing.
Oh, it's there's a battery thing up there.
Oh, is there?
Hey, see it on the screen?
No. But I'm assuming it just means this thing's dead. That's okay, I got my batteries somewhere.
Dude, that game is addicting. That game is like, I'm just gonna play one, and then you start doing it, and you're like, oh, I gotta go more. So, Michael, I'm gonna finish all my homework until the end of the road trip, everything that's due. So that way, that's not weighing down. And then I think I'm gonna sleep like a short period today, and then I'm gonna try and go to bed early tomorrow and get like a really good solid rest. Also, I have a feeling that things are gonna get really weird on Christmas Day, like around Christmas dinner, and we might have to like leave. Like we won't have to leave, but like we'll know like it's better for everyone if we leave in this situation.
Dude, Simon, would you care if we stuck around for Christmas?
You can stay here for Christmas, dude.
I've been thinking about it a little bit. I think actually a lot will depend on if I wake up tomorrow and the equipment is working or not.
Yeah.
Dude, you can stay as long as you want. I got nothing shit to do. I'm not working until Thursday. Even if I'm working here, I'm supposed to be here. I'm not gonna shit.
Simon, I actually saw a AA battery pack somewhere.
I just got some. Oh, really? You saw a pack?
Yeah.
Oh, sick. Yeah, I usually have like a 24 pack. I think I said.
You can play another while I find it because I saw it the other day.
Want to do Christmas with the Higgins?
Hell yeah. I like the Higgins so far. Is there more to the Higgins family that's in town that I haven't met?
My dad, but like he's not around.
Okay.
No, because he's like dead or anything. He's just like.
Well, you said that.
He's just like.
Yeah.
He's like out of the country.
He's
Like he just
somewhere
happens
else.
to be out of the country.
Right.
Don't yeah.
He's not in the basement at all.
What basement? It's working now. Cool. Yeah, you guys can stick around when you want to move here.
Actually, I think that I could buy one. I think that since they have like the biggest B&H photo ever
in New York,
I think that I could get one there, but it's closed on Christmas, so I would actually have to go
tomorrow,
the next day in the morning.
Are they closed on Christmas Eve?
Oh wait, tomorrow's the 24th.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I could get it tomorrow. Yeah, that would be perfect. That's good. If it's broken. Yeah, that's really nice. That's good.
Wait, actually, if you did that, that would open up our options a lot.
How come?
If you were to go to New York and go to B&H and get that, I could go with you. It might make things a little easier on you. Or I could go to bed later tonight, get like solid rest, and then be good and on a similar schedule to you.
Go to bed later. What do you mean?
Like I could go to bed at like 8 a.m., sleep a solid like 6 hours or like more. If you're going to go to B&H, you could wake me up when you get back.
Yeah, that would work.
And then we can figure things out from there. Alright, I actually couldn't find the battery pack.
It's alright. I get replaced it. Oh, fine.
I'm just going to play one though. Just one. Dude, maybe I'll play one of those Star Wars things tonight.
You should, they're sick.
This is cool.